This year saw the return of the Pro Chess League. And thank goodness, chat. So good to have you back, PCL.
Oh, what a tactic. Bishop h3 and f3 ends the game.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Let's go. With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The quarterfinals of the Pro Chess League playoffs have finally arrived.
Queen b3 check, queen g3, and a-pawn runs! Oh my gosh!
The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion?
That's the match.
Yes. Wow, that was tight.
Oh my god.
Huge.
By the skin of his teeth.
Wow.
The reigning European champion, Alexei Serrano, will be heading his team, the Levitov Wizards, today to take them. He's going to do all that he can to take them over to the semifinals. They face the formidable MGD1, Alexei Serrano, known as the Serrano Piranha because of his razor-sharp style. We're looking forward to all the firework that he brings on the board. This is the Pro Chess League playoff. Welcome everyone, I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, the one and only FIDE Master, James Canty. James, how you doing today?
I'm great. I am great. We just saw Alexei Serrano, the Piranha. We have the Wizards, okay? We got MDG1, MGD1, Indian teams. Everybody's here, of course. The chat's here, and I'm here with you, Tanya. It's a great day. How are you?
I am so thrilled to be here because, as you said, it is a big day of chess, both the Indian teams, and I may or may not be extra excited about that. We've got the Indian Yogis, but we do start with the MGD1 facing off the Levitov Wizards. It has been such a fantastic, fun, entertaining league so far. Let's take a look at how the teams got here. This has been their road to the quarterfinals. James, we started with 16 phenomenal teams, having the world's best players play for them. And then we saw in the Swiss, the 5-week Swiss, 8 teams were eliminated, including some big names and big teams.
Absolutely. I mean, the big names, big teams, right? And now here, we had some people get eliminated that you never think. Of course, the bishops. So we had the knight versus bishop battle that happened, and then all these things that happen in these games, right? Of course, you got some other teams going home today. I mean, it's just scary, Tanya. It's like, it's sad too to see these teams go like, my team went home. The passers, Sam, I miss you, Sam. Right, and then we have Charlotte Cobras too, of course, what a team that was, right? A ecstatic, strong team, to say the least. It just tells you how strong this field is, Tanya. Very strong field, very strong players.
Including Magnus's chess bras as well. They were knocked out, and that just goes on to show the kind of competition that is there in the Pro Chess League. And you mentioned the passers did not promote to the quarterfinals. It was because of a certain MGD1, and in fact, they are the ones who will be playing. They qualified for. Is it still too soon to joke about it, James?
You know what? I'm leaving, Tanya. You're on your own. You're on your own, Tanya. I'm leaving. Have a good day.
Okay, come back, James, because we definitely need you. And that is the only silver lining. The fact that with the passes gone, we do get you to commentate here with us. And this is our bracket. We did see Shanghai Tigers were the first to punch their ticket into the semifinals. They had a big win, a very convincing, crushing victory against the Norway Gnomes with a 9-7 margin. But James, that could have been a lot more. We saw a blowout performance there. And then the second match saw the age-old debate between the Knights and the Bishops being settled with the Gotham Knights making their way into the semifinals. That one, James, was a lot closer.
Absolutely, it was a lot closer to. I mean, as you would think, Knights were 3, and then Bishops 3.25, right? How Bobby calls it. It was a very close match. It was just 1 point, but the Knights prevailed in that one. So if you're a Knight fan, well, look out for you, of course, and congrats to you. You won. The Knights won yesterday in that very tense battle, Knights versus Bishops.
You might be a Knights fan, but definitely you were also an Alice Lee fan who played for the St. Louis Archbishop, and she held Hikaru Nakamura in the first game for a draw. And James, that was a huge highlight in that match.
Of course, every time you draw Hikaru, it's a win. I got a few draws, and I have them all framed in my house, right? So I show people when they come in, hey, this is when I drew Hikaru, right? Like you frame that, and it's a win, even though it's a draw. And Alice Lee did that yesterday, so she's playing out of her mind. Now, of course, she didn't win that game in the match. The Bishops didn't win. At the end of the day, I mean, Alice Lee is a superstar right now. She's only getting stronger.
And we've got two very strong teams playing against each other. One of them will win, go on to the semifinals. It will be the end of the road for the other team, Levitov Chess Wizards, who have levitated their way into the quarterfinals with huge winning margins in the Swiss part of the league, are facing the MGD1 team, which qualified in week 5. Now, MGD1 has had three wins and 2 losses. Levitov Wizards are here with 3 wins and just 1 loss. A very different road to the quarterfinals. And one player who's been a big key in the Wizards has been Alexei Sarana, James.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they call Sarana the Piranha, right? I mean, very sharp, very strong. I mean, all his games, every time I see him, he plays very sharp chess. Even with his Queen's Gambit declines, because like I would think he would play more King's Indian or Grunfeld or one of the Indian defenses, something more aggressive. When I see he's always playing, solid Queen's Gambit decline, to put you to sleep chess. But at the same time, he can play it at an aggressive level. He likes a Knight Orf. He plays E4, D4. Very strong player here, and we're going to see what he brings to the table today against MGD1. And he's going to face off against Argent too, right? That board 1 for MGD1. That is a crazy matchup right there.
Well, the MGD1 is here with their big fours, GMs on all boards, 12700 plus with Arjun Argasi. And not just that, take a look at this. Adiban, who is with MGD1, is with some big names there. Some of the greats. He joins the likes of Hikaru, Carlson, Itarizaga, Caruana Vehi, and Artemiev with the highest win percentage at 81%. That is an amazing performance by Adiban, who scored 6.5 out of 8 for his team so far. And as we can see, no losses, 5 wins, 3 draws, and those wins, they come from his aggressive style of play, James.
Yeah, that boy is on fire. In fact, I think it was Danya that said it. Danya was like, "Yeah, when he's on good form, it's a problem. He's like a dark horse." But if he's definitely, if he's not on form, then of course he could be. You could lose some games. You may have some wild stuff go there. But when he's on form, he is absolutely Lay Beast, right? Or the Beast, of course, as they call him as his nickname. Very strong.
Yeah, he's called Beast for a reason, and it all comes down to the attacking chess, the uncompromising play that we see by Adiban. He's got to get all of that and more, and it makes it so much more difficult for the opponents to face that approach in these shorter time formats. Well, this is our round 1 pairing, the most uneven matchup, the most uneven round of the matchup, where we see board number 1 take on board number 4. It is going to be Alexei against Harika, while Kostyuk, the chess queen, multiple-time women world champion, the winner of the World Rapid in 2021, will take on Arjun Arigasi. James, are we expecting any upsets here?
You know what? In fact, it's crazy. Like, none of these will be any type of upsets because it's literally GM on GM action here. Every board is a GM. Every round, GM versus GM. So here it's just who's better that day, who is better today, who's in great form, and that is going to matter, especially if you can start out with a good lead, like we saw with the Knights versus Bishop yesterday. They had like a 2-point lead, which they needed because in the end they only won by 1. So it's very important that who's sharp, who's ready to go right now, and we're going to see that in a few minutes here.
They have to bring in their A game, their absolute form, because it is a single elimination match. And James, speaking about who is better, I was thinking yesterday we had Magnus on the stream. You guys were with Magnus, and well, we'll see whether Levitov Wizards or MGD1 is better. But out of chess and poker, that debate was settled.
Absolutely. Of course, if it was nice chilling with Magnus and Danny, I took a picture there. I'm going to show my mom. Mom was with Magnus, right? Like just relaxing, having a good time there. It was good to be there with the former, it's crazy to even say that, world champion. So that was fun, of course, talking about poker and chess. Amazing time.
It was settled. Chess wins over poker, and right now we see Harika on our screen, and she has also been a mainstay for Team MGD1. She's played a total of 16 games this season. That's a lot, and she is over 50%. She scored 9 points for her team. She is a grandmaster. She has so much experience, super solid style of play. With Harika, it is so hard to find a way to beat her. Her positional strategic approach combined with her ability to make fast decisions makes her a powerhouse. But she will be playing this man today, the 23-year-old European champion Alexei Sarana on the top board. Sarana is going to go all out. He needs to score this win. He will try to create a mess on the board even though he starts with the black pieces.
It's very difficult to do that too, as well, when you're facing just a strong Indian team. Now, of course, I mean, I don't know what's going on or what they teach over there, but it's always different type of energy when you face an Indian player. So something about that. Now, of course, let's see if that translates today. We got a Sicilian. It's unless it's an anti-Sicilian, we're probably going to get a knight. There it is. Freaking Alapin, C3 Sicilian. Now, of course, I'm a fan of this myself, but yeah, she didn't want to go no razor sharp night orf with Serrana, the piranha who loves the night orf.
I think that's such a good approach by Harika because she likes positions which are strategic in nature, but she knows that Serrana, he is such an aggressive player. She chooses the Alapin, keeps things more under control. And we see after e5, knight d5, she's taking her time. I'm a little surprised at that because this is mainline theory. You can go d4 here. Why has she paused?
That's a good question. I mean, I actually I'm a fan of I call it the C3 Cecile for the kill because there's ways that you can actually play this for her. A lot of aggression.
Love it.
D4 played. Now here you can actually sack the pawn too as well, but not played. She's not that type of player here. She goes with the mainline bishop C4 stuff. Yeah, this is all theory so far. All theory, nothing here. This one is an interesting move. Knight B4 is not usually a move. That one's different. Let's see what we have. I
Because
like Queen
usually
B3.
Black
Huh?
does go back with the knight to b6, hitting that
Right.
bishop on c4. That is the move of choice here, the popular move. But here, Alexei Serrana coming up with a new, unfamiliar territory. Knight b4 played, and now a big decision for Harika. Does she trade on d8? Does she want to go into an endgame? Does she play the move queen b3 that you were suggesting? Another choice of short castle, big trades. And the reason that Black could not have gone for knight c2, James, that was a move that would trap the rook. Was it ideas of knight g5 jumping
In fact, there's ideas with knight a3, and then after taking knight b5, it's like some crazy stuff there. And then knight
Wow.
g5 after that. It's like a wicked line. It really is. But Serrano played, you see how fast he played these moves here? He didn't even jump, he didn't even budge for knight c2. So this is something that has been played out. It's not played a lot. So for them to be playing this quickly is very good. Very cool to see, in fact.
That was such a cool exchange and quick moves being made there, inviting the trapping of the rook. While this one progresses, it's going to be a long endgame fight. Let's go into a bird's eye view as the other games are underway. And I see a Dutch on the bottom left board with that pawn on f5. Adiban playing those offbeat openings, fan shadowing the bishop on g7. He loves these kind of dynamic plays with the black pieces. That's going to be a fun one. And meanwhile, on the top right, more sane play by both players. David Paravian takes on Diptyan Ghosh, and this is an even outcome of the opening.
Yeah, so far I'm thinking the game we definitely have to go look at is the Dennis Lazovic Adiban. That's just fireworks. We have a Dutch over there, so those Dutch games are always very aggressive. I mean, you have the this craziness of the light square weaknesses that you have because your light square bishop might be a problem with black and etc. There's problems. There can be problems with the black pieces. We saw Hikaru yesterday, and even Alice Lee just drawing Hikaru very quickly, very easily even after he sacked the exchange there. So the Dutch is a risky opening, but it also can, big risk, big reward. That's how it happens.
In the Pro Chess League, you need that gutsy determination to get the points home, especially for board 3 and board 4. Well, Adiban right now has taken a big gutsy decision with the Dutch. He makes the move knight e4. This is a pretty thematic position, but I feel with the amount of time that Dennis has taken, he has slowed down a little. So it's clear to say, is it fair to say that opening wise, it's been a bit of a success for Adiban to get his opponent thinking early on?
Absolutely. In fact, and he's moving so quickly. I mean, he's in prep. Like, didn't we start with 10 minutes? Relax, man. Like, he 10:03, right? And this is a very complicated theory here. Knight to c6 played here. A lot of times you will see c6, d5 too as well to go for a delayed stonewall type setup as well, and then reroute the bishop this way all the way over here. Playing g5, g4, playing extra aggressive here. Curious to see how Adiban is going to proceed. I do know an e5 move will be definitely played at some point. This is one idea that you like to play in the Dutch is getting e5 in at some point, maybe queen to e8 as well. So lots of good moves here, lots of ideas still of a early game for these guys.
And that move a5, it definitely eyes the move a4, and that pawn is dreaming, James, of advancing all the way down to a3 if it can arrive there, or at least on the way destroy the queen structure. the queen side pawn structure for white. A4 is always in the air, and look at the amount of time that Denis Lazovic is burning on the clock. And as you mentioned, Adiban with more time than what he started with on the clock. I really want to zoom out on this moment and get our bird's eye view back up and take us to let's bring up our bird's eye view just for a moment at this point, because that top left board that we started with, we see a queenless position. And I want to go back to Serrana versus Harika because I can't stop thinking about that moment where in fact black could have won the rook, but it perhaps walks into a lot of complications. So let's just jump over to this endgame that we see between Serrana and Harika. A lot has happened. Black is still pretty ambitious on the king side. Some advances there, 8-6 g5 on the board. And James, what do you say? We pull up the analysis board and take a look at that big moment.
Absolutely. In fact, let's go here and see. You talking about back here with knight c2? That knight c2 move is pretty cool. After queen takes d1, rook takes. I do want to throw this in there. Knight c2. Now, what eval bar says this is equal? Equal, guys. I'm about to lose a whole rook. What is this? A knight a3, knight takes a3. Or sorry, a knight takes a1. After knight takes a1, there's knight b5. Yeah, knight b5 hitting knight c7. Look at this. And if you play rook to b8, that's not going to be great because it's mate. Knight c7. Oh my goodness. GG, right? Nasty. This is a nasty line. Pretty sick stuff there. So of course,
that's amazing.
Fast forward, right? He just like, she didn't fall, or he didn't fall for that, and they just kind of now reached this position here with the knight on e1. Here we go. This is the live position.
This is
what do you think about this, Tanya? Do you like this position for white or black?
I do like it right now for white. I just simply think that once you start pushing this knight on b4, which looks super active, a move like a3 next, you don't want to fall back to a6 because then I'm very happy to push my b pawn as well all the way to b4, taking away some squares. I want to put my rook on c1 next. I think it's pretty level, but I'd be happy to be Harika right now. I think she's feeling comfortable. This move, knight e1, takes control of the c2 square. She wants to go a3 next. She wants to put her rook on c1 next. And we see Serrana, he's fighting for the open D line. Right now, pretty level. Both sides have reasons to be pleased with this opening outcome. I can tell you one thing. This game will not end in a draw.
Wow. She said it won't end in a draw. You've heard it here first from Tanya. She believes that this will not be a draw. And that's the type of chess that I like to see, chat. Hopefully you like to see the same. We have some decisive results, and that's what we want. We want to see some action, right? Because we don't have to play, so we just talking about the game. So we don't have to do any of that. Let's see the bird's eye view here. And where do you want to go up here?
Oh my God. James, what is happening on that bottom right board? Take a look at that position. I see opposite side castling, and white has made the move g4 with the king on g1. The rook on d8 is hanging. The last move by Arjun Arigas, he's simply moving the bishop to c5, is an exchange sacrifice. I think we have to jump into this position, dive into it, just completely jump off the valley with this one. Bishop c5 was the last move. What on earth is going on here? Why has Alexandra Kostanuik made the move g4 and decided to put her king on the king side?
Now, you know what's funny here? In fact, there's a saying like the French. This actually came from a French defense, believe it or not. Number one, in the French, they always have the problem with the light square bishop, right? We know this, but I've been studying and actually just kind of like really looking deeper into openings and understanding even richer rapport. And you've seen the French in the World Championship just passed, right? Even didn't win that game, but he definitely has his chances there. Richard Rapport has nice games with it. The French actually has some of the most tactical middle games ever. It's very strange, but in the middle game is where you start to see some of the most strangest tactical wizardry, pun intended with the wizards here. But at the same time, it's very, very aggressive chess. And as you see, this position is nothing short of that, right? Like you see a bishop on c5, there's an exchange sacrifice, there's a pawn on g4. Like this is insane. At opposite side castles, whoever gets to the king first is going to win. So I love these type of positions. Honestly, for both sides, I like to play French. I also do like to play against the French. So it is, it's man, a double edge here. Arjun, stoic, ready to play. I was actually with him in Kazakhstan, hanging out with him a little bit. That was cool to talk to Arjun, talking about his haircut and stuff like that. And Kosniuk is very, very strong, aggressive, and an attacking queen. He's talking about queen of attacking chess like Judith Pogart. Kosniuk is right up there with her.
Absolutely. And James, I want to pull up the analysis board because there was a moment that Alexandra Kostanek could have picked up Arjun's exchange on d8, but she made a very important decision of not doing that. It was right here. Bishop c5, notice that f2 pawn that is super tender. Now, if Alexandra would have gotten greedy, picked up that bishop, you take it back with the queen. And the reason you return with your queen is the queen's done its job on the queen side. Now you want it on the king side. You want it on that h4 square, targeting not only the f2 pawn, but suddenly that knight on the rim on h6 will jump over to grab the g4 pawn as well. This is a super dangerous position. Rook on f8 will also target f2, and let's say white makes a move like knight c2 to just show how badly this would turn out for the side that has an extra exchange. We see the eval bar also confirm horrible position for white here. Queen h4 comes in, knight d4 runs into knight g4, everything falls apart. So it wasn't possible for Kostanuik to pick up that rook on d8. And I have to say this, Arjun bishop c5, what a move.
Yeah, that's very strong. I mean, of course, that's 2700 move, and that's
Yeah.
what he is. 2700. Knight d4. So she gets the knight all the way to d4. Bishop f4 happens. Bishop g3. Everything seems fine. You know, believe it or not, I do love an h5 here. I mean, I can just feel an h5 here. It feels like it's correct. I just don't have my follow up yet. But h5, open
I
up
love
some
it.
line. Definitely a move here. We got to get our pieces to this side of the board. But white, on the other hand, has b3 at some point, and we need to get this in ASAP. B3, rook B1, and go for some attacking on the queen side.
This is a wild position, and this last maneuver, and you can show it with the arrows, the knight from a3 planting itself on d4 is such an important resource for a Kostanuik here because it blocks this bishop on c5. It's the centerpiece, literally and metaphorically, in white's position, keeping things together. Now the move h5 that you're pointing out, it's so tempting, and I'm just wondering that after h5, well, right now it's white's move. So maybe it's time before Arjun gets in h5 to actually strike on the queen side, b3 or b4.
Right, B3 or B4. I like B3 because B4 says, I don't have to open it. I could actually go back to E7. Yeah, I do allow you to get B5, but my pieces will block your pawns. So B3 actually forces some action. I'm going to take on C4 or you're going to take on B3. Allow the file to open, right? We open up the file with a smile here, and we may have some real good attacking chances on the queen side, but we have to be very quick. It's all about time and initiative. Initiative equals time. So you need to be very, very fast here. And whoever's faster in these opposite side castles is always the same. Whoever gets to the king first is going to win.
Yeah, and I love those kind of games where the race is really to each other's games, because each other's kings, because then you know that it is going to be an absolutely chaotic time scrambles, and we will get to those time scrambles because that's just the format. Now, the move that we did see is knight to c6 by Arjun, while Alexandra takes a think here. She's deciding how to break on the queen side. That's what she needs to do. We are expecting the move b3, but I'm going to pull out from this just for a moment. Take this chance to get our bird's eye view up, because I just noticed that this is actually the only middle game that we have going. On all other boards, the queens have been traded, but James, it's not without fire.
Yeah, this in fact, I mean, I do love my Devereski in-game manual. I love going through that. But at the same time, it puts you to sleep when you sometimes see the in-game. Like, you know what, bro, I'm just about to go to sleep. But at the same time here, of course, we do have some dynamicism in these in-games. Just because it's an in-game doesn't mean it is over. And you do have to, okay, it's a draw. No, it's not. You do have to actually work it and do it and play it still. And if you play for a draw, you actually play to lose. So you need to play for a win. If you want to play for a draw, give yourself that option. So I think the game right now, maybe the Audubon game, is definitely something different there. Knight versus bishop, as we saw yesterday. Knights versus bishops. And there's a double pawn over there with some king activity both sides. Definitely some nice vibes in that game there. Let's check that out.
100%, because he does have on the bottom left board, we see Adiban does have the option to start a kingside pawn storm, advancing those pawns with a g5. We will quickly also go back to the Kostanuik game because we saw moves happen there, but right now white has just made the move king e1. Denis Lazovic has got the better pawn structure. Black with the double pawns. Strategically, white should be better here. Now, with this last move, white's knight is headed to e3, wants to land on d5. I have no doubt at some point we will see the moves g5, f4 by Adiban here.
Absolutely. One thing in games to understand here, and I think even Steinitz or Capablanca said that, of course, the king really defends itself, but also in the end game, it just becomes a force to be reckoned with. It's a very strong piece, and you need to have piece activity, king activity, that is, especially in an end game. That's probably one of the most important things is the king activity. You can be down a pawn, sometimes two, but when your king's very active, you're able to create chances. You're able to create some fast pawns and things that wouldn't happen if your king wasn't even centralized or active. Having this active king does, I think, give a slight advantage to black. Very slight, but because of my king activity, more often than not in practical games, this king activity it can be decisive.
And it's happening. G5 on the board. King will come to E5 as you're pointing out, and white has to make sure that the black king doesn't advance all the way to B2 on those dark squares. But white's got his own defensive resources. You want to put white's king on D2, a spot where the black bishop cannot give a check. It's absolutely safe. You will put your knight on E3 and jump around to G4 if black does commit F4. James, is it fair to say that in this one, we are likely to see a draw, or do you think it's going to be a decisive one?
I think it's going to be decisive. Definitely with
Wow.
Lazovic's time, the knight is very tricky as well. And I think black's actually pushing for more because I do have the breaks. Maybe you have E3, but that makes the knight really bad. So, and then maybe E3, but then I have F4. You always have to worry about king coming in, pushing F4. Can the king go this route as well? I think this one's going to be decisive. E3
And
played.
he just made the move E3, which is quite a big decision because he wants to fight against F4. Gives the feeling that white is perhaps going to be happy with trying to bail out, keep things under control. F4, as you're pointing out, might still be possible. You sacrifice a pawn, but it's only temporary because your king will get on to F5 and actually win that pawn back. But James, I've got my eyes on the other board, and we've got to zoom out of this endgame. It's an exciting one. We will update you, chat, with what happens here. But the real fire, the real excitement that is on that bottom right board. James, your move H5, great call by you. A couple of moves ago, you said this idea will happen, and it is here on the board. Let's jump straight into Adiban versus Kostanyak. A big game there, and an absolutely chaotic one. But I have to say, black's attack looks more powerful because of that battery of that queen and bishop and the tender spot on F2.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, as we mentioned before, those French middle games become very, very tactical, very, very, very sharp. And H5 and We Live did happen, so he opened up the file with a smile. We're gonna double the rooks here. We have Bishop F2 possibilities. Now, I think right now I see black is white's holding pretty nicely. This bishop, how are you getting rid of it besides the sacrifice? Number one. Number two is F2. Yes, okay, you're hitting it, but I have it well defended many times as well. Rook doubling the rooks. I can't take on H2 yet. The knight on D6 is really annoying. So I think it's quite level, even though practical chances do give it for black here. The engine says they like black a little bit, but if we just look at these, little things that white has, everything's nicely defended, and black doesn't have a clear target to try to make an aggressive plan to attack. I think she's okay for now, but her time actually is very low. That is something to pay attention to.
Almost done by 4 minutes on the clock. This is a big moment. As you're pointing out, as of now, white has everything under control. But just look at that black knight on A5. It's not a part of the attack on the king side, but it's doing a phenomenal job of making sure that the queen side is under control. The problem for Kostanyak is not just defending, but also the fact that it's hard for her to create her own play in the position. She takes a
Mhm.
big decision with the move F4, and that bishop on G3 not looking that good. But James, I get your point that black has done everything to perfection. Where is the break? One idea that comes to my mind, you want to put that bishop on C6. That's the piece that I don't like for black, and I'm hoping and dreaming for a successful break on D4 with the move D4 at some point once I place my bishop on C6. I think that's an idea that Arjun can look at to try and trade off this key defender, the light squared bishop.
Okay, so I'm gonna give this to you, Tanya. I'm putting you on the spot. Who is a favorite to win this round right now? Is it Erigaisi, is it Arjun, or is it Kosniuk?
Wow, you're really throwing me under the bus here. Well, you're talking about this particular game,
This one right
or
here, who wins? Is it Arjun? Is it a draw? Or is it Arjun or is it Kosniuk?
I mean, with the eval bar in front of us, I think this call makes it. This is an easy moment for me. So, James,
Okay.
I'm going to trust our
Red
silicon
bar.
friend here, but also the position. One can understand why it's such a big advantage for black. He's in driver's seat. He's the one attacking. Super difficult for Kostanyak to create play for herself.
Well, actually, the route, the guys, hey, chat said that Eric Geisy wins by 71%. Chat, so you did it, 71 to 29% for Alexandra Kosniak. We'll see what happens.
Oh my god, and what is going on that bottom left board? That is insane. Adiban versus Dennis. This is crazy stuff. The eval bar doesn't matter. There's a discover check. We've got to jump straight into that. Look at that queen
Whoa.
on h8, the king on b2. It is white's move. Adiban has just promoted the c pawn, queening, and now white's knight can move to 1,000,000 squares and give a check. But Adiban doesn't care. He's got 4.5 minutes on the clock. This one is tougher. What do you think, James? Make a prediction who wins here.
Woo, prediction. You know what? I think because of the shock factor of like this position, number one. Number two, Adiban thrives in these positions. But even though he only has one pawn, he's down two. Kings look crazy here. I actually think Adiban is a favorite to win this. But it's difficult because like I have queen bishop, and okay, yeah, these can be some decisive results here, but the king isn't placed well yet. At least like it's not like any combinations or patterns that are very common here that we can use. Like if we can get this bishop here, that'd be nice, but the pawn blocks it. So it's very, very weird. But I think Adiban definitely has some serious chances here because of the king. That's a
Do
good move.
not
Queen
trade
c3.
queens.
We don't trade
Do
queens
not
here, Shania? We don't take the queen? Knight takes
Do
it in?
not.
What?
Oh, knight
I guess
b5
you
maybe.
can.
I don't know what's happening, and
I
then
guess you
it
can
might
trade
be a
it.
draw, but white is definitely going to
Yeah.
be, and it happens. Great
He
call there,
traded? Oh, he
James.
did.
He
Oh,
traded. We've got an
I
end
thought he
game
wasn't.
now. The import, yes, and king b4 played, but the thing is here, white is the only one who can push for a win. Knight d5 check takes c7.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just call it a day.
But
Call it a
a4
day.
falls as well, and I think Adiban will be able to hold that with just one pawn on f4. Black's idea will be to race down. He's going to pick up the a4 pawn after c7 drops to race with the king over to that f8 square, and this should end in a draw.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah. No bloodshed here. This should end in a draw, of course. Right. I always say
Tricky.
should because crazy things happen, but it should be a draw.
James, did you see that last move? He doesn't go for picking up that pawn. He actually played the move king c4, so he's boxing up on that bottom left board. He's boxing up Adiban's king on a4, and it's still not an easy hold for black.
Yeah, it's actually he's trying to win this. Wow, bishop e6, there'll be king c5. Take the pawn and try to queen. That is actually possible. What a move. Dennis is very good.
Dennis the Menace, will he strike? Because this looks, and look at this, Adiban has slowed down here and he has to be a little precise. I still think it should be easy enough for the hold because your bishop, you can always sacrifice it for the f pawn. But king c4, that's a nice tricky move by Dennis. And speaking of trickiness, there is a lot going on the Arjun Kostanuik board. James, what do you say? Should we pull that one up? Let's get a bird's
Absolutely.
eye view. There is a pawn on e7.
Let's
How on
see.
earth did it get there?
Let's see. Wow. Pawn on e7. Whoa, the engine's like, yo, this is game over. Oh, she's down material. That makes sense. But there's a pawn on e7, and it is Arjun's move. King e8. Oh, yeah, King d7. I mean, yeah, he played it. King d7. Couldn't find anything. She played queen d1 quite quickly. She has 8 seconds on the clock. Queen e6. Yeah, there's nothing. Look at this rook in the corner here. Do you see this rook? If you like move it off the board,
What
like
rook?
anywhere
Where's the
random,
rook?
it's the
I don't
same.
see it. I don't
Exactly,
see a rook.
right? It's the it's the same piece, like same thing. I can't take anything. Jeez. Yeah, that's over there.
That's
Yikes.
it.
And
Down
Arjun
on the
wins.
clock, but yeah, Arjun wins. He takes the first point for Team MGD1 and Alexander Kosting. That was a tough one for her. A great game by Arjun, finishing that off in style. But end games and action is on all the boards. The Levitov Wizards have to show some wizardry to level this round if they can. And where are they going to find their chances, James?
That's a great question here. I mean, all these games moves are flying in on all boards here, except the Dennis Lazovic game. That is definitely they're in a think tank still over there. Let's actually go to this Alexei Sorana game. I think that's going to end quite soon with some type of maybe not. Let's actually just move over to it though. The time is really low for Alexei Sorana. Pawns
And
are
we
the
have
same.
a result.
We had a
Did
result. What
Adiban
happened?
just flag? Did Adiban just flag Dennis Lazovic?
Oh,
There
you
is-
know what? It must have been a disconnection.
Oh my god, we are getting a confirmation that Adiban flagged Danis Lazovic in a position that is unlosable for White. White can never lose this endgame. And with that, the MGD1 take a 2-point lead.
That one hurts because I think, whoa, Serrano just won too. What the heck? That's crazy.
Oh my
Serrano
God.
just won. Wow.
That's insane.
Wow. Yeah, that flag thing, I think he just his I don't know, like he might have got a connection issue there. because it was just he didn't move. King C4, and then a move happened, and he didn't move. Wow, that hurts.
Unbelievable. And it was impossible for White to lose in that position. That was definitely Kaisa smiling on MGD1. Well, we've got this game. It all comes down to this. And to level this match, David Paravian has to win a position which is a rook pawn ending down a pawn. That's not going to happen unless Diptyan flags.
That's right. Let's see flag. And this is a draw here. This is a clean draw. Chat. Look at them just play it all the way out here. Right. Must you study your
To
end
a
game
stalemate.
until stale. Beautiful.
And there we
Great
have it.
sportsmanship there. Great.
James, what a round this was for MGD1. Just insane results, and they actually lead this match, winning round one. And James, is it fair to say that at least on paper, the Levitov Wizards are a favorite today?
Absolutely. Of course, especially on paper. I mean, even right now, if it wasn't for that, that would have been a draw there. So if it wasn't for that, I mean, it's still a 1-point game here. And these guys are, you don't know what's going to happen. Like, I don't know who's going to win this round. We don't know who's going to win that round. It's GM on GM action here. Dennis Lazovic is very strong. He should have drew that game, but of course it happened. Maybe it was a disconnection or something there, but definitely lost a game that was just unlosable there. It's very tough. He flagged there. At the end of the day, there's only 1 point difference here and a lot of chess left. More rounds to come.
Some great play there by Alexei Serrano on the top board, making sure he gets his win against Harka, a very difficult opponent to beat, and that has been the silver lining. And this means MGD1 takes a 1-point lead. A big win by Arjun. I think that was a fantastic attacking display.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Arjun, every time he plays, you're going to see something great. 2,700, and you don't just get that, right? So he is one of the greats right now, and it's excellent to see him play. And he plays many different openings. We saw French today. You saw how aggressive a French can actually be, especially in those middle games. So hopefully, Coach Nick is able to bounce back in the next one.
Well, Alexandra Kostyniuk has to put this loss behind her. It was a tough game with the white pieces, but she was playing against board number one. She was playing against Arjun, who is super strong in these formats. Alexandra, the chess queen, undoubtedly will come back in this match. We will go into a short break and be right back with round 2 action. 19-year-old Arjun Argasi has been a powerhouse for the MGD1 team. He's been the player who's played the maximum number of games in the Pro Chess League. At 21 games, he scored 13 and a half points. He's been bringing home the points on the top board. He's an absolute monster in speed chess. He's had phenomenal results in these formats. We've seen him win tournaments after tournament. Arjun had his breakout year in 2021. He's been unstoppable since then. At 19, he has a rating of 2728, James. That's incredible. And look at that list. And honestly, this list doesn't do justice to Arjun's achievements. We'd probably need 3 more slides there.
Right, starting with I drink Indian water every day, and this is what happens, right? The man is an absolute Indian powerhouse, as you see all these accolades here, and he also likes to, we like the Joe Baba London, both of us, so I know he loves that opening. He plays it a lot, and every time he plays it, I'm like, thanks, Arjun. That's nice to see someone as strong as you playing a very fun opening, very creative, and winning with it too as well. Shout out to Arjun, leading his team in GD1.
He is the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Champion as well. And he had a fantastic start today, taking down Alexandra Kostanui in attacking aggressive style with the black pieces, starting from the French. And James, as you pointed out really rightly, that these French lines can go super aggressive, and it would be hard to guess that the game even started with the French defense. Well, he's got to continue doing what he's doing, continue with that Indian water that you were mentioning, and we see that he will be playing in the next round. And they do lead with a 1-point margin, and as we were talking about it, that the Wizards, in fact, a favorite to start with, but they've got catching up to do.
They do. It's only 1 point here. Of course, when you have that 1 point, it's not, you can't say anything yet. You can't relax. You can't relax even when you're already up a lot. You should do no relaxing here, because anything can happen. I mean, even in these rounds where you see, oh, we got a 3-point lead, and then in the end we win by 1 because you got swept in the last round or something like that. So it is very possible, and things can change, and they're going to have to step it up this round.
Absolutely. And we've got a big round 2 coming up as Sarana takes on Diptan. And James, which game stands out to you? Where do you see Levitov Wizards striking to level the match?
Definitely looking at Paravian game there. That David Paravian, he's playing white there. He's an underdog. People don't talk about him as much, but he's actually a very aggressive player as well. He plays E4. He likes to play Grunfeld. He plays Sicilian. So he's very, very sharp. And I think that's probably where they're going to be looking to pick up some points, is definitely with Paravian.
He's playing against Harika. He's definitely going to try to go into... He's also so good with these offbeat openings. His opening preparation is super well known. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's able to pull something out of the hat and surprise Harika early on. In these formats, it's really just all about getting your opponent to think in the opening phase, bring them down on the clock. And that's always a big strategy, to wait for the critical moments when your opponent is running out of time.
Absolutely. Of course, use the clock as a piece as well. Is what I like to say. Of course, you can play a great game and be up all this material, but have no time and lose the game. So it's very important to have good clock management here. As we see, it's like something simple with Alexei Sarana's game. Okay.
You see a Nimzo Queen C2. This is quite a main line in the Nimzo Indian. And Diptan Ghosh, he's 24 years old. He is from India, a grandmaster. He's also a trainer. And it's really fantastic to see how he's balancing out his performance in the Pro Chess League with all his other commitments. He's definitely got a more solid approach. And that's just the kind of player that he is. And that's the kind of opening we see with the black pieces. D6, that's not a main line. Do you think that was a mouse slip? Because often it's D5.
Yeah, right. That's funny. You're right. D5 is usually the move. So D6 is a move that is definitely strange, but the idea is very simple. We are going to end up trading his bishop off. We have closed him off from all life. So at some point, we are going to trade him on C3. And the idea here is usually what they say is a general principle in chess, is when we trade the bishop, we put our pawns on the square of the bishop, the squares of the bishop you traded, right? So if we trade the dark square bishop, we're going to play things like D6, E5, B6, A5, right? Everything's going to go to the dark square strategy. This knight probably will go to D7 or maybe C6, but most likely D7. We fianchetto this bishop on B7. And we play E5, maybe rook E8 as well. So these are the plans and ideas here. D6 is just more of a, I'm going to sit and wait, be solid, right? D5 goes for more and a little bit aggressive, and C5 as well, right? So I like the approach here, though, making Sarana think about this one.
Yeah, that's already a bit of an achievement to get Serrana thinking a little bit. But right now, it is Diptyan who's thinking after the move e3. And as you're pointing out, that is Black's plan to develop that bishop on c8 to b7. You want to target it on the long diagonal b6 plate. The Black Knight from b8 often comes to d7, and we will be seeing a strike in the center with that pawn moving on to e5. Now, James, this is again going to be a fight in the middle game with lots of pieces on the board, lots of pawns on the board, minimal exchanges. And is that exactly what Serrana wants out of this game?
Oh, definitely. I'm looking for this. In fact, there was a game in the Champions Chess Tour actually we were watching, Tanya. I don't remember which game, but I think it was a Magnus game, but something similar like this with the F. I think he was playing Laronian in that game, but it was something like this where it just felt aggressive. The queens came off. He could castle queenside. And I get those same vibes here. Like you can castle queenside if you really feeling froggy here. G4, like, oh my goodness. I can't help myself, but this is definitely something sharp, I would say. Maybe 92 though.
Oh, that's going to be super fun to watch if he does decide to go for a long castle. As you pointed out, 92 on the board. We will come back to that decision, but action is on all the other boards. Bottom left, we do see that lots of moves have happened between Arjun Argesi and Denis Lazovic. Started with the queen's pawn opening again. I see a pawn on f3, so we have to head over to this one. Quite a fun fight.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what they're doing over here. Whoa, what was this opening? Another Nimzo Indian. Let's start from the beginning. They still on move 10, so we can see what happened. C4 and a Nimzo Indian by transposition. F3 Nimzo. Okay, D5, strike in the center. Takes, C5. This is all theory so far. E4, nice move. Knight of 6, bishop E3. King F2. I forgot that was a thing. Wow, delayed bond cloud. The chat's going to love this one. Don't try this at home, chat. But also, you can try this at home. Just be very careful. We got to watch what Arjun does with the rest of this one. But King F2 is a move just stepping out of the way of the Queen C3 check, taking the sting out of it. They're blitzing out these moves right now, Time.
Yeah, so much action because they're still in familiar territory. These are extremely sharp lines. As you were pointing out, king on f2 is a thematic idea. So in fact, do try this at home. Maybe only try this at home. But we see some crazy action that's going on. Now, Denis Lazovic has just gotten super greedy, picking up that a4 pawn, self-pinning himself on the a file. And what he's relying on is the move b5 to defend that knight if and when required. But this move, it really feels like it's playing with fire.
Definitely. I mean, development or lack of, I think honestly for both sides. Okay, white definitely has the bishop pair, right? We do have activity, feels like that. But I think black has an extra pawn. And with that being a passed a pawn, they can be very, very quick. So you do have to be fast. I think for both sides here, bishop d7 is nice. We do not want to have black to finish the development. Knight c6 is going to fail. Obviously, the queen d7. They may go a bishop c6 first, but let's see what Arjun's cooking up. Knight h3, and we may need to try to attack the king now here. We are down a pawn, but I mean, hey, I think white has this good initiative here. Black has the pawn. It's quite level, as crazy as this game is. This pawn's actually weak too as well. And in one slip from white, this could immediately be great for black. But also the other way around, we don't really have the attack yet with these bishops. Like they are kind of passive. We do want to do something like this, but quite difficult to get that in right now.
I like that idea. Put that bishop on d4, bring that queen back to g3, start targeting the g7 pawn. The resource that black will have in that position will be a move like f6, trying to make sure that that bishop does stay blocked. Now, the problem with bishop d7 is that black doesn't have the ability to remove that knight from b8. As you were pointing out, the bishop on d7 hangs. So the development is still not over. And I'm just thinking, then what is black's next move? White's idea is clear. You want to bring that rook from h1 into the game. You want to put it on d1 or on b1. And then you want to start thinking about building an attack on the king side. Rook c8 played, so there's a direct threat of rook takes c3. The pawn could not have been picked up earlier because the knight on a4 is pinned. Now after the move rook c8, are we expecting a move like rook c1, just keeping things under control?
You know what? I was going to say rook d1.
Rook d1.
I don't know why. It just feels good. I mean, of course, you need to calculate, right? Calculation over everything, but you need to calculate and some intuition, obviously, too. But rook d1, now rook c3, I think it just fails to bishop d2. And then queen b6, we trade queens and take on c3. So this is the idea here with this little rook d1 move, I think.
Yeah, there are so many complications here. Rook c3, bishop d2, you're pointing at. It could lead to the move queen c5. And I want to show this idea. After
Ooh.
queen c5, maybe you just trade and you're up a pawn. And because that bishop is on d2, you don't have the tactic with rook a4. I know what you want. Let's show that to chat. Bishop e3. You're
There
trying to
you
trick
go.
me. If I get aggressive with the move rook c2, do
Yeah,
what you
you
were
know me.
meant to do here, James. And now rook a4 becomes
Yeah.
a reality. Yikes.
Yeah, you know me very well. Definitely love tactics. I always play for any type of tactic in the position, and that is definitely the one
Puzzle
that
Rush
we
for
want.
the win.
Puzzle Rush for the win, 50 a day, keeps the doctor away. That's in survival. Make sure you do them all correctly, all green, or it doesn't count, chat, every day. All right, back to tactics, back to work. We're H to D1 on the
Wow.
board. And yeah, Dennis Losvig in the think tank for a great reason. I mean, obviously, this is a very complicated position where we see a lot of that from Arjun lately is very complicated positions. I have seen some simple ones, but definitely more complicated than that. Love it. Love the style from him. But also, again, Dennis Lazovic winning a title Tuesday, something Arjun hasn't done yet. I don't think he plays many title Tuesdays either, but it is Dennis Lazovic has won title Tuesday before, and these time formats. The man is definitely very, 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 very good.
This is
Should be
undoubtedly going to be a crazy fight. Well, he makes the move bishop e8, and the idea is clear. He wants to develop that knight, which was tied down to defending that bishop on d7. He's trying to get it out to either a6, c6, d7. Hard to pick a square because if you put it on c6 or d7, you're blocking the defense of that a4 knight as well. It's such a double-edged position. How do you handle it? Well, this one's going to be a tough one for both of them. It's going to be a close fight. We'll keep our eyes open. We'll keep our eyes out on this one, but let's zoom out because I see some madness on the other boards and take a look at what has just happened on that top right board. David Paravian against Harika. David
Whoa.
just voluntarily made the move h4, giving up that h pawn. James, what's going on here?
And she takes it too. She like, are you gonna give it? I'll take it. Shoot, what is this? Right? She took it immediately after h4. Yeah, let me go back. Let's go back a move here and let me see what he was thinking. So knight d2 happened. Actually after knight b3, sorry, knight b3, queen e7. Let me move this around. Okay, queen e7, h4, and after h4, wow, he just played h4. Knight takes h4. Well, yeah, there's a few ideas here, but man, I mean, just doing it right now, which he's still in the think tank. Not sure how long he's been on this move, but that's that. Like the ideas that you usually have when you play a move like this, especially aggressive attacking 101 class, right? You do knight takes h4, you do g3, you go king g2, you go rook h1, right? So this is the usual stuff. But he takes on c5, so that was his idea. I guess I'm gonna get the pawn back this way, and now he actually does have at some point. Maybe I want to go rook e3 to rook e1, e3 to h3. I want to play d4 at some point, maybe even f4. I want to open up this diagonal because this bishop is absolutely garbage. This is like a Roy Lopez bishop in a way, but we need to get it active ASAP. Now we may be able to get g3 in, but then this queen h3. The idea here is really just get this rook to the h file, push this open, right? Put the bishop here, bring the pieces to this side of the board. Is the whole idea. This is what h4 was about, but he also was able to win this pawn tactically. So in fact, I really like the h4 move from Paravia.
Yeah, can we just pull up the analysis board? Because you make a great point there that h4 really does create a mess here. White did give up a kingside pawn to pick up that queenside pawn. And here the move bishop g5. Let's just point out that would be a big blunder. It looks like you're winning a piece. The queen is attacked, the knight is attacked. You're super happy. But the intermediate knight f3 is a big party pooper for white. You pick up that knight, you lose the bishop, and black actually ends up being the one who wins the piece in this position. So bishop g5 was a tactic that did not work, but the other one that you were pointing out after knight h4, white simply trades and then goes on to pick up a queenside pawn. And after bishop c5, the trades on c5, the knight jumps over. Now bishop c8, black's idea is clear. You want to go d6, you want to kick that knight out of c5 and start activating that bishop from c8 on the king side. Moves like f5 somewhere in the future to try to create an attack. And maybe that's why David decided to not rush with the move g3, simply keeping the light squares under control. He starts with the more safe option, queen d2. We saw d6, kicking that knight out. Knight falls back to b3. And now the decision is with Harika. Does she develop the bishop to e6? Makes a lot of sense. Or will she go for something more direct with f5?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm a big fan of the F5 myself. Anything aggressive, like, oh, would you rather go aggressive or no? There is no other option. F5 is the option. So F5 is the move. Bishop E6 definitely is a nice, solid move. Okay, right? Eat your vegetables, they tell you. But F5 is actually the aggressive move. We definitely like got to get this in. So if the pawn takes, maybe we'll take with the bishop. I activate the bishop immediately. If you don't, then I can play F4, King's Indian style here, where we don't even have the dark square bishop that we have to worry about. That's usually bad with the pawn on e5. So we have f5, f4, King's Indian type style, rook lifting, right? And then we were asking who's attacking who. This
Oh
knight
my
is actually
gosh.
off sides. In fact, Engine prefers black by a little bit. I totally understand. We do want to attack over here, but we don't have the right criteria. Bishop's terrible here. D4 does not mean that we're going to open the bishop up because they're never going to take. They say keep the tension. So there'll be no capture from Harika here. She's too strong to fall for something as simple as opening up this bishop line. So D4, I mean, you're going to have to get the knight in the game. I think white definitely has some problems, but I can't even rook lift. Like, I wanted to get this rook lift in, but that doesn't work either. She goes rook E8. That's surprising.
Yeah, and I think it's a stylistic thing. Like you mentioned, bishop e6, a move, and similar to rook e8, you're eating your vegetables, you know, you're saying, and it does have a threat of the rook lift, as you're pointing out, getting that rook to the h file. So it's not without idea, but it's slightly slower than f5, which was basically the stake in the position. You want to play f5, you want to get the meat in, and you want to start attacking already. Rook e8, rook e6, rook h6 feels like it's a lot of moves, but wow. And
Ha
David,
ha! That's funny, Diane, right? He didn't play
I
F5
love
like
it.
he played F4, you know. You
I
won't play
feel
F5,
like
won't play F4.
we've just had a color reversal here because we were talking about white with rook e1, rook e3, the rook lifts ideas, black going f5, but instead there was f4 and a queen trade. Wow, this was not a future that we would have predicted.
Yeah, we can go to another game. Oh, we can definitely go. Yeah, after that one, I was like, oh, it's getting spicy. Oh man, guys, watch this one. Then they trade queens, and you're like, nah, bro, we about to go to another game. Like, yeah, we just gonna go somewhere else. This one's gonna be a long one.
This is going to be a grind, but white does have the better hand here. More space, more mobility of the pawns, and we can imagine that d6 being a weakness on that top right board. Harika's got a tough defensive task ahead of her, but look at that bottom right board. James, Adiban with Alexandra. It doesn't even surprise us anymore that every game Adiban plays is just complete madness. Look at that rook on e4, trapped by white's own pieces and pawns. Can we just deep dive into this one? And bishop c4
Oh my
hitting that
goodness.
queen. This is crazy stuff going on. James, can white just pick up that bishop with the rook?
Woo-wee. Well, in fact, I mean, first off, that is a sick move from Kosniak. Her tactics are like wizard we. I was happy to get a few draws with her. Like, we played like 4 games. I lost one, drew 3, like on online. So every time we play, she's so aggressive. And this is just, aggressive meets aggressive because the beast, right? Adiban, we know him from being B3 cowboy, but also extremely hyper aggressive. And this was, getting a taste of his own medicine here in a way. It's just bishop c4 is really strong. After rook takes c4, right? The idea here is obviously we can just take on a c4 first with the queen. And then if you
Oh
take
my
back with your queen, we have the in-between move, right? Bishop takes e3 check. Boom. Right? That was the whole idea. After the king moves somewhere, wherever you move the king doesn't really matter. Then we take back, right? We take on c4. After bishop takes c4, we take on f4. And we're just up in exchange, right? This is beautiful. Beautiful. I mean, what a tactic from her. Like, oh my goodness. I can actually see looking at Adiban's face here, kind of a smirk or like a I allowed that to happen. I kind of missed that. And in fact, is what he was looking like. That's a very strong move from Kosniak.
Yeah. And James, you got to do an action replay of what just happened. The fact that Adiban allowed bishop c4, a huge miss by him. Let's just back up a few moves. And I think it was this point exactly. This last move by him, we see in fact the eval bar giving white a big advantage. He's got all the space in the center, black's king queen side looking very shaky, everything under control. But Adiban's next move, bishop to e3, a really nice strategic idea. You want to get rid of that active bishop on c5, but a nice strategic idea, super badly timed. And Alexander Kostanek, the chess queen, immediately took this opportunity. The lines that you were pointed at, tactically super sharp, picks up that pawn on c4, and it all works out because that bishop on e3 is hanging. You can't take on c4. We saw those lines with bishop e3 check coming in would end up with extra material for black. Instead, now Adiban is playing for the initiative. It's not going to be easy to find it, but there's work to be done by Alexandra to consolidate, because that queenside weakness is a long-term one. Imagine the white queen landing on c5.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be quite annoying. You actually get this a lot. You actually get this a whole lot in the Scotch game. This is what this is. This is a Scotch game, guys. If you're wondering how this even happened, this came from a Scotch and a Scotch game with obviously d4. Knight takes d4, not a Scotch gambit. So of course the queen side is damaged. Now of course we can play stuff like c5, d6 at some point. It's very level, but I think didn't we grab a pawn there too? 3, 6, 7,
Wait,
3, 6.
what
Yeah, so
happens
black grabbed the
after
pawn.
James, what happens at I thought f5 was
Mhm.
trapping the queen.
Oh, okay.
And then it took me a moment to see that actually there's one square for the queen, and you end up becoming super greedy, picking up that pawn on g2, and that's the
Thanks for
whole
the
point.
thanks for the gumdrop here. Rook g1, and I just get out of here, and I'm gone. Luckily, I'm not trapped, but I can stick and move there, pick and roll, and be gone. Pick up the little pawn and keep it moving.
I'll tell you one thing, James. Adivan is looking at f5. He can smell the blood there because, as you pointed out, that queen g2, you pick up a pawn, but that queen, it's not very easy to find a way home after you sort of semi-trap yourself on h2. I don't know if he'll play it or not, but it's definitely on his radar. He decides to first keep it solid, plays the move g3, and now f5 is a threat on the board.
Absolutely. F5 is a threat, so she brings the queen back. There might be a b4 in here eventually. I mean, just knowing how he likes to play b4, knight a4. He wants to deal with this queen side. He's attacking b6. If takes, then rook takes. We're hating a5, and your king is extremely weak here. Very nice.
Just amazing stuff here. And while for Adiban, he did blunder that pawn, Arjun Argasi sacrificed the pawn, and we're going to go into a bird's eye view. I've got my eye out on that one, and I see the eval bar, which says that, in fact, Arjun, after those big decisions of giving up that a4 pawn, is in full control. In fact, according to the eval bar, it is completely winning for white. Is black just losing a piece? We've got to do a deep dive into this one. What happened here, James?
It was zeros right here. Zeros right here. Now, if we look at this, I mean, I think, yeah, definitely level. I mean, we have the open file. The bishop is nice. Our worst piece is this knight, but there is some uncomfortable pressure, and it does take, wow. I just wanted to see, I'm like, what does the engine play? The engine says, well, moves here are a6 and knight e8. You have to be kidding me if you think I'm about to put this knight on the e8 square. So we do understand a b6 move. That's more human-like. Knight to d6, everything's still equal. Rook a8, okay, defends the pawn. f4 was played, knight a6. Wow, and that's just an absolute blunder after bishop f3. Wow, because you hit two pieces. Unbelievable. That's
my gosh,
sick.
the point is that if you take bishop f3, there is an intermezzo rook a4. Rook a4 hits that knight on a6. You don't have the b7 square, James, because there's a knight on d6. You can go knight c5. You can hit my rook, but that only delays the inevitable because white now trades on c5, picks up the bishop on f3, and ends up with an extra piece. So bishop f3, what he thought was that he could trade on f3 and put that knight on c5. Everything under control.
Right, and you know what's funny here? And look how the geometry, everything on light squares here. If this rook wasn't on a8, he might be able to do something like maybe you could play knight b8, knight b4, something. It feels like he would have something if the rook was on a different square, but it's just
you can move your bishop.
Like, yeah, you can
the
move the
point
bishop.
you're making, just go bishop d7 in that
You're
case,
right.
and keep
Bishop
everything
D7.
defended. But now the bishop on c6 was hanging, and we're seeing this being played out. This is completely busted. And look at Denis Lazovic. He knows it's over. With head on his hands, he knows he's made a big blunder. There's no coming back from this.
Especially against Arjun, up time, up a piece, up everything, feeling good, right? I mean, you can see that he's a little distraught there. It's Denis Lazovic. I mean, you lose a piece, like it happens. This is for your team, a lot of emotion there, and it's tough. He might, definitely is looking. He's like he's going to lose this game. We have to bounce back and get over that fact that this is an L here. We still have a match to do. If you're Arjun, though, hey, just keep doing well, keep swinging for my team. That's just a great play from Arjun. Nice find with bishop f3.
So Lazovic picks up a pawn for a piece, but this is a hopeless position. And this one is going to mean that Arjun will take this win. I know we don't want to predict a score or call out a score before it's over, but this is an entire extra piece. I don't see Denis Lazovic surviving this one. So let's pull out because we've also got another result on the Adiban. Alexandra board. That
What happened?
ended in a draw.
Wow. Wow. Oh, I see a perpetual there. Okay, so something happened. Perpetual white. Like, that's cool. Shoot. Hey, nice little draw there. Got out of there. Adiban definitely messed up. Dropped a pawn there. Because, with the black pieces, take a draw against the beast, who's Adiban. Pretty good. Pretty good there. Anything else? What else is going on, Ty? Anywhere you want to go?
Yeah, look at that top left board. And just to finish off that thought on Adiban, as you mentioned, it was a pawn down for him, but there were so many complications. And I think for Alexandra, after what happened in the first round, it's a great result. But the great position that we have in front of us is on that top right board. Top left, by the way, David Paravian is crushing Harika.
Wow. Yeah, I actually just saw that too. I saw the eval bar here. Well, this is whoa, crazy position. Serrano, okay, seconds. They're both on under a minute, basically 30-second chess. They do get the 2-second increment, but this is a very spicy position. The knight on e8, and sometimes they say on knight on e8 or f8 will stop the mate. So in fact, that's exactly what's going on right now. But g7 is attacked. You might have to push that boy. Whoa. Yeah, you had to push it.
That's a great call there, and it was the only way to keep that pawn defended. This position is getting crazier. The clock is getting on seconds. 13 seconds for Serrana, 20 seconds for Diptyan. And James, David Paravian will win against Harika. We see the eval bar. This will be the deciding match. This will be the deciding game for the Levitov Wizards. Currently, Arjun Argasi leading with a big eval bar on his board, Paravian on his board. It all comes down to this game.
Yeah, all comes down to this one right here, guys. I mean, really, it's game by game. You can't call anything. You never know what's going to happen. I feel like white has a huge initiative here, though. So many ways you can go wrong with black. It just feels like something is about to collapse.
Just don't move that knight from e8 ever. The mate on h8, as you're pointing out, the dark squared weaknesses. The knight on e8 is a great defender, but you need to make sure it stays there. Bishop c6 protecting. Black gives a check, but it's only a check. The knight on f4 defends that h5 square. There's a perpetual that was threatened. Potentially, he keeps everything under control. Falls back. Queen goes back to e7, defending that knight on e8.
How is it? Oh, he traded queens. He might
Rook
be.
h8! Rook h8! Checkmate! That's a mate!
Oh, it hurts. Oh man. Don't block with your face on national television, chat. Wow. That is mate. Get him off the board. He hung mate.
Oh my gosh. What a finish by Alexi Serrana there. He mates Diptyan Ghosh on that h8 square, and with that win, we still have 2 games going on, but it is currently Levitov Wizards taking the lead in round 2. It comes down to Arjun Argasi and David Paravian. Will they be able to convert this winning advantage? And James, I have to say both endings look easy to convert for these players.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially this one with David Paravian. I mean, I know Arjun's up a piece, so that one's usually easier to convert. This one, I'm going to push this pawn here. I mean, it's quite simple. Plan simple. Walk the king up. I have many different plans of here, but this one's just a quite easy one. Just walk the king up, check, and push. And even push, and then walk the king. However you want to do it. King can't even play e7 because of the check here. May go king e8, but then, yeah, check there too as well. So she brings the king over to e8. Yeah, this is just it's nothing. You can't even stop the check on the back rank. And queen next move. So resignation.
Yeah, that was a clinical conversion by David Paravian in a rook pawn ending. He shows how it's done, just completely assisting that pawn with the rook and the king. And Harika knows that this is all over. She continues to play for the team, but it's not going to help. This one will be over soon, which actually means that, wow, James, if David wins this, we have a level match. Levitov Wizards bounces straight back.
They bounce right back. Every round you have to take as a restart in a way. No matter where you are, you can be down 4 games, but then 4-0 the next match or the next round, and you actually are back in the game. This is never over until it's over. A lot of stuff here. Pretty strong chess. Obviously, a great level match so far. It's nice. We got ourselves, as I see in the chat here, it says, we got a match. We got a match now, Tanya.
We got a match on our hands. That was always going to be the case with Levitov taking on MGD1. We see in round 2, they've leveled the score with a 1-point victory. 2.5 to 1.5 big points scored by Alexi Serrana in a stunning, crushing, attacking style. David Paravian wins his game, and Arjun Argasi was the shining beacon for Team MGD1, taking his 2nd win in a row against Denis Lazovic. Wow, this is going to be a super close fight. The match is level. Chat, we want to hear it from you. Who do you guys think will actually go on to the semifinals and which team will be knocked out? James, what do you say we make our predictions as well at this point? But you know what? I've got an idea. James, if you're up for it.
Oh, I heard Tanya just cut
We.
out there. There we go. Perfect. I heard Tanya cut out. You cut out for a little bit there, Tanya. Perfect. You're back. All right. We
I'm
are
back.
back. We are back. Yes. And didn't hear your last question there. What'd you say?
I'm back. We're back. I was saying that chat needs to tell us who they think will win, will
Okay.
move on to the semifinals. And
Yeah.
James, we've got to make our predictions, you and I. But
Yeah.
let's do it this way. We will only reveal our predictions at the end of the match. So we just write it
Ooh.
down right now. I'm going to write mine,
All right.
okay?
Let me write mine down right now. Okay. I'm gonna write it
So-
down.
And
All
and you
right.
can only write one. You can't just write both teams and then pick which one wins just based on what happens.
Okay.
And
I'll
I've
write
done
down.
it. Chat, tell us who you think we will win, and we will reveal our predictions at the end of the day. And right now, we see it's been 2 fighting rounds, which have ended with 4 each for Levitov Wizards and Team MGD1. Alexander Kostanek does make a draw against Adiban Bhaskaran, and that was a big fight, a really nice game there. Alexei Serrano winning his game, as well as David Paravian. And with that, we have a level match on our hands. James, what do you think? Is it going to be more fireworks or a more solid approach in round 3?
Oh, it's definitely going to be more fireworks here. It's 4-4. It's reset. They're like, it's tied match. All right, cool. Let me bring my best game now, which I think we're going to see some more aggressive, more stronger chess than we've seen in the first 2 rounds here, because they know, hey, this if we win 4-0, I mean, hey, going into the last round, something like that, I mean, this is going to get very wild, guys. So I think this next round is definitely something to pay attention to for sure.
It's super close stuff as we've seen in round 1. MGD1 took the 2.5, 1.5 Levitov Wizards, winning in round 2, and it gets super exciting going into these final 2 rounds, and so much at stake. One team goes through, the other is knocked out. On paper, Levitov Wizards is the strongest seed, and if you've been inspired by all the chess that you've been seeing and you are a title player, then you are eligible to compete in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. So don't miss your chance to qualify for the tour's 4th event. We host qualifiers every Monday, excluding days when other CCT events are underway. Your next chance to join the action is next Monday, that is May 15th. For all the details, use the command qualifiers in chat. Wow. And James, we've got the Champions Chess Tour that's coming up next week as well. The chess never stops.
That's right. Yeah, we'll be there. Yeah, me and Tanya will be there next week, guys. You're gonna see us at the Champions Chess Tour again. That's gonna be a fun time. I'm excited for it.
Absolutely, I am looking forward to it as well. And we've of course got round 3 that is about to start soon. Chat, we will go into a short break and be right back with all the actions of these 2 fantastic teams that are facing and fighting it out. Welcome back, everyone. This has been a super close fight so far between the Levitov Chess Wizards and the team MGD1, trying to punch their ticket into the semi-final. One of these two teams will be knocked out today. Only 2 more rounds remain. The score is level. Team MGD1 took the first round. Levitov Wizards striking immediately back in the second round. And James, what are we expecting from round 3 here?
More of the same, in fact, though. It's 4-4 right now. Everything looks good. It's all even. It's a start over of the match, in fact. So you have a fresh start here. So no matter who you get paired with or who you play this round, just play the board, right? You want to play for your team as much as you can, but also give it your all. So we'll see what happens, especially if you got both teams doing that. It's going to be some very exciting, electrifying chess in this next round for sure.
Love it. And as we advance through the rounds, we know that the pairings and the matchups, they get more and more even. So the fights are going to be incredible. And this is what is coming up next. We've got Alexei Sarana taking on Adhiban Bhaskaran. Now, one thing's for sure. We saw with Adhiban the amount of decisive games that we have. He did draw the last round against Kostynuik, and it was Alexandra Kostynuik from a position of strength that she was able to force Adhiban into giving a perpetual. But this one is going to be a firecracker of a match, and Arjun Argasi takes on David Paravian. Wow, everywhere I see exciting matches, especially the top 2 boards there. And look at that, bottom 2 as well. I mean, what do we pick here, James? It's hard to pick one game that stands out.
Yeah, every game is going to be some fireworks for sure. I think Arjun Ergaisi is the one to pay attention to. Is he just swinging two dubs, like 2 games up, 2 games down, right? So he is definitely performing for his team here. So you got to keep an eye on him. Alexei Sarana, board 1 over there. We got to see what he's able to do, if he's able to strike. What if the beast gets hot? What if, we see the man on the screen? What if he gets hot in these next 2 rounds? What's going to happen? There's so many ways this can play out.
He's stretching around. He's getting ready. He knows he's got to get his beast mode on. He's facing board number 1 of the Levitov Wizards. He's got a tough task ahead of him. Adhiban for MGD1 will be taking on Alexei Sarana. Adhiban starts with the white pieces. I'll tell you one thing about Adhiban. He is super hungry for the wins. It doesn't matter who he's playing against. He's got the white pieces. I was going to say he's going to try to create a mess, and then we've got a closed Sicilian. He doesn't play the open, but he does go for the third move, F4. So even though, wow, D4? Wasn't there supposed to be a knight on F3 before you make the move D4?
In fact, there is some strange theory here. After knight f6, you go bishop g7 anyway. You allow e5, right? And you actually end up playing knight c6 and knight h5 in many cases, which Sarana looks like he's doing. This is just a weird way to play it. You put the queen back on f2, and you actually can go h3, g4, bishop d2, and castle queenside. This is always Adhiban knows all the aggressive ways to do things. Now, he is casting kingside here, but definitely there are some lines where you play h3 to stop knight g4, put the bishop on d2 or sometimes e3 to stop a queen b6. You castle queenside, and you just literally launch everything at him. But he went castle kingside here. He's going to probably play king h1, queen h4, f5, bishop h6, knight g5, take on g6, rook f6, take g7, queen h7 mate. That's usually how it works. I can draw more arrows. I did graduate from Hikaru school. Yeah. So, okay. That's usually how this goes here.
I love it. We'd love to see that being played out. And because of this attacking line that you mentioned, I'm just wondering if it's already... I'm scared. I'm terrified. I know chat is terrified with all these ideas. What happens if black actually just goes like, you know what? Get the queens off the board. Queen b6. If you go bishop e3, black can start perhaps getting greedy with the pawn on b2.
Ooh, that is spicy. Can you actually do that? You can. Wow. Greedy Tanya. You can do that. And I think that's what he's thinking about too. Sarana's like, can I play queen b6? Yeah.
I know what's on your mind. And the reason you say is, can you actually do that? Because just imagine, just for a moment, visualize if you get queen b6, bishop b3, queen b2. If white's pawn, instead of being on a2, was on a3, it would be a completely different tune that we would be singing, because then this is a poison pawn and you go knight a4 and you actually end up winning that queen. So right now, this was a possibility, but instead, Sarana, avoiding all these complications, he does make the move bishop d7. And now, James, I would love to see the ideas that you're talking about. Go for that kingside attack.
Absolutely. King h1 can start, or queen h4. We obviously go for f5 and bishop h6. I mean, the Grand Prix is a very aggressive opening. It's very fun. I've had great success with the Grand Prix. Even Hikaru actually has used it as well. Very aggressive players play aggressive openings, and this is a very nice way to attack the Sicilian. It's very annoying to face the Grand Prix Sicilian. Also, the closed Sicilians for Sicilian players, it's very, very annoying to face. So pretty good stuff here. Bishop d7. I mean, he can still go for the usual plan: King h1, Queen h4. This is what you set up for. If you do this right, you just have to follow the plan. That's what everything is going for. He goes h3 though. H3 conservative, stopping anything swinging into g4.
Hmm. Very interesting approach there. H3. So as you mentioned, we could see a potential pawn storm on the king side. We'll see what happens on this board and how Adiban brings his style into play. Creating a chaos is what he's known for. But there is a little bit of chaos on the other boards as well, as action has started. And speaking of chaos, take a look at the top right board. Arjun brings on the fire with the last move, e4, striking in the center. It's clear that he wants black to take a decision of what you want to do with that solid structure. It's not going to be solid anymore. And then on the bottom right board, we see an advance. Was this Caro? Is this how it started?
Let's actually see what this was. This was d4 knight. Okay, cool. Whoa, just some type of King's Indian by transposition.
Wow.
But then like a Grunfeld-ish thing, and that's what Paravian is a Grunfeld expert. In fact, bishop f4, rook c1. Yeah, just stable, even. Everything even. And black actually has, I think, a slight initiative. Maybe slight, not initiative, but a target, to say the least. It's equal, yes. But you have a weak pawn on d4. I don't have any weaknesses. So black is slightly for choice here. Very slight, though. But that's a good thing for Paravian here, trying to stop, a very aggressive, a very strong Arjun right now, who's just going crazy. He's won both games, right? And he's trying to do more of that as well. Bishop takes b7 is definitely quite annoying. Like, how do you even defend this right now? What do I do? Bishop something. Take. Maybe just take first.
It just feels as if black is able to fight against this threat, you should be fine. There aren't too many pieces on the board, and white also has this d4 weakness. As you're pointing out, bishop b7 is a threat. I'm just wondering if black can actually completely ignore that, make a move like rook to c8. And the idea is that if you pick up the pawn on b7, I'm hoping to take on c. Wow, you can't pick up the pawn on b7 for some reason. Rook c1.
Yeah, it's probably here. Probably bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
Yeah,
wow.
Probably it is. Yeah, that's crazy.
That is quite a nice tactic. Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
But he goes for it directly. He does trade on e5 first and puts that bishop on b5. So he is defending the b7 pawn with the queen. Rook e1, the only square. And now you can start bringing your own rooks on the open file. Rook d8, rook c8. I think this is a pretty even position, and most likely result here is a draw.
100%. Most likely result is a draw, especially with the best play here. But these players have a lot of time. Maybe they will, make a few moves off when offers a draw might be accepted, or they just play this boy out 100% completely. And we'll see what happens. It can be chances still for both sides, but you're gonna have to maybe take some risk because there's really like no real good plans besides improving your position. You move the queen off the back rank, right? Improve, hit b7, and Arjun definitely likes to play on. So I don't think this is going to be a draw anytime soon, but Arjun definitely likes to play on. Like, he's actually making a threat right now. A4 is going to be a threat if you don't move the bishop to the right place. If you play like an A6, A4, right? So definitely something can happen. All right, Where do you want to go?
So much action, and as we speak of action, the one game that's super far away from any kind of a draw is that bottom right board with Diptyan Ghosh taking on Alexandra Kosteniuk, and this is the one that I think it started as a Caro-Kann. I see the position. White has taken a pawn on c5, breaking the pawn structure in the center. It's not a fixed position anymore. Now, Kosteniuk had a tough start, but second game was a great one for her. She with the black pieces was in driver's seat, drew with Adiban. And this decision of trading on c5, what do you make of that? Because it does create a weakness on the e5 for the e5 pawn.
Yeah, and here this side it kind of looked like a French actually, but then I see the bishop on f5. Bishop here would be more French-like. This is Caro-Kann-esque. So here a lot of time, I was about to say knight d4 is a move, actually sacrificing this pawn, but it's sacrificing it for a good play because you can take on f5. There's lots of tactics involved as well. I am always a fan of white in these positions. You can actually even launch your pawns f4, g4, stuff like this at some point. I think there is, especially as aggressive as Alexandra is, There's definitely some potential to attack with g4 and f4 at some point, but you do need to be careful to not allow, maybe a bishop to e4 if you play f4 a little bit too early. So looking like something maybe to knight d2, but you have to play it correctly. Maybe a bishop b5 here right now. Precision is very, very, it's required at this point here. She plays b4, hits the knight. Knight could go to e4. Maybe we kick it again. No tactics. Knight d7. That's a great move. I actually like this. I think you have to go back.
Oh, that's a very direct approach by white. You go b4, and now, as you're pointing out, knight e4, it could be a little bit of a trouble there. It could actually end up getting trapped, James. Let's just point that out. After knight e4, you hit the knight again with the move f3. And if the knight falls back to g5, the only square on the board, you hit it again with h4. You just don't stop till you win it all. And after h4, the knight has run out of squares. So knight e4, in fact, would not have been possible. There's nowhere that you can run with this knight. Instead, Diptyan did fall back with the knight to d7. Now there are two pieces that are attacking the e5 pawn, which had to be defended with the move f4. We saw knight d7. We've seen f4 on the board. And finally, Alexandra Kostyuk did go shot castle, bringing her king to safety.
Okay, perfect. Or b4, and actually let's move the knight d7 here. F4, knight d2, perfect. Rook e8, or rook c8, and we're good to go.
Yeah. And this is the live position. And just visually, James, it looks like white's the one with all the space on the board. I see the eval bar. It doesn't give a big edge, but it looks so much more pleasant to play with white. You've got play on the queen side. And as I was saying about the queen side, Alexandra Kostyuk, the chess queen, goes for the black king right now. G4 on the board. She's going for blood here. But you've got to be careful because this kind of an attack can backfire. It has a direct threat. F5 would trap that bishop on G6.
Yeah, this G4 is crazy. Engine likes white. Black. Like, yo, black's fine, bro. That's crazy to even say that. That's crazy. Like, you see F5 is definitely coming here. It says H6 or F6, and then you're just fine. It's so crazy. But I guess I don't have my development the way that it should be for how aggressive I'm being. That makes sense, I guess. If I'm more developed, if my pieces look a little better, then this would hit a little harder. Practical sense, a human, absolutely. This is hitting very hard. F5 we do have to deal with, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to find F6 or H6 here.
You've got to find it through the process of elimination, right? It's clear that white has got this idea to go f5. You have to create a square for your bishop. You decide whether you want it on the h7 diagonal or you want it on the f7 square so that you can defend that e6 pawn. The third way to do it, and he goes for that, to move f5. Super direct, but a bad one apparently. It's not a great move. And I'm just wondering, what is the drawback of f5? Is it because white does have the option to just go g5 and keep everything blocked, and then you start pushing the h pawn down the board now?
That actually is a very nice plan. H4, H5. I guess you could move the bishop back to E8 at that point and play G6. But then where does the king go after we run the pawn? H5, we take, maybe you put the rook on H8. Yeah, it's not as clear. I don't have a super attack yet. Black has a very nice resource to defend everything. The bishop is actually blocked. So I'll end up putting my king on G7 after playing G6, removing the bishop, playing rook H8 and allowing an H file to open. And black may be able to use the H file at some point. It's going to be a long maneuver here for both sides. I think it's quite level. White has the space, but you have to prove the space you have, which is not that easy to do with white.
Yeah, and one small bad step in this position and all these pawn advances in the king side could backfire. I think the move f5 just comes from the place where you don't want your opponent to start pushing that pawn to f5. You want to block that. It looks super dangerous. You've got to make a quick decision. So a very understandable one with Diptyan, but this does give the free hand to Alexandra on the king side to start pushing the h pawn. And we can see with the moves that she's making that she's playing on both sides of the board. So she is in driver's seat in this one. Let's zoom out for a moment and take a look on the other boards as well. Action is on. Now, if we do a quick little tour, top right looks very level to me. Simply equal material, same colored bishops. It's hard to imagine white's queen has one open file, black's queen has one open file. James, I think this one is most likely, we've said it before, is heading for a draw. But I think it's the only one that's going to head for a draw. Because take a look at what is going on the bottom left. Denis Lazovic controlling with the white pieces. Is it those central pawns that are doing the trick?
Wow, that actually is a very strong center. With those pawns, you got to pass D pawn. Like, this does not feel that good at all for black. You don't have any central control. Where are your pawns in the center? Are they down? Is she down anything? 3, 4, 5. She's down 1 pawn, but you can it's clear where that pawn is. It's definitely in the center right now. I'm going to take white in all areas here. I have the bishops. You have bishops too, but I mean, hey, I got the pawn here. An engine is definitely creeping up there. I mean, it's just a pass pawn. Quite annoying here.
It's like white has the extra pawn and all the compensation for it.
Right, pawn and the compensation. Exactly. I can even play c5 in some cases. c5, d6, like queen b7 is almost there. Obviously, rook b8 in many cases here, so you have to watch out. But white is the one for choice. He plays c5. Engine hated this. Takes, or it just drops the pawn. But I guess you take back on b7, and you do still have the pawn. You play d6 too. Both of these are playable.
Yeah, and we see the engine then it does a little dance, but it does realize that there's still a lot to play for white here. As you mentioned, great call that by you, James. The move d6 is on the board. b7 is loose. The bishop can jump to d4. The a7 pawn is loose. This one definitely looks like Dennis is in full control despite the material balance now, and Harika with a big task to defend this position. We'll zoom out from here and take a look on the other boards, because let's say that it is Levitov Wizards with the advantage on this board. Where do you see MGD1 having their chances? Take a look at top left. James, what's going on
Yeah, I was
there?
just looking at that one. Yeah, that top left one. Let's take a look over there. The last few moves were pretty sick over there. That is this one game here. Okay. So if he played like knight e4 over to g5, like Adiban is definitely trying to make it happen for the team. C3 is now hitting the queen. There's some dynamicism, but okay, after I move my queen away, what do you play next? Says white, or black says to white. What do you do next? I can't take on f7. F5 is not a real move at all after bishop takes e5. Like, it feels like it's something here, but if you don't have a move now, you're going to get kicked away by h6, maybe even f6 at some point and fork both of these. So you have to be very, very careful. He plays queen a4.
He takes queen a4. And now, where is your
Bishop
rook going?
b6.
Your rook is trapped. You go rook d6. There's bishop c5 that's falling back. d6 is the only square for the rook, James. And after rook d6,
Wow.
bishop c5, you're highlighting that knight. That knight will not be on the board for too long. So Alexei Sarana did not have a good square for the rook. He sacrifices an exchange. But with those two knights on e5, g5, controlling, dominating the two bishops, I don't see enough play. And look at Adiban. He's unstoppable. He goes g4.
These knights, as he has these knights here, as Hikaru calls it, is very strong. The idea here, I think, is going to be queen h4 if you're not careful, hitting
Oof.
h7 and d8 at the same time.
I love it.
Wow, that's going to be nasty.
James, you got to show that idea. That is such a nice trick that you're saying. After knight d6, you can go queen h4. And I think after a move like h6, trying to defend that mate, there are all these tactical tricks with knight f7 that are possible. And this would be game over, because suddenly after knight f7, you trade and the d8 rook is hanging. Great call, James. Queen h4 on the board. Sarana chose the move knight e7, but the nightmares still continue, because now it will be the knight on e7 that will be hanging after h6.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't think, did he have a move? I thought he had to go knight h6. It's a gross move, but like, I thought this was the only move. Knight h6. Maybe, I mean, it's just terrible. Like, your knight's on h6. It's so bad. I guess I understand, but knight e7, I mean, you're going to get hit any way you move, so it doesn't matter. So he went with a knight e7, and then queen h4 is now on the board. It's not looking good for Sarana at all. And of course, like we said, if we get the beast, right, Adiban gets hot, it's going to be a problem, because you have Sarana, I mean, you have Arjun, who just always stays on form, and you have Adiban really going crazy here. It's always a problem. They're going to score some points. So Levitov Wizards are going to have to strike, or at least try to hold and do some damage in the last round.
Yeah,
Rook
this is getting
d6.
completely out of hand for the Levitov Wizards on this board. Rook d6 played. He couldn't have allowed the sacrifice on f7. The idea is queen h7, you run with the king to f8, and Adiban slows down to take his call whether he wants to pick up that pawn with the knight or the queen, or maybe a different move. And we're seeing a repetition on the top right board. Meanwhile, with queen f2, that one is going to end in a draw any moment, James.
That is Origin, Eric Geisy, and David Paravian. That's the game. Yeah, it was like, yeah, it was going to be a draw, but definitely one thing about Origin is he just likes to play out every draw. So he plays it out all the way. We're going to try to figure this out, and Paravian knows that too. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to offer. Maybe there was an offer, but He's playing this one out, and that's what makes him so strong, even being 2,700. Still just pushing for the, milking everything that he can.
Oof. He finds it. Queen f3 had a sneaky
What
threat.
happened?
He wanted to go to h1. We're not going to jump to
Oh,
that
he
one
did.
because I think, James, this will end in a draw, even though it is not happening immediately. But there's so much action on the other boards. Where do you want to go to?
Let's actually take a look at the Denis Lazovic game with Harika. We'll go over there. That one was heating up, definitely heating up. And wow, she has been able to stabilize here. The pawn on d6 after rook d8 is attacked. Pieces are active, very active, not down anything anymore. Yeah, this is level. And this pawn, if you take this pawn, then we maybe be, now I'm up a pawn at this point. But there's tactics on f7 currently. Bishop pair. I think white is definitely for choice slightly. I think because of the tactics that are available in the position, it can happen. So other than that, though, I mean, I think if Harika is able to stabilize a little bit more, take this pawn, she'll be doing great.
And it is all around this d-file tactic. And I'm just wondering, how does it work, James? If you do take that pawn on d6 right now, bishop f7, there's queen f7,
f7, f7.
and we see black is doing absolutely fine. So bishop
Wow,
f7 might not
crazy.
be the repetition. And let's just show this. And
Look at
now
this.
after the trade on the
Look at
d-file,
this
you have
line.
to first trade on g7. Otherwise, you end up down a piece, as you're pointing out. This would be a disaster. But even this is a happy result for black.
Yeah, this is a happy result. Definitely happy. Let's see any moves. Anything happen? I think, is that an h5?
He played h5.
Wow, h5 and bishop back to g2. Okay, defending d6. Pass pawn. I mean, for choice, I'm going to take white. I do have the pass pawn. I want to create some chances. That's a nice move. Hold on, we got to calculate. Whoa, like c4. Whoa. That's a great move. You have to go like here or something. That's a great move. Bishop takes. Yeah, rook d5.
Oof. That's amazing. With that bishop on
Harika is
g2
swinging.
defending the rook, it's getting super tricky. And now black can actually trade on d5, but I think white intends to pick it up with the bishop.
Oh,
No, you've got to go rook d5.
Queen b1? Wait a
Yeah,
second.
what is
How am
going
I
on
okay here? Oh, what is this? The queen's hanging. The knight is hanging. What? Oh my goodness. Okay, I have to bail out.
Queen b2, queen c4. Everything's still under control.
Right. Somehow. And I still have the pass d pawn, which again, I'll take white there because I have the passer. And I have queen c7 on top.
Would that be
Yeah,
the
queen b2 has
golden
to be
passer?
Man, the tactics here got tricky and very strong. But Harika is holding. She is definitely holding this thing and trying to hold for the team, as we see. I think Adiban is picking up a win, and Arjun should be picking up a win there. So we'll see. Takes. We have the line.
We do have it, but this position is so much more pleasant to play with white because white can also get to that f7 pawn. You mentioned the d6 pawn, but again, notice how the bishop comes to d5, hitting that f7 pawn, which is why Harika really wants to get into an endgame because it can start getting super tricky with that battery on the diagonal. Queen c3. I'm expecting Denis to refuse the queen trade. I don't think we'll see a queen trade here.
And we did not. Queen e2. I was trying to figure out where he was going to put the queen, but he put it on e2. So pretty nice. Queen e2, maybe queen e7 is going to be bishop f8. Yeah, she's definitely holding. She's definitely holding.
Wow.
For sure.
And one player who's not holding is Alexei Sarana. The top left board, Adiban did take that pawn on h7, has a retreating square to h4. He's playing on seconds. That's what Sarana's counting on. Let's quickly head over to Adiban, dominating his position, but really down on the clock. Can he bring in this big point for MGD1? He's currently with 11 seconds.
The beast is setting up some beastly tactics here with rook takes e8 coming in some cases. Of course, the queen can take now, but you have to watch out for that. If the queen gets off of this diagonal, there will be rook takes e8 chances. Knight to d4. He wants to probably sacrifice on f6. You can just feel it coming. You feel it. It's going to be, it's something.
Knight 6, rook f6,
right?
so many ideas.
Right. You know what I mean, right? There's something here for sure. Sarana with 4 seconds.
Wow, make a move. He's going to get flagged. He plays
94. That made one. Ooh, wait. Maiden ones today. Maiden one.
Adiban there stretching. He's done what he needs to be done, what needed to be done. The beast is in beastly form. Sarana, he's the one who delivered a mate in one in the last round. Now he's on the receiving end with Queen 8-7. And of course, a top level 2700, close to a 2700 player. This is just the format. It happens to the best in the world, blundering into these positions. And we see now with that win, it is MGD1 who takes the lead, and action is still on. And that bottom right board, that still looks super complicated. Alexander Kostanek against Diptyan Ghosh, anything could happen there. Arjun Aragasi, that one will still end in a draw, and it does as we're mentioning it. So it comes down to these bottom two boards. Harika against Dennis, which looks like Harika's on the defense. Meanwhile, Kostanek against Diptyan, a level game so far. Where do you want to jump to, James?
We're actually going to jump over to, let's go to Kosniak's game and actually check out our feature chat, as from Symphonic Knight says, it's kind of wild that Audibon has a 2753 Chesscom rapid rating and Sarana is 2671. Very strong. 2753 for Audibon. That's insane. Insane.
And that's the whole thing, right? Adiban's style is super rash, creating these chaos, these messy positions. And sometimes when it comes to classical chess, the opponents have time to figure that out. And that rashness sometimes works against Adiban and it backfires. But in these quick time controls, these short time formats, that is such a dangerous opponent to face because it's so easy to go wrong. And this position, James, is so easy to go wrong. And it comes down to those kingside pawns, which are a super advanced. Black has planted a knight on e4. And looking at the position, yes, white has an extra pawn, but with the piece activity, black's rook can come to the open D line, and white's king not being so safe, it's enough compensation for Diptyan.
Absolutely. And 12 seconds too for Alexandra. I mean, very aggressive, strong player here, but with this type of time, it is definitely going to affect you and the decisions that you make here. Rook to c7 definitely could be something, and try for queen h5 if the rook goes to d8. But you got to be careful. I mean, your king is not safe. After playing f4, g4, g5, we obviously know whose king is not as safe. So you got to be careful where you even put your pieces here. 12 seconds for Alexandra, but I think she feels a little bit better because he is thinking. And now it's we can think on his time. Queen h3 is interesting. I wonder what the plan is.
And Krishna, they're predicting that Harika and Diptyan will hold it. It's a tough one. I think I'm not expecting two draws here, and we see wild action. Whoa! This is dangerous stuff. G6, you just pick up the pawn.
That's exactly what happened. Yeah, Kosniak just blunt. I don't know what she thought there. I don't know. Maybe she just needed to move. G6 did not work. That's a tough one.
Wow.
B6, B7.
12 seconds for this is looking absolutely crazy. That pawn on B7, but now the knight is pinned, and this is a bad move. Queen C2, you're pointing out.
Oh, it loses. Wow. I guess it loses. Queen G4. Wow.
Queen G4, Queen G2.
But how's it? Oh my goodness. Wow,
that's a mate in one. Again, Queen D1, checkmate. Yeesh. Oh my gosh.
Man. I wonder what the move was.
What is happening here?
Yeah, mates everywhere. Just mates. I told you, this was the round. This is going to be the round. Mates everywhere. The move was rook d8. Nobody's playing this.
We got one more game going on, and this will decide the match. Let's quickly head over to Denis Lazovic against Harika Dronavali. Currently, with that big win, MGD1 is leading this round. Now, bishop f5, black's king is out in the open. It looks like white's the only one who's pushing here with that pawn on d7. Can Harika hold an important draw for her team?
Oh yeah, this is I'm trying to see if we can ever get this. Yeah, there we go. Queen e8. I mean, okay, the queen stays here. Oh, that trade, yes, that's beautiful. That does it. Great move. Great move. You might as well.
Yeah, you can hit the
right draw button. You want to draw?
Oh, this is a big result for Harika, because with this, it means Team MGD1 actually take the round. And look at this, the king and the bishop on the dark squares. There's nothing that can break this formation. What a big hold here.
Yeah, this is great. This is what you need Harika to do. I mean, she's getting wins or draws. Like, that's all you need. That's what you want. And she's a very strong GM here. She's going to draw this with ease. And yeah, this is a good one. Perfect. They're going to go into the round feeling really nice, saying, I only need 1.5. And you guys are going home. Draw by agreement.
There's nothing to be done. Harika sacrificed the B pawn, won the central pawn, and now with this placement, there is nothing white can do with that extra pawn. And once again, we see MGD1 take the victory in round 3, but this time with a bigger margin. They win with 3-1, and Diptyan Ghosh winning that wild game with a checkmate in 1 on D1. Adiban winning a wild game, checkmating in 1. Alexei Sarana goes down. Arjun Argassi, Drew Harika held a difficult position. Wow, Levitov Wizards, James, their task is cut. It's go big or go home time for them in this final round.
They're going to have to pull out some levitating wizardry. Okay, they're going to have to pull out something very, very strong here in this last round, because this is it. You can't play the solid Queen's Gambit declined. You have to play everything very aggressive in this round for you to make it, you know, a real fight, because MGD1 is 1.5 away from punching their ticket. So very, very strong play from them today.
I'm just still thinking about all the mating ones that we're seeing. Strong play that has ended in all these checkmating patterns with the queen striking. And with that, these are the overall scores going into the final round between these two fantastic teams. And we see MGD1 has 7 points, Wizards with 5 points, the team to 8.5 wins. So MGD1 can actually afford to lose the next round, the final round, but only with the smallest margin. Wizards have to win 3-1 at least to force a playoff, a tiebreak. Anything less than that, and they are out of the Pro Chess League. That's a big ask, James.
It's really hard to do that, especially as a team as strong as and we always talk about the Indian water. India is just very strong. I mean, they got 2 teams in this playoff here, and both of them are extremely strong. So it's a very difficult task. 3-1, it is possible, but it's very, very hard to do. And, you know, best wishes to them on trying to get this done. But at the same time, MGD1 is doing what we expected them to do so far.
Both the Indian teams will be fighting for a semi-final spot today. It's MGD1 against the Levitov Wizards. They currently lead. First team to 8.5 takes the match. They are currently at 7. Later today, after this one, we will also see the fight with the Indian Yogis, who will be taking on the battle for the semi-finals. Big games are coming up, but right now it is all about this final round. Levitov Wizards have to win on demand. Not only do they have to win on demand, they have to do it with a big margin, a minimum requirement, a 3-1. Otherwise, they are knocked out of the Pro Chess League. A big round for coming up, chat. Don't go anywhere. We will be having all the action with, of course, Arjun, who's been on fire, Adiban, who's been on fire, and now it is up to Sarana, who needs to come back from that loss. And we will be back with round 4 right after this break. And this is the big game 4 that is coming up. This will be on the top board as Alexi Sarana faces Arjun Arigasi. Arjun has been on the dream run today, scoring 2.5 points out of 3, along with Adiban, who's also been on 2.5 out of 3. But this match, this round, this board will count for so much. James, MGD1 needs a total of 1.5 points. That's all they need. They don't even need to win this round 4 to make it to the semifinals. How critical is it for Sarana to strike big on board 1?
Yeah, of course. It's a really uphill battle. It's very critical. You are facing Arjun Erigaisi. I mean, the man is an absolute beast in every area, every asset of the game here. He's really on an uphill battle here, but he's gonna have to play his best, right? And just do what you can, like Hikaru says. Just go ahead and play chess, and we'll see what happens. But at the end of the day, they only 1.5. MGD1 is very close, and if they continue to play like how they've been playing, they're unstoppable right now.
Been seeing some fantastic chess, some big maiden ones on the board, not something that you see in elite chess too often. It's been super entertaining, and this has been the overall scores. And as we can see, the top boards have really been bringing in the points for these two teams, including for the Wizards. David and Alexi scoring 2 out of 3, and there Adiban and Arjun have been the star performers with 2.5 points, so many points bringing them home. And we see the bottom boards with Dennis and Alexandra, and I think that is the narrative that needs to change in this round. Dennis and Alexandra, they need to score, and this is the most evenly matched round. And in fact, if you do compare the ratings, Alexandra a slight favorite, well, almost similar in strength to Harika, and Denis Lazovic there against Diptyan Ghosh. These are two very, very crucial boards for the Levitov Wizards.
Yeah, let's say they win, right? Let's just say, hypothetically, Dennis and Alexandra win there. That's going to be 7. And then the draws at the top up there. We take this to the finals. We take this to a Armageddon, right? That's more chess. We always love to see that. And then anything can happen. We've even seen that before where, of course, the team coming or trailing actually goes to Armageddon and they end up winning it all. That momentum is very important. So we can get some momentum, especially if the top 2 boards may be watching the top bottom boards. It's kind of hard to do that in your game, but if you are paying attention to the score here, Dennis scores, Alexandra scores, this thing is still possible, right? It's not like they need to win 4 games here, which would just be astronomically like 1% chance of happening, right? But here, it's still here. It's still available, but it is going to be done right now. It has to be done now for the Wizards.
Yeah. The one loophole in that strategy could be that Alexandra and Dennis, they want to strike, but they start with the black pieces. It would be in the ideal world, as you mentioned, these 2 boards win for Levitov for them, and the top 2 boards draw. They get the 3 points that they need. They take it to the playoffs, where we'll first see the teams face each other in Blitz, and then finally the Armageddon that all of us want to see so badly. But before that, there is an uphill task for the Levitov Wizards. They need to score. If they score 3.5 half or a 4-0, they actually win, go into the semifinals. And this is the man who's going to be leading from the front. Alexi Sarana of Levitov Chess Wizards. He is up against Arjun Arigasi. It has been a difficult day so far for his team. And this round, it all comes down to this. On all these 4 boards, they need to score a minimum of 3 points. And this is the man who's going to make sure that doesn't happen. MGD1 needs 1.5 points. Arjun Arigasi with 2.5 out of 3. Will he strike again? Will he be able to get another big win on the board? It's going to be a big fight. We saw Adiban taking down Sarana. Will his teammate Arjun be able to do the same?
Yeah, it's very possible, but it could also backfire. It could go the other way. I have seen Serrano take down some of the greats. In fact, I think he's won a title Tuesday before, if I'm not mistaken. But if you're not, he was very, very close. We've seen he wins many things here. And here we go. We have games are off. Arjun taking a very solid approach. Queen's Gambit declined.
And I won't be surprised if we see that on all the boards. Not the Queen's Gambit decline, James, but a solid approach. Because once again, the match situation doesn't require MGD1 to go completely wild. But it is Alexi who needs to try to find a way to create chances. We see the Tarash variation, and this just makes Black's intentions very clear, right? Arjun saying, you show me where you're going to create your chances. I'm just playing a super solid opening against the Queen's Pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. This becomes very, boring. Like, in fact, Black just is able to trade many pieces. And actually what they say is a lot of times, if you're able to take on C, which is happening, everything's happening. This is all theory. Bishop D2, take. And the issue here, or what Black is saying is, hey, we're going to trade pieces down. And actually, I have the 2 versus 1. So if you want to take some risk here, you may have to be very careful because my two pawns are going to be better than yours when it comes to an end game. And we all know that in the queen side majority is better in the end game than the king side majority for winning chances. So, yes, of course, this is very equal. And this is very solid, but there's also some chances for black to play for more because of the pawn advantage we have here. So white actually wants to do a little bit more. We have the space in the center, sort of Grunfeld like without the bishop and g6, obviously. So white does have some space here, but I think black is stable. Great choice, I think, opening choice from Arjun.
We see the d5 pawn has been blocked by that queen on d6. White can bring the rook to d1, centralize the pieces. Eventually, the queen from d2 gets even more into the center of the board. Queen d4 has been played. I'm expecting rook d1 next. The white knight can jump from e5 to c6 if given the opportunity. So it does look like Alexei can also be, well, somewhat semi-pleased. He still has a game on. The pieces are on the board. Not that much has been traded. The D pawn can have a venom later on in the game. And James, we will see how this pans out. Bishop D7 controlling that C6 square that we were talking about. But at this moment, I see, and knight immediately jumps to E5. So Alexei not wasting any time to try and create some play here.
Absolutely. 95, very strong. I mean, of course, we highlighted knight c6, but you can't play that anymore. 97 trades are going to help, in fact, black. So you don't want to trade bishop a4, though. That's a strong move. I mean, that is a strong move. The strength of this move is strange, but it's extremely strong. What do you want to do? Rook d1. You can't play rook d1. You also probably wanted to take at some point. You can't do that. I also can play rook d8 at some point. Put some pressure here, right? This is a classy move. I'm not even gonna lie. This is like, even though it's nothing like huge, I think this was like move of the day for me. Was bishop a4. Very strong move from Arjun.
Super classy stuff as you're going. That's some 2700 level chess. You
Beautiful.
take away the d1 square by playing bishop a4, but look at the way that Serrana has also responded to this. We've been saying Serrana the Piranha because of his sharp tactical style. He does the rook lift. So always eyeing not just an attack on the king side, that weak tender g7 pawn can come into fire, but also a doubling up on the e file. Rook can jump over now that the d1 square is taken all the way to e1. Rook e3, also a 2700 response to the move bishop a4. I love it.
And rook to d8. He's like, yeah, go ahead, go for it, bro. Go ahead, go for your little rook g3. And I'm not gonna lie, if you're gonna let me do it, hey Arjun, look, I know you a 2700, but I am gonna put this rook on g3. Right? It is definitely a you got rook sacks like possible. So there's all kind of stuff. Rook g3 definitely is a move. Definitely is a move. Maybe f6. We just kind of level everything. G3, there's no tactics, right? Definitely gotta watch.
Would have like big ideas. Knight c6 coming in, queen g7, and after rook g3, knight e6 is so much going on. And I think after a move like knight e6, you can actually just sidestep with the queen to c3. And you hit that knight on e6, and then you've got all these problems on g7. So this is going to be a wild ride. Alexei Serrana doing what needs to be done for his team, creating an interesting middle game with attacking possibilities. Let's use this moment as he takes a think to zoom out, take a look on the other boards. Once again, let's remind everyone that the Levitov Wizards need to win by at least 3 points to force a playoff. Otherwise, the MGD1 do go through to the semifinals. Wow, so many interesting positions. And James, on that bottom left board, Denis Lazovic, did he start with a Dutch?
That's definitely not his style either. Like he's a very positional beast. And he plays like Catalan, Queen's Gambit Decline, but he's like, it's a must win. So he went for a Dutch Leningrad, which is one of the more aggressive options. Even Hikaru used it yesterday, but Alice Lee prepped it very nicely and got a draw there. Leningrad is a very aggressive. It's risky, but also you need big risks here, especially big risks give you those big rewards if everything goes your way here. So I think a great choice opening for Denis Lazovic here, but we have a lot of game left. Rook b1 being the last move on the board.
There is this feeling, right? When you're playing in a must-win, win-on-demand situation, you're playing black, you're facing the queen's pawn opening. Where do you find your chances? And very often in these must-win situations, we do see the Dutch being employed because it's just such an unexpected opening, especially at the top level, and also creates these positions where all the pieces and the pawns are still on the board. So a lot to play for. Now, in these
Absolutely.
positions, rook b1, as you're saying, has been played. What white wants to do is get a3, b4 rolling. You want to get those pawns rolling on the queen side to hit that knight on c5. Black, meanwhile, jumps onto e4. That's the square that you really want. And after knight to e4, you're kind of getting away from any b4 pushes. And now what does white do? You don't want to trade twice on e4, right? You don't want to give up that nice light squared bishop on g2.
Absolutely not. Of course, this bishop is very strong. It's like a Catalan bishop in a way. I mean, anytime you see it, what we say about a Catalan bishop, if you're not familiar, right? The Catalan, when you do play the Catalan, a Magnus favorite, in fact, is the bishop on g2 is such a problem on its diagonal all game, every day, forever, until you get rid of it because it's just very strong. But on the contrary, the dark square bishop for black is kind of the same, but this one is opposed, the dark square bishop, right? So this one isn't as strong as this one is. So we do not want to give up. We don't want to take twice here, but we probably do want to do something about this knight. Maybe kick it away with f3. He does take a trade once, but we probably won't trade twice. Knight takes e4 is probably going to be the move.
And I think one of the important questions to ask is what pieces you want to trade as white here to create your chances. And as you very rightly pointed out, that bishop on b2, bishop on g7, if that gets off, that favors white. Because with the Dutch, you've created all these dark squared weaknesses. I won't be surprised if Diptyan actually falls back with his knight on d4, trying to get rid of the fianchettoed bishop on g7 to eventually take control of the dark squares. Knight e2 is a nice retreat because it also lands the knight on f4 after the bishops are traded.
That's very nice. I do like that idea. Queen d3. Oh, he's just attacking the pawn or the knight, which leads to winning a pawn. Okay, nice move. Queen d3. Make him move. Make him do something. He's like, yeah, Dennis, you have to take the risk here. I mean, I'm developed. I have my pieces out. What are you going to do? I'm attacking your knight, right? If you want to take a draw, that'd be fine. It gives us much closer to the win here. Knight c5, maybe queen c2. Or e2.
And I think Diptyan, even though he's white, he'd be happy to get that draw and just exit out from this game because once again, the team just needs 1.5 points, but he will play on as long as Dennis wants to. And now Dennis is forced to think about whether he wants to give up that knight on e4, the extra pawn, because that would give him the light squared bishop. He first trades on d5, a complicated position. Bishop e4 is still a threat. The white knight can retreat, trade on b2, a comfortable position for white so far. But I see some discomfort on some of the other boards. James, let's take this moment to zoom out because if we get our bird's eye view up, you will see a lot is happening, especially on the Adiban board. Let's bring up our bird's eye view for a moment before we jump into that game.
Okay, and we're looking for where
right.
are we going? Top right.
For
Okay.
Aryan,
Wow.
with a big advantage
against Adi. Whoa. We played knight h4 last move. Hitting f5. G6 is weak. How did we get here? Oh, this is a Rossalimo. Oh, let's very quickly look at the opening. Rossalimo Sicilian played in the 2018 World Championship many times. This is the Magnus version too as well. Magnus likes the queen c7, e5 ideas quite quickly. Let's see what happens. a5, e5, all correct. Yep. Oh, that knight g5 move was slick. It takes, castles, h6. Everything's quite equal. They like white a lot here. f5 was just not the move, I guess. They like white a lot. Knight h4, king h7, queen h5. Oof. Wow, man, look at the advantage. It's so huge for white here. That's crazy.
And that's kind of surprises me a little bit because we do have equal material. It's clear that the pawn structure favors white, right? Double C pawns, but the B7 pawn is a big weakness. So one of the pieces will be tied down to defend that pawn forever. Meanwhile, on the king side as well, we've got 2 pawn islands for black. So a lot of targets like the h6 pawn, the bishop on g7 has to defend it. But James, I'm going to be honest. I wasn't expecting that big an advantage as we see on the eval bar. It almost seems to say as if there's something immediately about to happen on the board, but I don't see it.
Actually, bishop e3, which was played here. This is a common idea in this opening, the Rossalimo here. This is the problem. Like, I know in Rossalimo, believe it or not, like, Adiban actually is playing the correct plan, which is crazy to me that, like, it's such a big advantage. I'm sure there's, like, a b6 move that was supposed to be played somewhere in there because you defend all of this. Sometimes you play rook b8 and defend everything. And then you do actually play on the king side, king h7. You play f5, you play f4. You really try to get a king side attack, which Adiban has done. But here, I think the problem is the c5 pawn that can be captured many times in Rasalimo lines. In fact, actually, I know from the Chessable courses, Christoph Selecki's Fight Like Magnus, of course, where he recommends, obviously, b6 is supposed to be played at some point. So after now, we can take on c5, and this pawn is just a pawn to the good, right? I'm up a pawn as in many cases, right? But here, I maybe can even go bishop g5, take and play knight f5. So there's some stuff here everywhere. I mean, it's really tough. Yeah, he goes for it. It's really tough here for Adiban. Woo! Here we go. We got some
I mean,
practical
I
thing.
thought the other rook was attacked, James. How did he just move the other rook from a8 all the way to g8? It was
Oh
the
yeah,
rook
let me
on
see. Hold
f6
on.
that had to be played.
Let me see. Let me see if we can just maybe it's a mouse slip or something. Maybe it's like a glitch in the Chesscom thing. Nope. No, he moved that rook from a8. He definitely moved that from a8.
Yeah.
It's an exchange set.
And I think it does make a lot of sense because black is in big trouble. And if we just back up for a second and show what actually would happen if black does defend that rook, if we just if we just play the move rook to e6, for example, firstly, not a great square that's there. You pick up the e7 pawn, the knight jumps on to f5, and that pawn is so much more important than a rook because white just has a killing attack here. You will pick up the g7 bishop, you'll pick up the e5 pawn. Instead, Adiban decides to sacrifice an exchange, rook g8 on the board, and of course, David Paravian, he picks it up, gives a check on f7, forcing the bishop to fall back on g7. Otherwise, that bishop was hanging. Complete control and domination in this one. And now he can start bringing his rook into the game. Rook e1 comes to mind.
Definitely. And this rook, because I want to keep this alive. So, whoa, shoot. Knight f5, big fella. Dang. Knight takes queen e7. Yeah, that's beautiful. Rook b7 coming. It's clinical. This is
game
clinical.
over.
Yeah, this is GG. A tough
I mean,
game
knight
for
f5.
Adiban here.
Just tactics after tactics. First, bishop g5, picking up that exchange, not going for the c5 pawn, and then knight f5. And this just looks like now you can go rook b7. Why not? But there are some ideas like bishop f6, queen f3. Is that something that you need to worry about?
I always have g3. I do, and you don't have bishop. I mean, you have to make an extra move. But I think if you have to, you won't. I don't think there's enough time.
James, we've got to show this. Rook b7, bishop f6. You move the queen. I'll take on g2 and force a perpetual.
Bishop f6, and then
don't move it to
queen
d7.
c7.
Yeah, let's say you go queen c7. Rook takes g2.
Oh man, draw. Oh my goodness. Right, like pre-move it out. Oh my goodness, beautiful draw.
Wow.
Beautiful.
But that's why he took the b. Yeah, but he took the pawn with b7, so bishop f6 is not a move with the tempo. We will zoom out at David Paravian in full control here. A very important point for the Levitov Wizards if he's able to convert this into a win. And this is where we stand on the other boards. James, let's do a little tour and see where actually Levitov Wizards has got the chances to level this match. And that bottom right board is not one of them. Harika Dronavali, we look at the bar, completely dominating. That bishop on h2 takes away key squares from black kings. The knight looked beautifully placed. That is advantage Harika. Where do you see the wizard striking?
Yeah, I see. Shoot, I mean, Serrana game, and yeah, that's it. Serrana and Paravian. Serrana has a nice position against Arjun there. In fact, let's actually go take a look at that one. That game actually has some real attacking chances for Serrana, and this could be a huge game. Like Serrana to Piranha really can come out here, and if he's able to land a few blows here, this could be it. This is the 2 points they were looking for, right? To level the score here, and then we have some draws on the other boards, and this is still a match, guys. Still a match, but we have to see. If Arjun is able to hold this. Definitely White's for choice. I mean, we got the double rook lift. If you rook lift once, that's cool. Great job, right? You're eating your Wheaties and your vegetables every day. But then he did the double rook lift, and this is definitely quite dangerous. You do need to have some precision here, and it's a black to move. And Arjun actually lower on time. Let's see what happens.
I love it. So the first rook from f1, let's just have the arrows. Rook e1, rook e3, rook g3. And then the rook from a1, rook e1, rook e3, double rook lift. Do you even rook lift, as they say? Alexei Serrana definitely does the rook lift. And now this was a very important move, actually, because that rook on e1 with the back rank problems, had to be moved all the way to e3 so the knight could have jumped. And that was the whole idea of rook e3. And now Arjun playing an important defensive move, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. It's amazing how Sarana has built this attack. Queen falls to f8. Bishop f1 now.
Yeah, he missed it. I think he could have played rook g7 here. Rook g7 and then rook g3. And if rook takes rook
Wow.
g3 anyway and knight f7 mates if king h8, it's pretty sick. It's pretty
Oof.
sick. But he played bishop f1. It's still there. Rook g7 was a nasty move.
And it's still in the air, not an easy threat to fight, because if you make the move g6, trying to keep things under control, you weaken so many dark squares. Imagine that knight falling to g4, landing on f6 or it's h6. This would be game over. So actually, black doesn't have the resource to play g6 right now.
b4 played, actually. I think do you have rook g7 again, bro? I swear rook
You
g7
really
is
want
here.
that. Yeah, rook g7 just looks super strong here.
It's a sick move. Rook g7, rook g3. Oh my goodness.
Is he
What if he's
thinking
gonna
about
do
knight
it?
g4? Is that another candidate that he has in mind with all these checks on f6? But I feel after knight g4, you can at least sidestep with your king. You can go to h8 and keep
Right.
everything somewhat under control. Rook g7, that's the big move that Sarana has to calculate right now.
He's
So you
doing it
can't
right
take
now.
with the king because you go knight d7 and you pick up the queen.
Ooh, it's on the board.
On the board!
Oh my goodness.
James!
He's swinging. Sarana the Piranha. This might be the 2 wins they need because there's already, as you see, it's updated. What's the Paravian already won. So Paravian won here 6-7. Wow, Tanya is going down.
Look at Alexei. He can feel it. He knows he's super close to it. Rook g3. And the problem is that black can't pick up the knight on e5 with his own rook, because then white snaps up the queen on g7 and picks up the rook on e5. It will all come in with a check, and that will be a blowout. Rook g3. Alexei Sarana on the brink of victory, but will it be enough? Right now, we see with that David Paravian win, Wizards are at 6 points, MGD1 at 7.
And this is a clean one. This is a win for sure. I mean, like, okay, you gonna get an extra piece or something? Like, I'm winning. I'm gonna take the king. Whoa, 96. That's clever.
Pick
Takes
up
queen
g7 with a
g4.
check.
Or takes knight g7, knight g4. Yeah, it just takes knight g7, knight g4. If takes king g7, queen g4, and then I'll
pick up the knight.
Pick up the knight. I might not even need to take it, but we'll see. Very
Oh,
strong, Sarana.
Just amazing stuff. And I want to point out, James, that move bishop f1 in the midst of all this attacking ideas, a quiet move, just keeping all the threats on the board, was such a star move in the position. And we see the queen has been picked up. The only way to pick up the rook was with the knight. And now white can advance the d pawn. You can go d6. You can also throw in the move knight g4 with all these tactics on f6. He decides to go knight g4. An idea we've been looking at, knight f6 is a big threat on the board. Arjun playing on seconds. The clock doesn't matter. It is a lost position. And now he can go in with that knight to h6, hitting f7, and then bring that knight back to f5, taking advantage of the pin along the diagonal.
That is a sick sequence. Knight h6, knight f5. Like, man, but you also have knight f6 over the queen here. Like, I mean, yeah, even knight. I mean, it's so many moves here. So many moves. This is the round they needed. They needed those 2 big wins. Adiban went down 6-7. Looks like Sarana is cleaning up shop here. He's going to take a win here. We need to see the other game.
We've got to bring up our bird's eye view, because this is the moment of truth for the Levitov Wizards. The top 2 boards have done what needed to be done in this. Well, Sarana close to victory. He's made the move queen d3. There is a mate in 1 threat, as we can see in the top left board, queen h7, which in fact cannot be defended. There is no way to fight the mate in 1 on h7. This is game over. Arjun Arigasi will be resigning any moment. He gives up that knight on f5, only delaying the inevitable. And that means it comes down to the bottom 2 boards. We've got Harika in driver's seat, but that leaves the other board as well. One of these 2 players has to win for Levitov Wizard, either Lazovic or Kostyuk. Right now, it looks bleak.
It definitely looks bleak. And of course, really, I mean, it's great. And, you know, how great they've played here, the Wizards, to really just bring this back. Especially, it's going to almost even it out. If these, 1.5 is all MGD needs. Harika wins this, that's 1. And this one looks like a draw with Dennis Lazovic. It looks very draw-like. I mean, with the king on f6, there could be some issues. But I think it's definitely going to be closer to a draw there.
And on
And
top
there's the
left, we do
result.
have a result. Arjun Argesi resigns. There was a mate in one on G7. It's game over. While meanwhile, on the bottom right board, I think we have to head to that one because we see on the bottom left, it's still pretty level. Hard to imagine a result on this one. It comes down to this. Either Levitov Wizards draw on these two boards. They need to hold, but right now, Alexandra Kosteniuk is in big trouble. Harika so far, James, has scored half out of 3. If she wins, she is the player who takes the team to the finish line. It's the
MVP.
moment that matters the most.
Right? MVP MGD, right? Oh man, that would be great. And of course, sometimes you see that. I remember, I forgot what team, but one player just scored 0 out of 3. But the one game that she did win was the game she needed for the team to win the match. So it's very important. It's not how you start is how you finish. Okay, and it also it is how you start well. But here, this is looking good for Harika here. Queen C3, don't hang the rook. Didn't blunder the rook. I mean, it's just white's for absolute choice here. Absolutely. It's too many, lots of threats.
And I don't see a way. How do you defend this e6 pawn? Because if you bring up your king, white can actually sacrifice on e6. Rook takes e6. Or bishop e7. Even stronger, you pick up the pawn on f5.
Yeah, queen f5 is really sick and played. That's nasty. That's nasty. Yikes. I mean, everything's crashing through. Everything's crashing through.
And rook
I
e6
can't even
is coming
defend
up.
it.
This is game over. Alexandra Kosteniuk shaking her head. She's playing on seconds. A big, big game. If Harika wins this, then on the last board, Diptyan would just need a draw to take the team to the semifinals. It's crazy what is happening here.
3 seconds, 2 seconds, and she makes a move. Rook g8.
Doesn't matter.
Rook takes, and you're either going to lose the rook or get mated here.
King f8, queen f6 is checkmate. Rook f1.
Yeah.
Queen f6 was checkmate in 1. But it doesn't matter.
There
This is mate in 4. And there she has it. Harika has done what needed to be done for the team. Such an important point. We've got to go straight to the last game that is going on bottom left board. It all comes down to this. Denis Lazovic has to win this position. And I see the eval bar says that he's managed to create his chances.
It is possible. He is up a pawn, but the one thing that Dvoretsky in-game manual will tell you that this is actually one of the hardest in-games ever. The queen and pawn in-games are the hardest ones ever. So there's lots of perpetuals. There's so many squares that the queen can go to. There's weird things that can happen, right? It's very, very, very difficult here. So, it's holdable, but not more than that, I think, for black. You can't really create a lot of chances without giving white a lot of checks. If the time was if you have more time, classical game, then fine.
James.
Oh, wow, this -2. What happened? Queen b5.
James.
But yeah, he played king e7. It's crazy. What the heck is this?
It's fine. It's still such a difficult position to hold. And the fact that Denis Lazovic, if he wins this, we go into a playoff. Do you think the players know? Do you think the players know that it comes down to this game right now?
I don't think so, because of, how tense their game is right now. And, trying to face this end game, I don't think he knows, or they know, in fact. Check.
A check on b5, and he's thinking whether he wants to come forward with the king, but that would just allow a check on e2. He goes back. He needs to create his chances. He needs to keep continuing. Denis Lazovic has to win this for a playoff. James, make a prediction. Are we going to have Blitz, or will this be decided?
I think it's going to be a draw.
Game?
I think it's going to be a draw.
Oh my
The
gosh.
precision it takes is so hard here to make this happen. You have to try to hold the e-pawn while also hold off checks. I got a minute and a half. And then these are weak and the queen is active. I think a human is difficult. More time, probably black could win. But it's difficult. Play e5 makes sense, but eval bar nope, try again. Try again. That was such an easy move to make too. E5, push the pawn, makes sense, but it's wrong. Absolutely
It's
wrong.
the move that you really want to make, right? You want to start pushing the pawns. You were mentioning, James, it's difficult to convert this, but it's also really hard to defend this position. You have to avoid queen trades at all costs. And we see now he's fallen down the 20-second margin. He activates the queen. That's the right way to go, because you're dreaming of a perpetual. You're dreaming of hitting that king and also the f5 pawn right now. Black doesn't have time to give a check on d1 and pick up b3. I'm pretty sure that would result in a perpetual.
Oh, wow. And look at that. Apparently there's a perpetual. Oh, yeah, he's going to hang the pawn, but you have to give me all the checks. Oh, my goodness. Wait, king e6, though? King e6? I just get checked. Wow, I just get checked. That's it. This is it. That's it. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah, one
Did he
move.
just walk into a perpetual immediately? Because now how does he hide? He probably has to go king e5, king d4. So if I go king e5,
He
he
went
goes
king
king
c7.
c7 instead.
Check.
But where is the king hiding?
There is no shelter. And if you move around, he's going to check you where he stays around the pawn. Very smart idea. Where he's just going to check you where he stays around this pawn. Yep. He just stays around it. Anytime you block, I'm taking the pawn. And then I might be playing for a win. You got two weaknesses.
He's heading to a6. He's
Then
heading to a6.
a6. Okay. He's going to chill on a6. Then we probably go maybe like, well, you can't go queen f8. Somewhere back rankish. And like, don't hang mate, obviously. King g2. Wow. e3 is winning. Oh, it's not.
What?
But like a little bit. Engine like this. It was like engine jumped a little bit. They're like e3. Oh, I'm like, oh, bro, what is that?
It's scary for
e3.
sure.
No, I'm just gonna take this and take. And it should be draw. Steal. 14 seconds. 13, 12, 11.
All right, don't get flagged. Make a move.
Nah,
Is
he did
thinking
get
about queen
flagged in that one
c6?
game. He
He
did.
goes
He's
e3.
on
He goes for it.
e3. He goes for it. Yeah. Takes check.
Oh my god, and
it's
black is winning now.
And it's winning. Check. Okay. Oh man, he about to. You hear the sirens? It's about to go down. Okay. Check. King G1
He
takes
picks up the
king
pawns
there.
with the checks. Oh my gosh.
Oh man, that hurts. Oh bro,
We've
we
got
going.
tie breaks.
We're going to tie breaks.
James, remote hi-fi on that. Just so
We're going to tie
excited.
breaks.
James, don't leave me hanging right now. James,
Oh yeah,
don't
got
leave
you.
me hanging.
Wow, there it is. Okay, gotcha.
Love
sure.
to see a playoff, and it's
We about
on
to
the
see a
board
playoff, chat.
as we see. But there's still work to be done. He's playing on seconds for Diptyan Ghosh. If he can make a miraculous comeback in this position, MGD1 goes through. Otherwise, chat, we do have the first tie breaks of the quarterfinals. We will have more chess action.
Wow, this is crazy. This is insane, guys. Check. Yeah, there's nothing he can do. Man, what a game, bro. That was very nice by Dennis Lazovic. I don't think he even knows that he had to do this.
Oh
So he's gonna
my
feel
gosh.
great. And the momentum actually is in the Wizards ball court right now. It's in the court of them. Like it's in their favor. The momentum favors them for sure after this
Wow.
Herculean, task here that just happened. Whoa.
This is unbelievable stuff. This is the Wizards literally coming back from the dead. It looked like everything was under control. And now with this, it is a matter of technique, but he's playing on seconds. And there is still a chance. And Diptyan, he's super resourceful. He's not going to make this easy.
Yeah, check. Yeah, this is just game over. King takes.
He picks up one pawn.
We're going to push. Well, you gotta be careful. Okay, perfect. Yeah, he's gonna block with everything. King up. You hear us? Nice.
No check. If
checks.
you give a check on the second rank, there's F2 coming in. If you go F2 now, there's one check on H5,
no
but it
weird
doesn't
mates.
help, and that's it. Oh my god,
That's
he's
it.
done it.
Wow.
Still unique, and that's it. There's no way to
Didn't
stop the
last.
queening. Unbelievable. Chat, we got tie breaks.
Tie breaks, chat. Tie
Oh
breaks.
my gosh.
Man, that's crazy. I didn't think it was gonna. I mean, I knew it was evenly matched, but wow. Now we have tie breaks. So who's gonna win? Who do you think is gonna win? I actually had MGD1.
Oh my gosh. I have MGD1 as well.
I do. Yeah, I have MGD1. There we go. But
I did.
might have to
After
change
round
it.
2, Chad, James and I made a prediction. We revealed it now. We picked MGD1 and they played phenomenally in round 2. But what a massive comeback. And you can see Danis Lazovic has reasons to be proud in a difficult game with the black pieces. He managed to create his chances, had to win on demand. He did it against Diptyan Ghosh, and now it's level at 8-8. We knew we were going to have a close fight. But this close, few could have predicted, James.
Oh, definitely. Of course, this is a evenly matchup all the way from the beginning, right? We was like, oh, any upsets? No. In fact, I mean, it's GM on GM action here. They're all going to bring their best game, and they did that. And they deliver, and it's 8-8. Brand new match, basically. And I think the momentum is now with the Wizards right now. So, of course, MGD1 is definitely going to have to pick it up and say, look, you know what? Hey, it's over. It is what it is. Let's play another game. Get ready for this Armageddon tiebreak.
Yeah, just amazing stuff has been happening and continues to happen as we have the first tiebreak of the quarterfinals. Levitov Wizards did what needed to be done. 3-1 victory. They go on to the Blitz. We will be back with the tiebreakers to see who makes it to the semifinals after this break. Don't go anywhere. The action continues in this thrilling quarterfinals matchup between Levitov Wizards and MGD1. MGD1 took round 1. Levitov Wizards strikes back in round 2. MGD1 winning round 3 again. And then, James, what a comeback in round 4.
Absolutely. That was a great comeback. I mean, we kind of saw it coming, but you also like anything can happen. It was 5-7 going into that last one, and then they were able to level it 8-8. Now we got ourselves a tiebreak, Tanya. People love tiebreak.
It's an absolute reset because now it doesn't matter what has happened. The score leveled out at 8-8, and this is our format going into the Blitz. We will start with the same matchups as we saw in round 4, only the colors will be swapped. So, James, in that way, Levitov Wizards, it was their round that they won 3-1 with those pairings. So that's definitely something that they can be happy about. But the colors change up, and it's the team that wins 2.5 points wins the match. Is the one to win the match first just takes it home. It's like a best of 1, and they play 2 rounds with 3 minutes, 2 seconds increment. If that's a tie, if that ends in a score of 1-1, these 2 rounds, then we're gonna see some crazy bullet action with 1+2. What are you expecting? Will we get there?
Well, in fact, I mean, this is Blitz now. So you now have to, number one, a psychology thing. Like, just immediately, I have to move faster now. I was just playing 4 rounds, 10-2, thinking a little bit, having some time to think. Now I have no time to think. So if you have been playing Blitz lately, it will show right now here. And that's definitely, these are Blitz monsters, of course. But if you got to knock the rust off. And hopefully it's not right now where you're trying to knock some rust off against these guys. 3 minutes, 2 second increment is not a lot of time. Just 1 second more than the Title Tuesdays as you would get here. But Den Laz actually is one that actually plays in these time formats a lot. Arjun does too as well. Adiban plays some Blitz. It's really a mix-up here, and anything can happen in Blitz for sure.
Yeah, and MGD1 was so close to taking it away in the rapid portion. They just needed to score 1.5 points in that last round. And James, they need to forget all of that. Arjun needs to forget what happened in the last game against Alexei Serrana. Alexei beat Arjun, but that was with the white pieces. We see the colors have been swapped. And in fact, our chat thinks, as you mentioned, the momentum is with the Chess Wizards. 61% to the Wizards, taking it in the tie breaks, 39% for MGD1. Arjun starts with D4, and we've got the trump to start with.
It made him think too. He thought for a second. He was like, wait a second. Trumpowski right now. Of course, for the Trumpowski fans out there, in fact, Arjun actually is a Bishop's guy. What I mean by that is he likes Joe Baba London, which we like here. Jar Jar Binks London with Bishop F4, Knight C3. He also plays Bishop G5. He also plays regular London, really the Bishop openings, the Trumpowski, stuff like that. So very fun, very creative, and it can be very attacking. It can also be very positional, but something different. Try to take Alexei Serrana out of theory and also get a position to play. So, of course, a pretty level so far right now. All zeros, to say at least. This is not something I'm a big fan of from Whiteside.
But it's still a long game ahead, and that's what Arjun wants. He just needs to make sure that things are kept under control. What happened in the previous round in the Rapid, it's definitely bad memories, but look at this. Speaking of keeping things under control, he goes for a long side, queen side castling there, F4 pawn under fire, G3 play to defend that. Black can take a safe approach by castling on the same side, or will he play with fire by going for a king side castling?
I have a hope he go this way. I mean, I would love, like, please go this way, bro. Like, give me an attack. But this way, yeah, he's gonna go cast for me. So it's just the right way to do things. And this one's just, I mean, zeros. Like, there is nothing for both sides here. I mean, there may be a break here, but maybe we go rookie 2 and double the rooks. This one is just gonna be a very chill game, and they're gonna play this one out for a while.
And while this one heats up and the clock ticks slow, let's take this moment to zoom out because every board counts. A team that gets 2.5 points wins the match. You just have to win the round once and you go into the semifinals. Take a look at the action that's on. We already have the queen swapped on that top right board. Adiban hates to play positions without the queens, and I think that's what David Paravian has managed to do. So that's a small victory for the Levitov Wizards to get the queens traded off. No more chaos there, but still, wow, there's a lot happening though. The D2 knight has been picked up, but it looks level. Meanwhile, on the bottom left board, we see Denis Lazovic has a slight advantage, more space on the board.
Yeah, that one's actually pretty. I like that spicy one. Let's actually go over there to the Denis Lazovic game. I do like the C file action. This is definitely probably Catalan. Yeah, this is Dennis Lazar. He loves to play Catalan. He plays it very well. Put the knight on h4 here with knight to f5. Sort of King's Indian-esque or like a double fianchetto. That's exactly what it is. A double fianchetto here. Very flexible. Whoa, knight g6. Always just instantly just, oh, sack. Okay, doesn't work. All right. But sack first, think later, is what Grandfather Tal says. But knight takes g6 does not work here. It's just not enough firepower, and the bishop is blocked. Maybe we can get an e4 in sometime later, but he goes with e3, more solid approach. And remember, this time is very quick, right? We cannot think too long. So let's see what happens in this in these situations here. E3 is the move. Maybe a c5 from black at some point.
You've got to take it slow. This one, you can't go for all these sacrifices. He comes back rightly with that knight to f3, controlling the center square. He's hoping to arrive on e5 because you want to open up that bishop, often at the cost of a pawn as well. But he needs to time that sacrifice really well. One of the drawbacks of g6 is that these sacrifices in the future become a reality. But right now, Diptyan's playing with a lot of energy. He's the one who first lands the knight on the central post.
I wonder if I just take it. I mean, I can't let him stay here. But then again, he might take with the queen. I wanted him to take with the pawn, so we can have like some weakness, a weak pawn here. We can even swing around to c4. Maybe he takes with the queen. I move the queen. We have the bishop here. I mean, it's level, like nothing, nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, these are just level positions so far. Guys I think everybody's taking it very, which you should take it extremely serious, but everything's very serious right now, like very solid chess. There's no risk in this game. Nobody's playing Dutches or anything crazy like that. It's just level stuff. Now he did take with the pawn, knight d2, knight to c4, hitting d6.
There's so much at stake. The players are definitely playing a little more cautiously. We've had an even start so far, but in Blitz, we know this is going to heat up. Let's pull up our bird's eye view. We see this position. Diptyan's doing well with those bishops in the center, that pawn on e4, everything under control there for the MGD1 player playing with the black pieces. Let's do a little bird's eye view tour. We see on the top right board, Arjun's managed to penetrate both with his two rooks down the h file. There is a battery with the queen on h1, the rook on h7, the rook on h8, but black holding everything together with his own major pieces. It looks super pleasant, and I think, James, it's fair to say that white's the one who's pushing there. Will it be enough? We'll see how that continues. What do you make of that bottom right board? Harika against Alexandra Kostanюk. Knight on e5, but the f file is open. How do you evaluate this?
Let's actually take a look at that game there. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's see what we have. Knight on e5, doubled rooks. Who do I like in this position?
James,
what happened?
James, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but what has happened on the top left board? The eval bar just went crazy there for a moment.
Oh, he missed something. There must have been a tactic for sure. Rook takes. Rook h7. Yeah, he might have missed it too. Rook takes. I don't know what happened there. Wow, it's equal now, but I did see that eval bar jump there for a second. Now it's back to level, but there was definitely some chances missed. And actually right now, there is time. I forgot, like it's not a 10-2 game. This is a 3-2 game. Even I forgot. Like we were looking at the clock. I'm sure they might have forgotten a little bit too as well. But I mean, 3 minutes and 2 second increment is not a lot of time. They are actually approaching very dangerous time zone. Every game is.
And this is a big fight as well. We see Harika's got those two H pawns. They are doubled up. I see the material is equal. It's a super dynamic position. The F file is the big trump. You are targeting that F2 pawn, knight on F5, and the queen on B6 targeting that D4 pawn. And this is the compensation that you have for your doubled H pawn. Meanwhile, white as well. A solid knight on E5 keeps things under control. White can start pushing the A pawn. Alexandra can think about A4, A5, dislodging that queen from B6.
Yeah, this is great. I like the plan. This is a dynamic game for both sides. In fact, white has this trump, so it's like, as you pointed out, even a4 on the board now, threatening an a5. But black may be able to really make some type of attack with the h4, bringing the queen maybe back to the, and there it is, h4, like h4 for the score here. I mean, bishop h6 is in the mix here. Like, there's some stuff. Queen back to d8, relax, maybe. And now we need to figure out what to do, how to get the queen over here. So black definitely has some tactics, but white has to be very precise, and time is getting low. We got to stay here. Something's going to happen in like 3 moves. Something's going to happen.
G4. That's a big decision. G4. A big decision. Playing the move G4 with your king on G1. She makes sure that no files are open. But James, that is entertaining chess.
That's entertaining. And then F3. I mean, these ladies are very, very strong and very scary. You do not want to play them any day of the week. F3 and G4, very strong moves here. Kicks the knight away and then restricts it with the other pawn. The knight on E5, very strong, but now she trades it for the bishop, so you don't have the bishop pair anymore. You can probably follow up with a bishop D3 at some point, maybe not now because of rook F3, maybe a queen D3 to sit around, but we also need to make this knight better. Like, this knight's really bad. Maybe this route? Kind of like just kind of did that, but yeah, this is interesting. Lots of play for both sides here, but Kosniuk is in danger for real. 30 seconds. You only get 2-second increment here.
Oof. Plays the move queen e3, also targeting the e6 pawn, so making sure that the rook on f6 stays, blocking that bishop on g7, and we might be seeing your idea of transferring that knight to a better square. But let's take a look on all the boards that we have, because whoa! Arjun Arigasi, queen on a7, rook on a8, and it is Tirana's king that's all the way on a5. How is that king not getting checkmated? What on earth is going on that top
Yeah,
left
let's take a look
board?
at that game. Yeah, and the fact that Eval Bar swung really hard, it was actually in Serrana's favor, and then it went all the way over to white.
Queen
So
b2 is
this
a
is
mate in
crazy.
one.
It is mate in one, guys. Do not hang mate in one. This is a family channel.
And
Queen
knight
C5,
c4,
trade him off.
you've got to do that because knight c4 would also end up with checkmate after the trades and giving a check to that king on a2.
Ooh.
Now, all of that is over. No more checkmates.
He
and
made it?
white
Oh, C6 mate, no.
is completely winning?
How is it? It's gotta be mate, bro. Are you not getting mated? How are you not mated over here?
Maybe
This is
he
like a
just gives
puzzle
check
rush
on
mate.
c6. Knight c6, knight d4, you start picking up all the pawns. There he does it.
Think
Knight e6.
he took
First
here.
picks up the b6 pawn. Everything will fall apart. Where is the king headed? You can come to c2, but you can't get any. You can't even come to c2. The knight
he
on
can't even
d4
get there,
controls
yeah.
everything.
Can't even get there. F3 he takes another pawn. He took every
Wow.
pawn. There was like so many pawns. Now I don't have any pawns.
Arjun
man.
Arigasi killing this one. He's picked up all the pawns. He's getting his revenge at the most critical moment. He's so close to winning this, and that would mean a point, but he's got only seconds on the clock.
Here we go. Ooh, that's a
B2 is
great move,
attacked.
actually. Great move. Rook b5. Yeah, only move. King b4, knight c4. Push up. We could push a4. Check. Well, it takes another pawn. Arjun, stop taking all the pawns, bro. Like,
That's
stop
4
taking all my
extra
pawns, man. Take all my pawns. What a bully. Check.
Now,
yeah,
nice
that's
move.
GG,
You gotta
that's
go,
it.
and that's it. And look at Serrano. He's so mad at himself because he can't go king e4. There's a fork on d6. You lose the piece, James. You can't defend the piece. That's why he resigned. King e4 would have walked to a fork on d6. King e2 would have pinned the knight. That would have been a loss. Let's quickly go back to the other games. There is action on. Alexis Serrano cannot believe it. He has messed this up on the top board. Arjun takes that win. And what is going on? Can Harika try to win this one for the MGD1? Alexandra Kostyuk looks like she's under control here.
Look at that bottom left, actually, with Denis Lazovic might be going down literally in the next few moves here. He's, yeah, I mean, this is over. This is actually game over
And
here.
we have a result.
That's huge.
Kostyuk won. Kostyuk
Wow, she
won on
won.
her board.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, what happened there? Kostyuk
Oh
won on
my
her board.
goodness.
She levels the match. It all comes down to this
To
final
this?
game.
Black wins on time.
Whoa!
Is that
And
2.5?
Diptan Ghosh. James, MGD1 takes it through to the semifinals.
Oh, my
Levitt
goodness.
Wizards
That's it.
are
Made through,
eliminated.
yeah. Wow, the Wizards made it all the way through here. They really had momentum. I really thought they were actually picking up here, but that Blitz is something else. He's still sitting at the board looking at the game. Yeah. MGD, congratulations. They made it through. The Indian water is strong around here.
What an incredible match this was. And Diptan Ghosh, Arjun Arigasi, the players who were really suffering in round 4, they are the one who took that defeat, come back and win it for the MGD1 in the Blitz playoff with a 2.5, 1.5 victory. What a performance by them after a difficult comeback of the Wizards in the rapid portion. This has been a fantastic fight, and it means that Team MGD1 is going through.
It was a 1-point game to show you how evenly and how close this was. And they actually went to a tie break there where anything could have happened. I mean, really anything could have happened. Evenly matched team here. Great chess, very exciting. And of course, MGD at the end were able to pick it up.
I'm going to show it one more time. I did pick MGD1, by the way.
I picked them too, but I did like about to change. I was like, what, can I change to the Wizard because of the momentum? But MGD1 was definitely from the start what I liked because of the Indian. Like I always say, the Indian water, but for real, like India is a powerhouse for for
Oh my
chess. I
god.
mean, just look at how strong they even have two teams here. The number one team is the Indian Yogis, right? So very strong
Oh.
Indian teams, very strong Indian players, and they just showed up and one by one today.
We see those spots are being filled up in the semifinals as MGD1 does join the Shanghai Tigers and the Gotham Knights. They will be playing against Gotham Knights in the semifinals. That's a big match. But before that, the fourth and the final spot of the semifinals will be decided between the Yogis taking on the Blitz. The Yogis, who had a fantastic performance in the Pro Chess League, winning their first 3 matches, being the first team to get into the quarterfinals, playing against the team Blitz with 2 former World Blitz champions. There is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. There is Alexander Grischuk in that team. James, this is gonna be a phenomenal match, and the one that we just witnessed. Oh my god, I'm still getting over it.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, we're not even done yet, guys. You still have another match today. You thought it was done? No, there's another match today with another strong Indian team. One of them made it through today, MGD1, and there's another one, Indian Yogis, that's going to play the Blitz coming up later, guys. So make sure you guys are here for that. Tanya, you going to be watching that one?
Of course, no one should miss what is coming up right now with the Yogis taking on the Blitz. Chat, the chess action continues and it intensifies, and we will be having Danny and Robert, who will be calling the action. Do not go anywhere as the final quarterfinal matchup does come up. One of these two teams will book the final spot in the semifinals. One will be eliminated. James, this has been so much fun. What a match we had. MGD1 makes it through. I had an absolute blast doing this with you. And chat, it's a goodbye from us, but do not leave. You've got the Yogis taking on the Blitz next.
All right, chat. Love you guys. See you later. Thanks, Tanya. It was great. So see you guys later. Awesome matches coming up. Let's go.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the second quarterfinal matchup on this second day of the 2023 Pro Chess League playoffs. With you here, International Master Danny Wrench, alongside the legend, Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, it's been a minute.
It's been way too long, Danny, but we are in store for a classic. It doesn't have to be in Manila to be a thriller, and I'm happy to have the call with you.
It is going to be thrilling. I got a feeling, Robert, that it's going to be a good night. Let's take a look at what we have in store here, because it is the Indian Yogis versus the Blitz. Let's talk about who's going to play who here as we break down the lineups that both teams have brought to the table. You look at Vidit Gujrathi and Nithal Sarin first and foremost. Then you look at Vaishali. Magnus Carlsen gave her a shout out yesterday, so that's a big one, Robert. But on the other side, I think the storyline of the match is this is the first matchup that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is sitting out for the Blitz. Bold strategy, Cotton. We're going to see if it pays off.
Yeah, it couldn't come at a worse time. It's the last game of the year. Don't hold anything back. The only thing being held back is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and that is surprising from the Blitz. But Etienne Bacrot, Katerina Lochno, I mean, look at this lineup. It is super strong, and they got Chef Boyardee cooking on board 4.
Yeah, and I'm not taking anything away from Etienne, of course. Obviously, a very strong board, too. But MVL is the Frenchman with 3 names. He's the household name that the Blitz have come to rely on. And I remember their epic 3-game comeback against MGD1 in the first week of the season, the other team from India, who just punched their way to the semis. So without MVL, what happens if this goes to a tiebreak? Do the Blitz still like their chances? We're going to find out. But all right, let's find out who plays who. Everyone knows first and foremost, board 1 plays board 4. You've got Vidit Gujrathi versus Mahel Boyer to start, Robert. But what matchup has your attention?
Well, I have to go with Vaishali. Did a third board for the Yogis. When Magnus Carlsen shouts you out, everybody should be talking about you. Taking Etienne Bacrot. I think that's actually a matchup where the Yogis can steal some points. And also, Danny, don't want to steal your thunder, but Nihal Sarin, the Black Pieces, Katerina Lochno, that promises to be a great fight.
Yeah, Nihal Sarin, we always say he became a household name last year when he made his way to the CGC quarterfinals. That guy also played in the CGC, did quite well, not quite as far as his teammate Nihal Sarin, but Vidit Gujrathi is board 1. He'll be leading the Yogis today. He doesn't want anything to slip away against Chef Boyardee. Sorry, stole your nickname there, Mahel Boyer, but that's a tough first-round matchup as well. So will Vidit Gujrathi bring it? That guy looking over his shoulder there, a nice little portrait in the background. Vidit likes to bring the background. He's very aware of what's on camera there. And he'll be getting ready to throw down as the first game is just about to get underway. We have it. Mahel Boyer, Vidit Gujrathi. The Blitz is on, as they say.
Yeah, excited to see these games get underway. I mean, these are two fantastic players. And look at Vidit, right? He is locked in. He is ready. He is the Black Pieces. So I'm curious what opening he will choose.
Yeah, and we'll see how Mahel Boyer does. And in my experience covering the Blitz, I feel like Boyer has been inconsistent. Moments of brilliance, flashes of, oh my gosh, what chess is being played here, and then other times where he can slip out of the opening. So we'll see what he does with the first move here against the Yogis top seed. And we have an open Sicilian, a Paulsen Sicilian with e6 and knight f6. Not something you see every day, but the move order can be tricky here, right, Robert? Because if knight c3, you get the really messy lines with bishop b4 if you're into that. What else could we have? Bishop d3, obviously an option as well. Your thoughts on the line we're going to see from Boyer?
Well, I think we should eliminate what's obvious to us, may not be to the masses. E5 would be a move that most of our newer audience would play, attacking this knight. But unfortunately, E5 has a big drawback. Queen A5 with check to the king, with check to the pawn. You steal a pawn, and you get an opening advantage. So, Danny, it's a good trap for those who are watching and may not be familiar with these Sicilians. Don't push a pawn to attack a knight where there may be a check available to scoop that pawn up.
Yeah, good tactic. Usually I'm the one pointing out the basic tactics for beginners, but I appreciate that because it's where I see chess good. But all right, knight c3, knight c6. Here's a move order, Robert, that's always interesting. There's this move knight d to b5, right? And in that position, you can see d6 for black, and after bishop f4, there's a transposition on the board into the Sveshnikov. Anyone who grew up using ChessBase trying to master their opening repertoire knows that was one of those funny positions where you could get the same exact line with move 7 or move 8, and we might actually see that if d6 is chosen here from Vidit, and right on cue. Here we go.
And I'm surprised by the opening from Vidit, but then I remember he must feel like he needs to win this game with the black pieces. He's not a Sicilian player, at least not when he's playing other super grandmasters, but when he's playing somebody without a G in their title, he may think that, gee, it's a good time to play adventurous chess and go for that win.
Are you talking bad about I?
Definitely not about you, because there is no I in this team.
That's
but
right.
there is an I in win. I heard Michael Jordan say that before.
That is true. Well, okay, so let's talk a little bit about the Sveshnikov for those who look up transposition move orders. This is a good lesson on how to make sure you map out your repertoire, because in old school databases you could actually miss some games because of the weird move orders. Sometimes that bishop is on g5 and 7 moves. In this case, it's on move 8. But all right, white has the d5 square. Variations are of choice here. You have either knight d5 right away, or bishop takes f6 first. And really, Boyer taking his time here, which is funny. You highlighted that this is not Vidit's repertoire, but he's certainly caught Boyer off on a surprise, right? Maybe that's part of the practical advantage.
Yeah, it's definitely smart to do, because you don't want your low-rated opponent to prepare something very deep and just force a draw. So by playing this variation that came unexpectedly, I think it is a good choice for the board one for the Yogis. And, well, we see that Nihal and Katerina, their game is yet to begin, but the other 2 games are underway.
Yeah, we've got 3 of the 4 games underway right now. We saw that knight to b1 was played by Boyer, by the way, in that upper left corner. So that's funny. Not one of the main 2 moves possible. We'll come back to that. Bishop e7 quickly in response by Vidit. But of the 3 games that have started, is there an adventure you'd like to choose here, Robert? Other than that top matchup we were looking at? I'm spying that French in the lower right. I mean, I can't deny that.
Well, I went to the game in the bottom left, not because I want to argue with you. We're just, I'm trying to get off on the right foot, but I just thought that you would like the King's Indian attack and the potential for this to be a messy affair. I think this could be a true battle between Vaishali and Etienne Bacrot. So if we dive into that one, I just feel like these are the type of opening where white sometimes crashes through and crushes, but against the highly experienced and highly rated Etienne Bacrot, the play down the queen side sometimes happens quicker than play down the king side.
Yeah, I agree. And the okay, I like this position too, not just the French position, but look at this last move, knight to d4. It's an interesting one from Bacrot because you're inviting the potential of the double pawns, but that's one of those double pawn positions that's instructive, right? Exactly, because the d4 pawn holds back the c2 pawn, instantly creating the open file for counterplay. So it's kind of an instructive one to see, that you highlight getting a pair of knights off the board. You don't want to get checkmated if you're Bacrot and you're trying to desperately create counterplay over there.
Because white, given a few turns, would bring that knight from f1 up to g4. Instead, we see a swap of pieces on the d4 square, and that eliminates one of the attackers, but also opens up the queen. So, Danny, at some moment, this queen could come out. There could be sacrifice on h6. Come on, this is to your liking. This is spicy stuff.
I love it. And I don't want to play against Vaishali in this position. And let's talk a little bit about what Magnus said yesterday, Robert. That was, you ask Magnus a question like that, you never know what you're going to get, right? Who's he going to choose? And he specifically called out Vaishali as a top performer. I think he had some memories in terms of how the Yogis eliminated his chess bras. But at the same time, your thoughts on Vaishali and her potential in sharp positions like this?
She's been playing amazing chess throughout the season. Now, you won't see her at the top of the leaderboard in terms of like Hikaru Nakamura, Wei Yi, who are winning all their games, except Hikaru yesterday drew all 4. But what you do see from her is overperforming on a bottom 2 board, and that is just as important. Magnus himself said, I didn't feel like I contributed when we lost our matches, because you can only control the board in front of you, and to be lower rated than a lot of your opposition and still having a plus score, that's huge. And to answer about this specific game, she seems to know what she's doing. She brings a rook to e2. She doesn't want to put this rook on c1 and make that a passive rook. She's trying to activate all of her pieces. And Danny, g4, g5 comes to mind. Knight h2, knight g4, sack on h6. Black could actually be lost in a few moves if you're not careful. And the worst part about it is e6 will be a problem if you try to play f6 to give your king a little bit more space. Then e6 becomes a quick target.
I was just going to highlight that because of the pressure you're feeling, often the advice you give people is, hey, if you're going to lose in the race, if both sides are racing, exactly the thing you want to do is change the structure. But in this case, changing the structure immediately has positional consequences on the e-file. The funny thing is this: if you en passant, obviously, and the knight takes back, the queen can move to g6, and just like that, the e6 pawn is really a problem. Plus bishop h3 is coming. Ooh, bishop takes h6. Oh my gosh, this is disaster. Sound effects.
Danny, I don't think Buck Crow's happy with the position, but I think now you're happy we went here. And I just want to point out one little subtlety, that if we just go back before f5, rook c1 protected c2, but in the event of a move like f5, even though this could still be good for white, the thing is your rook on e2 is so well placed because you're going to double your rooks and go after e6. So it's still going to be a winning position for white. We see the evaluation bar reacting. But the point is that she preempted this strike. She knew that Buck Crow was looking for some space for his king. And now I don't really know what she's considering besides this. Unless queen g6, by the way, that does scoop up a pawn.
Yeah. Queen g6 is a double attack that I can get into right there. You threaten bishop takes h6. You threaten queen takes e6. What did Bacro calculate? Is there a trap where the queen gets in trouble? It's the only thing you look at with a move like rook c6 at the end of the line, right? Queen takes d5. Is there a discovery? Some sort of variation like that. So good diligence here for her to pause, right? Because there probably is a couple of options, although positionally taking on f6 just feels so good.
No, but you're right. Actually, we should show this very quickly. You're calling it out, so it's a good point. h6 is hanging. But after rook f7, if you take e6, knight f8, and your queen is trapped. So you brought the idea to mind. It actually is applicable in this position. And if you said, okay, I don't want to get my queen trapped, let's not take this pawn. Let's take that h6 pawn. It's free. Knight f8 still kicks the queen off the g file, and then thank you for your bishop. Black is the one who has the upper hand. So good recognition by you. I think she is calculating these lines, Danny, where she's like, can I just take en passant? Is that going to work out? Should I go queen g6? Maybe take on h6 immediately as well, because you have at least a draw in your back pocket and probably more.
Just about to say, as the lower rated player, you have to ooh, no, she played queen g6. Has she missed this idea? Oh my gosh, Bacro, the seasoned veteran, pulls off a swindle, right? He takes advantage of the youngster's kind of inability to make her way through those variations.
Oh my goodness, Danny, and this is why it's so important for us to analyze, and the players, they need to go into all the lines. He saw rook f7. That was his main idea. Had she taken en passant, she was going to, I think, take the game. e6 was too much of a weakness. But instead, she tries to just go full steam ahead, queen into the g6 square, take on h6. It is backfiring thanks to knight f8, which means e6 and h6 are protected by a tactical defense. And that means I think Bacro just has a better position now.
Totally, and you can see the eval bar instantly revealed all. The evil eval bar was like, no, white's advantage has slipped with one slide of the queen to g6. And now, look at that. She has to go back to h5. There's no world where you play queen g6, queen h5, and you're happy about it. But all right, let's back up and check in on the other games. Head on over to the bird's eye view because all four have officially begun. Remember, you can follow at chess.com/events. That URL is in the corner for a reason. The games are on a delay. That is a fair play measure on purpose. Robert, oh my God, that game with Lagno and Sarin is like just a bunch of Petrov theory. Or I think it was a Petrov, but no, it's a very simplified position early here in that one. And we can go there or we can go somewhere else. Your call.
Well, it's funny that game is so far along because that was the last one to start. I believe that the players started that game last of all four. They both have nearly the same time they started with, and white is up a pawn. So let's not go to the game just yet because I feel like it will go on for a while. How about the bottom right game? You were calling for that Grisha game.
Yep.
I know you love some Uncle Sasha in your life, and I think Uncle Sasha trying to demonstrate that knights can be better than bishops.
Let's head over there. Pranesh versus Grishuk. Yogis versus Blitz. If you're just getting here, where have you been? We've got the knight on f5. I love that pony. And that bishop on the dark squares, not your favorite piece, blocked in by the f4, e5 structure. But okay, I was just about to say, if the knight disappears, we're in the opposite code bishop position, which as a lower rated player, you got to be happy about a potential to draw this one. So where's Grishuk keeping those fighting chances alive, Robert?
It's a good question. My first instinct is queen takes c5, bishop a3 is what I have to calculate right now. And if we do a quick material count, white is actually a pawn ahead. Black has 6 pawns, white has 7. So if you try to take this pawn, watch out for bishop e3, though there could be bishop g2, knight e3 type of tactics in the air. So both sides have a lot to figure out right now. I'm looking at the g2 pawn. I'm going to be honest with you, Danny. The bishop takes f5, even though it gets opposite colored bishops, still looks like trouble for white. The bishop on e4 is a powerhouse. The bishop on c1, behind a wall of pawns.
That's such a good call out because I think when you look at this position superficially, you think, oh, obstacle bishops favor the person maybe trying to draw. But that bishop on e4 hitting g2 is a forever problem, as we call it, right? It's a toxic issue in white structure and it's not going anywhere. And then you've got an obstacle bishop position where the bishop on the dark squares is basically an innocent bystander to every crime on the light squares. Look at that move d4. What a move. Even if you lose the d4 pawn, queen c6, the other rook comes to d8. g2 is a problem. This is Grishuk. I'm having deja vu right now, Robert. How many times have you and I been doing this where he's sitting in that exact room with that exact lighting? 2016 Grandmaster Blitz battles wants its Grishuk back.
I remember that very fondly, Danny. You and I in that law office closet. So we have since been able to.
Were we touching knees under the table? The world will never know. They don't know how small that closet was.
Yeah, it was a tight space indeed. And this position though is anything but lacking space for black. And look at that, by the way. I think Pranesh bringing the bishop back to f3 is really, really smart because he recognized that taking on f5, taking on d4, that's going to backfire. The light squares are too vulnerable. And so instead of giving black the opportunity to attack on g2, let's trade off the bishops. And what has that done? If this queen can land on f3, it has an open diagonal. So maybe Grishuk's best move is to push this pawn back to d5.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Can't do that.
My favorite move, those damn chess.com bugs. When are they going to let the pawns go backwards? I hate you. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, queen c6 is an option, but after bishop f3 takes e4, queen e4, queen f3, like you said, as much as I love that knight on f5, Robert, and the pawn on d4, white's up a pawn. So you got to be careful here.
And look at that. He says, be careful. You can have the pawn. It's not about pawn quality, but about the quantity. Excuse me. I just reversed that. I just did a U from yesterday. Whoa, what just happened?
Missy Elliott, back it up, flip it and reverse it.
Yeah, I better. I got to take that one back. What I am trying to say, everybody, is about quality, not necessarily about quantity. White is up a pawn, but black has a healthy pawn on d4. It's a passer, a rook behind it. So white will try his very best to sit a rook in front of that pawn at some moment. But I'm liking queen c6, knight e3, knight h4. Watch out for the g2 square.
Yeah. I was going to say that you wish you could safely play a move like g4 if you're white because the knight moving would allow the d4 pawn to be targeted, but that is a never going to happen, sir, kind of move. So, by the way, speaking of never going to happen, we will finish this round never having looked at Lagno versus Sarin because not only did they blitz out their game, they agreed to a draw very quickly there. So Sarin wants none of Katerina Lagno despite being the favorite there with the black pieces. He accepts the peaceful result.
Yeah, and I think it's a smart strategy from the Blitz team. I believe Kevin Bordy likely talked to his roster of players and said, if you can draw against Nihal Sarin and you're a lower rated player, you do it. Let's just take him out of the equation because Nihal may not seem like the most threatening player based on ratings. It might be Vidit Gujarati that comes to mind. But let's go back to 2022, the Chess.com Global Championship. Who was in that final match? That was Nihal Sarin. He was able to eliminate some really strong players along the way. Anish Giri, hi, buddy. Sorry about that. Not to bring up bad memories. But Nihal was an absolute monster, beating Dingley Ren, Vladimir Krumnik, and Anish Giri on his path to the runner-up finish.
It's so funny because obviously he made it really far. But people forget that path you just highlighted. Dingley Ren, Vladimir Krumnik, Anish Giri. Like, it wasn't even just how far he made it. It's that he arguably had the toughest path to the final. And it was very impressive to see Sarin there. So, all right. Rook to c1 now played by Pranesh. He's holding on. You got to respect it. And when I look at the clock, he's also doing just fine there. So this is a good game right now for the board four of Pranesh. But wait, I spoke too soon. H3.
This pawn's hanging. It's a tactic. He overlooked the tactic.
Rook takes f4.
Yeah, he thought his rook was sliding back to f2, defending both. But some threats are more important than material. So if the rook slides back to f2, I'm going to show everybody quickly. Rook takes f4 is a problem. This rook is overloaded. It's a deflection tactic. You take. Thank you. Queen g2 is check and mate.
You take, shake and bake, and mom helped, just like that. A piece is overloaded when it has to guard too many things, and Grishuk immediately spots it. Pranesh, you saw that head shake there, right? That was not a fake out there. He knows that he blundered, and actually this one is one of those moves where a single move in a chess game could be so unforgiving, right? We talk about that. It's like this whole position falls apart after that one mistake. Let's actually go back to the bird's eye view because this one is going to go Grishuk's way. There's another game, though, that the Blitz are really happy about. Boyer holding his own against Vidit Gujarati in the opposite battle, board 4 and board 1 on the other side.
And by the way, Bakro with a huge advantage on the bottom left against Vaishali, and Vaishali is the one in time trouble. So all of these results seem to be going the Blitz's way.
Yeah. We can go anywhere. We already checked on Vaishali. I don't mind going back to the place we started, and that is Boyer versus Gujarati if we want to head over there. It's the board 4 versus board 1 battle. As we said, board 1 for the Blitz, Grisha probably going to win. What is board 1 for the Yogis going to do?
Maybe be down a pawn because I'm doing quick math and it's not fully awake yet, but I'm looking at 6 pawns for white, 5 for black. Black has the bishop pair, but what exactly is the bishop pair doing? Not all that much that comes to mind for me. And if you take on e4, this knight hops out and d6 is a weakness. So Denny, I have to say, from a practical point of view, I like this for Boyer.
Yeah, and also from a practical point of view, you highlighted it at the start of the game that the Sveshnikov is not a traditional part of Vidit's repertoire, right? Obviously, there's the idea that you're surprising your opponent when you play something you don't normally do. But when push comes to shove, Robert, those intuitive things you understand about a structure you play all the time, the types of tactics you're familiar with, if you're in an opening you don't know, you can get outplayed. And right now, Vidit not looking like the favorite, although we have to highlight he is up a couple minutes on the clock, and that might catch up with Boyer.
Oh, I thought you were about to highlight this tactic because I know you saw it. Queen takes f2.
Queen takes f2 takes.
Yeah,
I saw red. When I see red, I see red people. Bruce Willis shows up. I'm like, why are you here? And things get weird.
Yeah, well, we hope Bruce Willis is doing well. Of course, he's been dealing with some health concerns. Not that I don't know how Bruce Willis came up into our show here, but we do seriously wish him well. But I think that we wish the king well for Boyer because Queen takes f2 check is a really nasty threat. This rook on f8 is happy to be here. Knight f3 blocks the line, so it's a very good move by Boyer. Also, he's attacking a bishop and the d6 pawn, and this knight can come to d5. There's so many tactics at play.
Dude, what a move. That's such a counterintuitive thing to do right away because you're moving the knight away from the e4 tension. But as soon as you play knight f3, you go, wow, that looks like exactly what the doctor ordered. Although, again, he is now under 30 seconds, that being Boyer. Vidit should do everything he can to make his problems complicated here. Make it hard to find an obvious move for Boyer.
Like that move, a queen e1, defending f2, defending b4. The good thing for Boyer is he has these moves that aren't super complicated, as you're saying, that he just retreated. He needed to get out of the attack. This bishop on e6 would love to come to g4, but knight d5 would be a fork. So I think for the time being, everything under control still, but at some moment, I think Vid is likely going to take here, and there could be things to deal with down the b file.
Yeah, if not for the g5 bishop hanging, he'd probably be playing knight takes b5 immediately, right? So you have to deal with g5. Then knight d5 maybe comes for white just in time, because if that trade happens on d5, the rook on that square overprotects the bishop on b5. So I'm just doing my best to kind of calculate some of the critical things that might happen here. Okay, bishop f6 is played. I expect knight d5. It's on the board. And Boyer, Chef Boyer D. How did you give him that nickname? Like, what, did you look at him and just imagine him eating Campbell's soup? Like, what was going on with that nickname?
Wait, you know Chef Boyer D is a brand, right?
Oh, I thought it was just like a type of Campbell's soup.
No, it's Chef Boyardee is a brand, so that's why I came up with it. I used to eat that when I was much younger, and
I used to eat the alphabet soup. I thought that was Campbell, like like you spell things in your soup.
Yeah, there's also that kind of stuff, but it's a thing, man.
Oh. There you go. All right, okay. Look at this move, knight d2. That's a thing. The knight's coming to c4, and that's a problem. You can't take b2 because of it. Watch out for the fork out. Knight c4. It's explosive.
Knight c4 hurts. That's a move that is going to hit d6, hit the queen, protect b2. Knight takes e4. That also looks pretty appetizing. Give me that pawn in the center. And there's no rook e8. That's very important. That would be a pin, but the bishop covers the square. So, Denny, I feel like everything is going right for Boyer. And look at the clock. Vidit's clock is ticking lower and lower. He plays queen b7. Can you just scoop up a pawn?
I think you could. Maybe you should. By the way, everything is also going right for the Blitz unless Grishuk flags. But he assuming...
I'm sorry. Look at if we zoom out for a second and look at our bird's eye view.
Oh my God!
Board 3.
But Crow blundered. Vaishali is beating the board 2 for the Blitz. What in the world happened?
I don't know because wait, now she's blundering because she has no time either.
Everything is wild here. It's one of those moments where we're probably not going to catch the fireworks of every board. So forgive us in advance, chat. Grisha gonna win in the lower right. So let's head over to Vaishali's game with Bakro and just quickly see what happened there, because that eval bar said Vaishali wins and then not so much anymore.
Yeah, let's quickly just go back. Black was in the driver's seat, much better for Bakro, but suddenly this bishop got active. So I think he should not have allowed the bishop to wrap around like it did, going after this g5 pawn, because look at that move, Danny. That was sick.
Yeah, and what happened? How did he get out of it? D4.
Oops, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. And the bishop comes out. She goes king g2 with rook h1 to follow. It's almost a mating net over here, but the king does escape, and at long last, the g5 pawn survives. But this is still very tactical and sharp. I think White's going to win this game.
Yeah, Vaishali is doing great, although the time might have something to say with that prediction. She now has less than a few seconds. You got to move. Okay, that is, that's a panic attack.
Where's this king going? Because there's going to be rook h1 and
Double
rook
the
h7.
rooks. Mating net.
Whoa.
The rook on b7 is going to fall.
And there's also knight e5 tactics as well, so the king
Knight
has to
e5, rook
watch
f7.
out.
Bob's your uncle.
Oh, no. This is looking terrible for Black. All of a sudden, it's winning. Look at the eval bar, sky high.
Yeah, Grishik is going to take down Pranesh. The Boyer game is also getting funky, by the way, but we're going to stick right here. There's nothing more exciting than what we're seeing. Bakro has to deal with rook h7, knight takes g5, knight e5. Too many problems.
So he goes back here. Knight takes g5, and e6 is falling with check, and that's a fork. Oh, my goodness. That king has nowhere to run.
Dude, Vaishali, the Magnus Carlsen prediction, holding strong. But you can do anything. Take f4. You've got d5 coming. Oh, she probably should have given check first. Now bishop takes d4, and somehow there's no knockout blow.
Yeah, the bishop does cover the h8 square, so you're feeling a little bit better about your chances, but White will just be up a second pawn after knight takes d5. So rook h8, king f7?
King f3. Okay, no, it takes first. Nice move.
F3.
Nice move. Now you can you can even play f3, hold g4.
This is getting scary, though. I don't like what was happening. Great decision, though, by Vaishali here.
Get the rooks off the board. Less than 5 seconds. You got to move. Keep it up. Check.
G4 is on the... By the way, Vida Gujarati wins that game with Black. What a comeback from him. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Walking into a pin.
Yeah, but you have rook h5 check.
Oh, huge.
Booyah.
And then rook d5, and you win a piece. Rook d5 check.
Look at that. You actually win the piece. He blunders into it. No. Okay, but rook takes a5 even. Just win another pawn. Oh, she probably should have. Dude,
she wins.
Just like that. Vaishali. I feel like I'm shaking fists if I'm a Blitz fan. The comeback by the young lady. What a talent. What a prediction from Magnus Carlsen. And look at that. Amazing.
Oh my gosh, that family is hyper talented. Pragnananda and Vaishali are brother and sister, and she just takes out Etienne Bakro. She was in trouble on the clock, on the board, but Danny, she found the tactics when she needed to.
Dude, is Bakro like... Is he just in shock right now? Is he frozen? I don't know what's going on. He hasn't moved. He might be frozen, so I'm not trying to call out the camera, but it's pretty funny that he hasn't blinked in like 20 minutes.
He just blinked. I saw it, and I saw his hand move slightly. I think he's in disbelief, and he's analyzing.
Okay, there it is, yeah. Wow. Eyebrows lift. You see the fair play cam behind it. Let's see the scores and where we stand. At one point, Robert, this was going the other way. What were we calling? We were calling like a 3-1 Blitz first round. Every game was headed their direction. Vidic comes back against Boyer. Vaishali comes back against Bakro, and here we sit.
2.5, 1.5 in favor of the Yogis, thanks to Vaishali and her upset of Bakro. And that was a back and forth game because in the early stages, Vaishali had the better opening. She could have actually been up some material, but Bakro found some defensive tactics. But unfortunately for him and the Blitz, Vaishali is proven to be super strong, and don't just take Magnus Carlsen's word for it. Look at the results. They speak for themselves.
No, seriously. And again, if you're missing what we're referring to, Magnus Carlsen joined the show yesterday. You can check out. And we asked him to pick any player who's overperforming or that he's been impressed by. And Vaishali was his pick. So just like that, she delivers. She takes down Bakro. What an upset. The Yogis go into the second round of play with a 2.5 to 1.5 lead. The second quarterfinals of the day for the 2023 Pro Chess League playoffs is just underway. Don't go anywhere. Robin and I will be right back.
Dude, It's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
Let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30
Oh,
minutes.
man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Unleash the Vidit. Unleash the potential. Unleash he did in a comeback victory over Mahel Boyer, Robert, in the first game. And boy, did the Yogis need that dub.
They certainly did. And Vidit, he took risks from the opening. He had a tough position. But when he was needed, when he was counted on, he was able to get that victory. And now the Yogis have a 1-point lead.
In the end, both board ones did their job. Vidit Gujrathi takes down Boyer. Grishuk takes down Pranesh. But at one point, it seemed like the result would go the other way with the Blitz having the edge. Somehow the Yogis stuck with it, Robert. Wow, was that impressive or what? Led in many ways by Vaishali. We talked about the younger sister of Prague who gets more attention, right? Vaishali, maybe that's the rising star from India more people should be talking about.
Definitely, because game-ending mistakes often come in pairs. She did make a mistake, right? She did not take en passant. She went queen g6, but she was able to backtrack at a great moment. She didn't go all in. So I think that shows great maturity, great understanding. She's a fantastic player, and Etienne Bacrot, unfortunately for him, just found out how good she can be when she's in form.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at what's in store for round 2. We talked about Vaishali's big win over Bacrot. What will she do against Alexander Grishuk? That's a big one, of course, we're going to be talking about the whole way. But Vida Gujrathi takes on Katerina Lagno. We could continue to choose Nihal Sarin, Mahal Boyer, right? We're spoiled for choice in this round 3.
Yeah, well, Nihal Sarin, we didn't see at all, so I am excited to see his game. Katerina Lagno made sure that no game was going to happen. She liquidated, made a draw pretty much by force, and she gets the black pieces against Vidit Gujrathi. So if Katerina, if she can hold on and not lose to Vidit, I think then suddenly the Blitz are feeling much better about their chances.
Agreed. Pranesh and Bacrot, of course, the only board I didn't quickly mention there. Both of those players coming off a loss. Lagno not coming off a loss. She just got the draw, an easy draw against Nihal Sarin. So she's got to be feeling pretty good right now about her chances. And as a board 3, she now gets board 1 for the Yogis in round 2. And we'll see what she can do with the black pieces against Vidit.
Yeah, because she hasn't really played a full game yet. And that's what happens when you just shut it down. You make a quick draw. Sometimes you don't get in the flow. And that's important because while Vidit was worse in game 1, Danny, he at least got that experience. He was able to play a game. He's in the zone and ready.
We talk about that so much, right? That sometimes starting off with a game that maybe you should have lost, a game that kind of rattles your cage, right? For lack of a better metaphor, makes you a little more alert and aware. We've shared a lot that I often remember. Some of my better tournaments were when I started off really not in form and kind of got kickstarted. So I think it can happen. We'll see if Lagno can make sure that she has her best chess here, even though she basically didn't play a game in the last round.
And she's one of the best board 3s in the entire league. So with the black pieces, she trots out this Sicilian here. And, well, Vidit playing e4. So he played Sicilian in the first game as black. Now he's playing e4 with white. What's going on with his repertoire? Whoa.
And then knight c to b5. This is a sideline that you don't see that often, but you can quickly transpose to a Maroczy bind. That's the idea with c4, or one of the ideas in this. No, he goes bishop to d3. This is a move order you don't see every day. So Vidit came prepared to surprise his first opponent, Boyer, a Sveshnikov, now surprising his second opponent, Lagno, with a weird Sicilian.
I have to say I am very surprised. But if a6 is played and we take and go knight c3 back, I think we transpose back to normal theory. So the second game in a row, Vidit's getting back to a standard-looking opening where white has developed the bishop and the knight. Black hasn't developed any of the minor pieces, but look at the central control. So that's what the trade-off is. Danny, you actually have great experience in these types of positions. Do you tend to like them from white or black?
I ended up playing much more of them as white later on in my career and avoiding some of the craziest lines in the Sicilian. So I think I'm a little more biased in that way now. But, to me, I always say in a Sicilian, if black gets d5 and lives to talk about it, positionally, things are going well, right? Because you start with the c-pawn. So these systems are all about, does black get, bishop d6, knight e7, or knight f6 quickly before white has found time to release some tactical pressure? Because if that's the case, then you're always happy with black in these structures.
Yeah, but I think f4, e5 happens before you know it. And are you really going to castle kingside? I think a rook lift will be in the cards at some moment. I could see a checkmating attack happening before she even completes her development, before she even decides to castle her king.
It's exactly the kind of thing that makes you nervous, right? I mean, because if white is going to do what I said, going to get so much pressure before black has completed their development that maybe you didn't have time for d5. So that's what a lot of these dynamics are about. e5, f5. You also have the knight coming to e2 to relocate to different squares if you want to take a slower plan as white. So Lagno has to be very careful here.
I have to say, I'm impressed by this inspired Vidit Gujrathi. He's not just trotting out his typical opening moves. He's not playing d4 systems. With black, he's playing the Sicilian. I like the way he is playing today. We can talk about it, at length, but that game one, it was shaky.
Yep.
It was combative. It was really double-edged chances for both sides, and he ended up winning the game. I think you're right, Denny. It could really help his confidence, and the Yogis will need a confident Vidit because sometimes in clutch moments in the past, he's been very hard on himself when he loses in a big moment, like the Fisher Random World Championship in 2019, right? In the qualifier stage, he lost against Fedoseev, and he was really close to making it to the live stage. So I feel like for Vidit, he has come ready to play today.
Well, and he's talked about that openly, right? Struggled with nerves in big moments, right? And it's guilty. A lot of people are. That's a tough thing to do. So easy to judge, hard to deliver. But when he's a confident player, Robert, he's just that much better, right? So when he's feeling confident and comfortable, we know what he's capable of, and that's beating the best chess players in the world. So look at this move, Queen H5. Just preparing little tactics if we want to have some fun, right? If you castle, there may be some discovered problems on this H7 square. So that's a fun thing to look. Although black does have G6 with tempo anytime you play E5. So it's actually not so simple. Lagno can consider castling into the face of danger, like Simba laughing in the face of danger. Classic little lion before he knew the hyenas were coming to get him.
But Danny, I think you would say this, that just because checkmate isn't going to happen doesn't mean this is a good idea for black, that the dark squares around the king are very weak. And that's why Lucknow starts with queen to b6 check. The king quickly goes to h1. I think she's very worried about these e5 ideas, and she should be, because castling, just because you don't get mated, the dark squares will be vulnerable. And I think there will be an e5, an f5, and white's crashing through.
But one of the problems with delaying castling, Robert, is f5 might come first in this structure. You have to watch out for those tricks here, because if de4, you actually take e6 intermezzo, and things get just absolutely nutty in a lot of those positions. So, all right. Well, this is a sharp one, and a lot of people commenting in chat. I thought Vidit was a d4 player. What's going on with this incredibly inspired brand of aggressive chess? We're gonna continue to see how Vidit's repertoire expands throughout the day. But let's go to the bird's eye view, because all 4 games are underway. Hashtag rhyme time. You've got Grishuk taken on Vaishali, an IQP structure. Eat your heart out. You got Sarin taken on Boyer. Okay, we've got a traditional kind of QGD looking Moran type of A6 B5 coming, and over there in the bottom right, you've got Bakro and Pranesh with a structure that, well, how did we get to there?
I think they're playing Connect 4 or something like that.
I was going to say, how did that happen over there?
Let's go to that game, just because it is a very unique pawn structure where they're kind of playing a game of Jenga and Connect 4 at the same time, but then you remember that it's chess. So in the game between Bakro, who really wants to bounce back after a disappointing game 1, and Pranesh, who also lost in the first game, I'm looking at this. White just decided to straight with f4, but what is this pawn structure? Like, what is this?
Not something you see every day. Speaking of Jenga and Connect 4, those are 2 games that have recently made their way back into my household. I just want to call them out. A couple of classics that, I don't know, there you go, right? Just really, really great. Rook C8 played. Battling over the only open file is a thing you do in positions like this. It's kind of boring, I guess. It's a structure that just doesn't look like it has a lot going on.
What's funny is I also am trying to wrap my head around, like, what are the ideas for the players? D3 is a target. Does white actually want to take on e5? I think the answer is no. Not just because it undoubles the pawns, but it allows the bishop on e7 a new lease on life in the position. So I actually don't see what white's plan is. I see black having a little bit more fun on the queen side in the center, but I guess queen h5 threatens this e5 pawn, maybe?
Yeah. And obviously you highlighted white doesn't want to take e5, but likewise, black doesn't want to take f4. We should probably point that out, right? So that tension favors white. And the question is, if you're not going to take f4, how are you defending e5 right now? Are you playing the move f6 to get Ben Feingold angry? Everyone's into that. I love messing with Ben as much as anyone else, but I mean, do we really want to poke the bear right now?
That encourages some kind of pawn storm for white at some moment to go up the king side. Also, f6, bishop h3. That could be an important strategic move, taking over the light squares. So you have to watch out. I agree with you that this position, I think a lot of the action remains ahead. So maybe we can zoom out again. But these players are in a tense struggle.
Let's do it. Let's head on back to the Bat Cave, take a bird's eye view, observe all 4 games in progress. Remember, again, go to chess.com/events if you want to choose your own adventure. We could maybe check out Sarin Boyer. It's still early in that middle game, but we didn't get any Sarin last round, and he looks super focused in this game right here.
Yeah, I actually think that Except for the top left game, the others are more
Yeah.
strategic in nature. They're fighting isolated pawns or a little bit more space or piece activity. But let's go to the Nihal Sarin game because it's not too late to say Sarin in this game. And in round one, they finished too quickly. But here, Danny, I think, white has an open C file. Black has a little bit more coordination. I'm curious, which side of this position would you take?
I would probably like black here. I don't know. I like the bishop on the Fianchetto diagonal there on b7. If I can get my rooks to d8 and punch c5 through, I'm happy. Again, I think my taste has evolved over time here in some of these structures. I think originally would prefer white, but it's hard for me to get e4 without knowing that problems happen, whether I'm taking c3 as black and the e4 pawn falls or even c5 striking. So I feel like black has more ways to start to lash out than white.
Agreed. The one thing you don't want to overlook, so I'm going to point out now, is if you play rook A to C or rook A to D8, that's such an easy move to make. A6 is targeted. So I think that's why Nihal has situated his pieces in this way. You see the eval bar also not really sure where to land because black is doing fine, but is black slightly better? Is it really just pure equality? I think the evaluation can be misleading here. Because this is a game about plans. Is white going to throw this knight up to e5? And should black take it? That's a really big question, a change in pawn structure. Should black at some point consider taking on c3 and hopping into d5 and e4 with the pieces?
Right.
Not easy decisions because, again, this rook on a8 stuck here for the time being, but I don't see what white should do either.
Yeah, it's really fair. Although the more I look at it, the more I really like what you pointed out about a6 being a problem because... yeah, white plays a kind of a high-class waiting move here, right? It opens up the rook on d1, gets the bishop out of maybe a tempo square if a knight ever did come to e4, and kind of says, hey, black, what's next? Maybe I'm going to play d5. Maybe I'm not now that my rook is open. But that a6 pawn is tender, right? Sometimes you got to try a little tenderness, right?
Yeah.
You got
Love me tender. Love me true.
Love me tender.
But I do think it's true that in this position, it's easier to see moves for white. I think black could even consider a move like king h8. I'm not joking. Like, it seems ridiculous. Why would you move your king? But what's white's next move?
Yep.
Is it d5?
But
I don't think
both
so.
sides are kind of like, neither side really wants to change anything too aggressively here. Because if d5, as you said, you take c3 first. You can't play e4 for similar reasons. You never really want to take on c5 as white if you're liberating black's pieces, right? The knight takes and starts to get active. So how is either side improving this position is a really funny question. And that's why the eval bar is like, I don't know what's going on here either, and I'm the computer.
Yeah, I thought he was going to take on d4 just because you used the word liberating, and I think you finally feel some relief. But after pawn takes d4, now you have to look at this queen over here. Is there a timely d5? If you take with the pawn, is there knight e5 at the right moment? Because then you're gaining some ground. I just slightly prefer white's position. I know it's a matter of taste playing with or against the isolated pawn. This is a6 pawn is bothering me so much, and I don't really want to play a5 and hand white the b5 square.
So then my question is there some world where I just take c3, part ways with the bishop pair, and pop a piece on d5? I'm not thrilled about that. The bishop pair parting is not my favorito. I could go for some Doritos. Not a sponsor of this show.
Despacito, and I think black might be a little bit desperate here. Knight d5 actually does seem to be quite a decent idea, because if you can start trading the pieces, let's not forget the bishop does protect the queen, so you're not blundering anything down the e line. Knight d5, I like that idea. It also gives the other knight, the superfluous knight, the f6 square after the first one goes to d5.
Okay. All right, well, it's an IQP structure to make Baburin happy. Hashtag winning pawn structures. Check it out if you're looking for a good book on how to play these positions. Okay, head back to the bird's eye view. We take a look at all four games. Vidit Gujrathi in the upper left is squeezing with white. And look at, you were right. Lagno was nervous about the king side, so much so that she developed in a very original manner to put the king on the queen side, but that has its own problems. Because that structure has already been blown open. So let's head back over there. Vidit Gujrathi doing good things for the Yogis, hoping to get his second win in a row.
And look at this position. We were talking about it backfired that Lucknow didn't get a real game in the first round by making that quick draw. She went queenside. I'm surprised to see it, but looking to the king side, of course, now that wouldn't make sense. But at some point, white could probably just start taking pawns. They are hanging, but I like it. from Vid. Why should you grab that pawn? It's not going anywhere. Let's take it later. Let's just centralize our forces. And Danny, speaking of plans, does Black have a single plan that you can see?
No. And even though you called out castling short would allow this G6, would actually force that G6 dark square weakness type of position, still probably much more typical for Black to play that way. This A6 pawn is a problem here. The king is forever open on the queen side, even if you're temporarily avoiding the gaze of the queen. And now if you take E4, just the structure is just no good. You open up the bishop to new problems on C6. Ugh.
But if Queen H7, there could be an E5, and you actually have to watch out for certain checkmate patterns in the position that may seem ridiculous. But with the queen stealing the king's G1 escape square, if you take on H7, you could be met. Let's just show that.
Show that line. Come on, show it. Bishop F5.
That's why Vidit goes back. He's playing this strategically. But Queen H7,
yeah, let's show it.
E5, and if you take on E5, thinking that you can get away with anything,
Rook H8.
Rook H8,
and then Knight G3 puzzle rush.
Check and mate.
Love it. That's why you do your tactics, kids. That's why you eat your Chef Boyardee. You want to grow up big and strong, like Robert. We've got, E5 is played. Okay, right away. Opening a discovered attack. Bishop on D7. Spying the queen on H3. Watch out.
And I feel like Lucknow desperately wanted some space, some ideas of her own, and why she played E5. But I like the way Vidit's handling this. He first with Queen H3. Yeah. This queen could at any moment reroute over here. And if this queen just gets all up to A5, this pawn, this king feeling super unsafe, and no fear. This discovery is a one-move threat, Danny. The queen can remove itself from the diagonal.
Says, where's your discovered check? I wonder if Bishop F5 and Rook F5. I was just going to say it, right? Are we looking? I mean, if Bishop F5, Bishop F5, then definitely Rook F5 looks like what the doctor ordered. Mm-hmm. Because, by the way, in that line after GF, Queen F5, Queen D7, Knight B6 check wins the queen.
Oh, so we have to show that. We
got it. So actually, this is key. Rook F5 takes, shake and bake, and you win the bishop because Queen D7 would allow Knight B6. And it's over.
That would be completely over. But Vidit instead takes on E5. And after Rook takes E5, he is just playing this strategically. I have to say, there could have been some mistakes here. I get that. But look at this bishop. Look at this knight. Look at these dark squares. That's a problem for Black. So I have to give all the credit to Vidit. It's tactically a problem for Lucknow. It's positionally a nightmare as well. And he's just playing good strategic chess. And he's probably taking this game. And his queen being protected, by the way, that's essential. Because in some lines, Queen D4 could be an option. But I think there's Bishop takes F5 tactics. Yeah. And the queen is protected, which allows you to take on D7 with check intermezzo.
In between moves, win pieces often. Magnus Carlsen said he thought the Yogis were the favorite. I see some discussion in chat about it. QD Jelly saying that they want to see more from Vidit before they dub the Yogis the favorite. But if Vidit keeps playing like this, you're going to be seeing a lot more of him, as they will probably move on to the semis and beyond.
He has only one thing to look out for, Danny. It's still this Knight G3. The queen staying in contact with that square is essential, because if after Knight G3 you took with the pawn, Rook H5 would be mate. So I'm still out of the corner of my eye. It's important to keep those tactics in mind, because you cannot afford to just bring your queen elsewhere, as that would result in an immediate win for Black.
No, I love it. That's a huge tactic to highlight. But what do you do in the meantime? Because you got to deal with C6. The pawn is hanging. The rook is also under attack. I'm pointing out obvious things because that's my job in this duo. No, I'm kidding. All right, Knight D4. Is F7 falling, or are you just happy to see me?
Bishop takes C6.
That's a pawn, baby.
Should also work.
Because Bishop takes C6, even better.
The rook is loose.
Bishop takes C6. If rook E1, you take D7, double check.
That's game over. That's just too much for a white to get. I think Vidit will for sure spot that. He's taking his time before taking free pieces. Rook takes F7 just looks a little bit worrisome to me because my back rank is in trouble. But Bishop takes C6. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And that, I think, should do the trick.
It's like watching Saw for the first time. Changes your life.
Wow.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
I was not expecting...
Carrie Elwes, an underestimated role you had in that movie. Shout out to you, Carrie Always, and Robin Hood Men in Tights. You know, an underrated acting career. Let's move out. Bird's eye view. Oh,
Wow.
Bishop takes E6 is played. Finds it. Bennett gonna take down this one.
Not even good old Dr. Gordon can stitch up this position. I think Katarina's position is out of control. It's going to be a win for Vidit. But Danny, the other games, look at the bottom left. Grishuk and Vaishali. We've been talking about Vaishali as the star that she is. Magnus Carlsen's words were not empty. She's the black piece against Grishuk. And look at the eval bar in the bottom left. It says equality.
Nothing but a thing. She's holding with black against, you know, a former World Blitz champion, one of the strongest human chess players on the planet. And I think we should go to there. Let's go to there and just quickly assess the endgame, because I think it is interesting to note how this could go wrong, right? There's a reason there's a teeny bit of an edge for Grishuk, Robert. So take us into that grandmaster dark cave that y'all live in and describe where this goes badly for Vaishali.
There are two different directions it can go badly. These pawns are on light squares. That can fix by pushing them up to dark squares. But look at this split structure on the king side. You may think that white is going to dart for b6, but it can be a good old hezi, right? You can just go f3, and after king f2, instead of going up to e3, go back this way and run for this pawn on h6. Another thing to look out for is that if I push my pawn to h5 and g4, f4, I can spring free an outside pass pawn. It may come at the cost of material, but if I push g5, just look at the arrows, and eventually this pawn will be removed, and white will be able to push the pawn forward. So how would black stop that? By putting a pawn f5, but we keep saying you don't want to put your pawns in the same squares as the other bishop, because then they can be picked off. So there's some difficult choices here for Vaishali. It should still be a draw, but I think Grishuk is going to make her life very difficult.
This could be one of those lessons you get at the hands of an absolute monster in Grishuk, where you look back and go, wow, what an interesting way to lose what should have maybe been a drawn ending, especially if you add time pressure. I'm going to go ahead and predict that Grishuk hands out one of those old school Soviet chess lessons here. I think Vaishali is going to have a really hard time holding this one in time pressure.
I'm with you, because bishop d5, yes, you cover it. Is a bishop trade going to be a draw or winning for white because of the split pawn structure? Things that you need to keep in mind. And even if it's a pawn trade on g5, that could be a winning endgame for white. Outside pass pawns usually steal the show, and that would be the case in the ensuing endgame with a g5 push. So king e7, a good start, but bishop f3, you know Grishuk is calculating right now, and he's not looking at the next 3 moves. He's looking maybe 20 moves deep and trying to assess if that's a win.
Yep. Well, and he's looking at bishop f3. He's not considering bishop takes f3. He's probably considering king d6 or king e6, because then you've created tension and you're not totally sure if you want to take on d5. You have to be careful about that. So instead, you have moves like g3 to remove the bishop's gauge, or g4 as you're saying. This is, yeah, okay. Well, he's taking his time for good reason, because if he plays a confusing move here, Vaishali might just have too much to figure out. You know how sometimes with less pieces on the board, you think it's easier? Nuh-uh. In endgames like this, one move is literally the game, and with no time, you can't calculate everything to the end.
No, and Grishuk, he might be trying to push his pawn up to fix the pawns. Like she plays b6, the engine only slightly reacts. This king cannot go this way. G2 is loose for now. So Vaishali holding on, but Denny, out of the corner of my eye, I'm seeing things in the 4-2 for the Blitz. Etienne Bacro. It looks like he's in trouble for a second straight game.
Well, he actually just found rook rook f7, and it doesn't work because he's down a piece. I'm sorry, I misevaluated that. Is queen h3 just a problem? Because if you take h7, you take f7. You take the rook.
You got to watch out for back rank checkings. Maybe we can dive into that one.
Queen d8. Queen d8. Okay, I'm sorry. Yep.
No, you're all good. It looks like Vidit is really doing well in the driver's seat. Boyer is holding on to his own. So Grishuk is trying to strike because Bacro could be in big trouble. Is in the bottom right. This rook landed on f7. If the queen leaves the d8 square, that queen will jump in with checkmate. G takes h7. Not actually a threat, Danny, because this rook is loose.
F7, yep.
So queen comes to e8.
Yeah, that was my idea, is if you took h7, the rook hangs, but you have to watch out for queen d8. The question is, what can Bacro do now? Because if you take on b7, for example, well, then g6 hangs for free, right? So the queen on e8 was very useful there. He goes for it, but that's going to allow Pranosh to just take g6 and say goodbye to the attack.
Yeah, you can just take with the pawn to keep the back rank under control. If you took with the queen, there would be some checks. Somehow that's a mistake. It looks like the most obvious move, but white is still in there. What's the material count? White has... It's hard to count these pawns. Look at all of them here. Like, these are so weird. Black has 5 pawns, and white has 7. I didn't even know that It went that high. So 2 extra pawns for a piece that gives Bakro some chances.
Yeah, and I think that was one of those engines not being super happy with h6, g6, but I'm not sure it matters. I think that black was probably winning on either queen or pawn capture. Queen g4, what are you really threatening there? Not a lot of. Okay, queen e6, I guess.
You just have to be careful, right? Because if you take on a2, I'm already starting to think, is my pawn too fast for you to deal with?
Yeah, if take a2, rook c7, then you threaten rook c8. That's probably his idea with queen on g4.
Yeah, the black queen doesn't have many squares, so queen c8, that might trade the queens off the board.
Oh, man. By the way, we do have the first result in the books. Vidit Gujrathi has just beaten Katerina Lagno. What a game there from Vidit Gujrathi. And the Yogis continue to lead this one. All 3 of the other games are in massive time pressure, though, Robert. I see red clocks. I see red people. And chess.com/events if you want to follow. But I'm not sure we have a better choice than right here. We can stick here and see how Pranesh handles this position.
Well, I just want to note, it does look like Vaishali made a mistake in time trial, but this one, it doesn't look like Pranesh is making any mistakes. Bishop g5 should take care of business. King f8, how could you complain about that? Your king stops the passer. Now black can start scooping up pawns, and this is just an easy conversion.
Yep. And yeah, no surprise that Grishik is able to kind of squeeze that one. So hard to hold an in like that under the clock, and it'll be a very good lesson indeed. Grishik takes down the young Vaishali. We have 2 games left, Bakro, Pranesh, Sarin, Boyer. We're going to stay right here. Actually, maybe we let this one go because it looks like Pranesh is converting and we head over to Sarin.
Sure. That one is in endgame that at least the eval bar suggests should be okay, but I'm looking at the position, Danny, and I don't think it is at all.
No, I don't
Black
think so
is
either.
in the driver's seat. Look at Boyer's bishop on c5.
Bakro's going to take down Pranesh right as we do so. They leave us no choice, which is awesome. We're going to head over to Sarin and Boyer. It's the only game remaining. We might have 4 decisive results in this round 2, boys and girls. Bishop d6 from Boyer. What a tough position.
Boyer needs this for the Blitz because the Blitz won with Grishuk, but the Yogis won with Pranesh and Vidit. So right now, for Nihal Sarin, a draw would be huge. For Mahal Boyer, a win is necessary. And this bishop outclasses the knight. But Danny, where are the inroads? I don't see how black is going to make progress.
Yeah, and the king d7 was revealing because if you can't play king d5 and get active due to whatever you were worried about, maybe rook e8, something like that, then that centralized knight is keeping up with the bishop.
Danny, I think Nihal's going to win this game because the knight is going to outclass the bishop at some point when you get rid of all of black's immediate threats. And the good thing about a knight against a bishop, the knight can jump from color complex to color complex.
Yep.
That's a pawn on a light square. I'm getting nervous about these pawns over here.
Yeah, you almost just want to play a few more. Oh, he's going to offer the rook ending because the rook on the 5th is dangerous. That king's going to dart to g5. Look at that foreshadowing in the crystal ball. We'll see if you're right. King e3, rook to g8. There you go. Actually, just wins the pawn.
Yeah,
no.
He's got f4 and
rook
this rook
d6
d6
is going to hold it. Yeah, okay.
But I'm looking at the clock. That's super important at this stage. Nihal Sarin, one of the best blitz and bullet players on the planet. But I guess for black, you have the perfect defense. So all you have to do is shuffle your king around.
You know, what's funny, I think you weren't wrong in the prediction that Sarin could have played for the win, but I think he looked at the team situation and decided that knight for bishop trade, Robert, was kind of a risk-free way to approach it. You know what I mean? Rook ending, he's not going to lose.
Yeah,
although black is squeezing.
Oh, rook c4.
Look at the time. Okay.
I think that there's going to be a blunder at some point. You can't leave the 6th rank because no go rook c6 is rook c1 check.
Okay, rook c1 check would win. King f5 now.
King up. King c4, king to b5.
You got to go back to d5. You got to go back to d5 to hold it. Nope, he doesn't.
Oh, yeah, the king's on the wrong side, Danny. This is bad.
You got to play rook c5 there. Now
king
rook
d5
check. Oh my gosh. Oh, you see Nihal leaning in, finger to lips. Hand position number 17, if I remember exactly. That's how you know you're confident.
He's winning. Look at the eval bar saying +4. And it's because white can go after this pawn with rook b5. g2 is irrelevant. Give me the a5 pawn. 2 unopposed passers on the queen side, and the a pawn will run very fast.
Wow.
And that's it. That's game. Nihal wins on the clock, but also the board. And Mahel Boyer is beside himself.
I love that comment from chat. Nihal Sarin with 30 seconds. That's 25 seconds too many for him. And he nods his head like he's been there before. We called him Mini Hikaru during his Chess.com Global Championship run because he found a way to win positions like that. And Robert, tell me that game didn't remind you of a game that Hikaru would win.
It did, but it reminds me of what Nihal Sarin does. Like in beating Anish Giri, it was never him just like blitzing him out of the opening. It was all these small little nuanced pluses. And well, speaking of plus, 3-1 score for the Yogis. That's +2 in this round, going up with +1 in the first round. They have a 3-point lead.
3-point lead for those who don't do math good. That's a big lead. And that's a hard lead to overcome. Although if I was to predict any team to come back, the Blitz have done it a couple times this year in a match that I commentated on in the first week. So I don't think they lose hope, though I have to call out they're missing Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, you know, kind of the spirit animal of the team in many ways. If you're going to pick one match to miss, this may not have been the best one to sit out because the Blitz currently wishing they had his help as we take a look at the scores before we head to a break. As Robert pointed out, it is a 5.5 to 2.5 lead for the India Yogis. They are up 3 games before we head into round 3, Robert.
Yeah, and in terms of team construction, roster configuration, you need a deep roster of talent. It looks like for the Blitz, Etienne Bacrot is in, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave is in the Grand Chess Tour, but it's not going well for him. He is struggling. He lost to Vaishali. He lost again to Pranesh, and I think that's where you really do miss MVL. He gets the job done in these formats.
And it's not to pick on Etienne Bacrot. He's had quite the career, right? He's a household name in many ways, but that guy is not holding up his end of the bargain right now. What do you do to get in the right mindset if you're Bacrot, Robert?
Well, I mean, we look at the Boston Celtics, and Jason Tatum had a terrible game, but his teammates lifted him up. I think that's what is needed. Bacrot, you don't need to win yourself. You just need to stop losing. That's key, and some of your teammates can get the job done. So it's not to pick on Etienne. He's an amazing player. He was 2760 at his peak. We know how strong he is. He's having an off day, but I actually meant that more so as the India Yogis. Their list goes on and on of who they can trot into the lineup. But Vaishali, she has been the key. She has been a star, and she's 1 out of 2. That's all you could ask for from her.
Yeah. Well, all you can ask for everyone else is that they tune in to an event that we're going to have at the end of this event on Sunday, May 14th. It's the Chess Kid Stars versus Streamers. Anna Kramling and Eric Rosen are back, and they want vengeance. They're joined now by Levi Rosman and Arturs Nixon, but they're going up against an all-star cast of kiddos. Tani Aduwami, Megan Paragua, Brewington Hardaway. You've got Alice Lee, who fell with the Bishops, but she will be back with a vengeance. Tune in to the Chess Kid Stars versus Streamers rematch on Sunday, May 14th at 1 p.m. Pacific time. On that note, we're going to take a very quick break, and we will be right back. Guess who's back? Back for chess. Robert's back. His name is Hess. What's up, Robert?
Are you asking me seriously what's up? Or I thought it was rhetorical, but I know what's up. It's the India Yogis up 5.5, 2.5 over the Blitz.
Let's say, like, what's up? You say the Sky. In this case, you say the Yogis. They're up 5.5, 2.5, and they're dominating, right? Sometimes you have a score, Robert, where you remember a game that went wrong, or maybe someone got lucky. And I'm not saying a lot of players might wish they had some moves back, but the truth is the India Yogis are on a roll right now.
Yeah, they are dominating in this match, and it's from board 1, Vidit Gujrati, he leads the way, but all their other boards are chipping in, whereas the Blitz, you see 2 of their players, they have donuts on the scoreboard, and that just can't happen, especially against a team as strong as the India Yogis.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and at this point, we're already in territory where another dominant round could be it. Right? 3 points away from victory. If you're doing the math, that means 8.5 is the score you need to move on to the semifinals in the Pro Chess League playoffs. So let's take a look at next round's matchups while we're at it and ask ourselves, if you're the Blitz, Robert, where does the comeback start? Paint the picture for me.
Well, they start at the bottom, now we're here. I'm starting at the top because Etienne Bacrot's been around the block a couple times, and he can beat Vidit Gujrati. He has the white pieces. Vidit, 2 out of 2. Bacrot is 0 points out of 2 games, but that would be a huge win for the Blitz because it's a toss-up on the lower boards. I think if Bacrot wins, the Blitz are right back in this thing.
I think that's a really great call out, right? Because even though he's 0-2, you know that Bacrot is a seasoned veteran, right? He's not a guy who is going to let his past haunt him, if you will, right? He knows how to find it. He's been in some of the biggest chess tournaments in the world for several decades. Can he find himself and get a victory against Vidit Gujrati? Because someone has to slow down the board 1 for the Yogis. If you're the Blitz, maybe it starts right here with that guy.
Yeah, I mean, he is super strong, and he's just having an off day. And I made a Jason Tatum reference earlier. Jason Tatum struggled throughout the first 3 quarters, couldn't find a shot, and then he hit some big threes down the stretch against the Sixers last night. So I think Bacrot, we know what he's capable of. We know he's a beast. And I'm curious what opening Vidit will play. I think we're going to see some more of his main repertoire when he takes on Etienne here.
Interesting practical call out there. Robert kind of suggesting that maybe Vidit used the surprises against the lower rated players and now he's going to switch. But no, instead Vidit says, hey, Robert, I came prepared to surprise everybody. I'm playing a Sicilian, not my normal thing, but maybe this is a thing of the future if you're Vidit Gujrati.
Oh, but these type of lines are very pleasant for white. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has a lot of experience. And you know who was a trainer for Maxime for many years? The guy we see with the white pieces, Etienne Bacrot. And look at this D5 square. It's juicy. It's for the taking. And the fact that Vidit just sat and thought for a bit there, he might not know this line inside and out.
By the way, when you said he was a trainer for NBL, I almost pointed at myself, but that's a secret we haven't told yet. So anyway, no, shout out to the Fair Play team. Wave to the camera. Hi, everybody. We're on camera and we're not cheating. Shout out to everyone who works hard at chess.com doing what we can to keep the games clean. All right, it's a closed sort of reverse Botvinnik English structure if you're black, but when white has this much positional dominance, he's already moved the knight from the F file, Robert. He's got F4 on the mind. Oh, and D5. There you go.
Yeah, no, F4, as you said, and the knight is going to come back at some point. We see this in the Italian game. Look at this control. When your pawn's 2 squares apart, look at the square in between. That's white's for the taking. Bishop G4. Are you provoking F3? Bacrot says, sure, I'm going to play F4 as you just said, Danny, so why not start with F3? And if you take, pawn takes C4, and the domination of the D5 square continues. Looks way, way, way more pleasant for white than for black. I just love the light square control. So I would take white here, definitely. And hey, thank you, Durf on Turf. You love Hess with the basketball references. Well, I didn't want to mention the Suns losing by, I don't remember what it ended up being, 30, because Danny's a Suns fan. But, the good thing about the Pro Chess League is when you see a team get to 8.5 points, the match is over. You don't have to play another quarter when you have no hope.
Yeah. It's a frustrating 2 years in a row. I'll just say that, to be a Phoenix Sun fan. So, yeah.
You going to talk about it, or you're okay?
No, we can move on. Back to the bird's eye view, maybe? Check out the other games that have started.
Sure. This one, they're just jockeying for position, maneuvering their pieces. Whoa. I see a pawn on C6 and a pawn on B2 in the upper right. That looks strange.
pawn on c6 and a pawn on b2. How did we get there? But we've seen this opening before recently. This is sort of a theoretical kind of idea that they're going for.
Yeah,
The,
it stems from like a Grunfeld, I think, but isn't black can take on c6 and be a pawn ahead, but I guess white's claiming I'll just win that right back thanks to the bishop on g2 and the active knights. So I'm looking at this position, the top right looks pleasant for both sides. They're playing quite quickly. The bottom right just started, and then Danny on the bottom left, Vaishali against Boyer. Feels like black doesn't want to develop and grab the c4 pawn, but this could be a Catalan that goes wrong for black.
Yeah, and a Catalan that goes wrong for black sounds like the title of my autobiography or my rap song, rap debut album coming. You want to head over there?
Sure. Let's go to the bottom left game. And we just switched.
Nope, we
games.
got Grishik Sauron here.
I'll bring up the right board. Oh, okay. We're switching
there we
around
go.
a lot.
Musical chessboards, as I like to call it.
So, Danny, let me ask you. Let's be clear here.
Yeah.
Which game would you like to go to?
Let's go to Grishik Sauron. You talked about it.
Okay, so I do have that game pulled up now. Let's bring Grishuk and Sarin back on camera. Sorry about that, everybody. And we see that black can take a pawn on c6, but Grishuk is unbothered. And the reason why is that pawn will likely be won back pretty quickly with the knight retreating to d4. Or maybe there are tactics with knight e5 after pawn takes c6 because the rook on a8 is loose. And Nihal is spending his time here. Danny, when's the last time you saw Grishuk up on time in the opening?
Yeah, this is not a sighting you see every day, a Grishuk in the wild, out of his element. And he's out of his element because he's up on time. But, well, don't give him time, Robert. Literally give him time, and he'll take his time. But, all right. Nihal thinking, because it's a big moment, how do you handle that pawn on c6? You would win a pawn if you took it, but as you pointed out, knight e5 would be very problematic. Lots to think about here. And the fact that Grishuk is up on the clock, again, as odd as this looked at the start, Robert, tells us Grishuk is prepared for this position.
I wonder how known this position is, because Grishuk knows it, but if Nihal doesn't, maybe Grishuk is uncorking some kind of novelty, or maybe Nihal is the one who made an inaccurate move order and is struggling with black. But the eval bar, of course, it never is bothered. When chess is played perfectly, the game should result in a draw. But after pawn takes c6, you just know he's looking at knight e5. There's so many tactics that have to be on your radar, with the rook being loose in the corner on a8. And, well, Danny, first thought, first instinct, do you think Grishuk has good chances to help the Blitz out and cut into the deficit?
I think he does. I know the eval bar is saying 50-50, and of course Nihal is strong and going to take his time, try to make sure it stays that way. But I'm liking Grishuk's chances. The more I calculate the position, though, I'm thinking queen to b6 is maybe the move Nihal is also looking at. All right, a move that doesn't take c6, overprotects the tactics happening on b7, and also pokes at the loose knight on b5 and the bishop on b2. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a really fascinating move, queen to b6, because a4, maybe then I could take on c6. There still will be tactics in the air in such a position, but Nihal is trying to work it out, and we know if anyone can work through some complex tactics, it is Nihal Sarin. So queen b6 is a move that I didn't initially think about. I was so focused on taking on c6, and he does play it, and the eval bar does not react, so good move.
Okay. Takes on c6. Grishuk looks around. He realizes no one's there but his own brain. Looks up and says, let me reach back into that guy, reach him back into that cerebral cortex in the back, saying, what does memory tell me about this position? Knight e5 is obviously the tactical line we've been looking at. I guess knight b to d4 is also possible because that c-pawn isn't really going anywhere.
Right.
But this is a fun one. The chances of seeing players of this level, Robert, take so much time early in the game here just really tells you what's at stake, and the fact that there's probably a lot they're thinking about that we can't see. Okay, he takes on d8. Now knight e5 is still possible.
He keeps looking up, and we know that typically means it's a position they know or they've calculated. So do you think that he somehow has this all prepared in advance, or is he really just now on his own if we're talking about Grishuk?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was a good question. To the answer, I don't know. Is he on his own? I love chess too. I love chess too. Twitch chatter. We all love chess. Thanks for being here. Thanks for loving chess.
Their username is help with 3 P's. So
help
I feel like
with 3 P's.
They're telling you that they love chess, but maybe it's also an issue in their life. So I don't know how to help them. They're watching a chess show right now.
If you need help, definitely get it for sure. Right now, Robert and I don't need any help to drive this thing toward a different game. We're gonna let Grishuk think about it. Let's head on over to the bird's eye view. So many options, hardly enough time. Pranesh just put a rook on c1, attacking Lagno's queen. You've got Vaishali once again in a dynamic game against Chef Boyardee. Oh my gosh, it rhymes. Vaishali the Destroyer. I feel like that's the nickname that she henceforth with shall be given. Vaishali the Destroyer.
She deserves that nickname, and that's in the bottom left. In the top left, excuse me. This is just a solid situation where Bakro, he's playing with a small plus. That game in the top left between Bakro and Gujarati. So I feel like this is not the most enterprising round, Danny. The games are not tactical in nature. So which of these 4 non-tactical games do you most want to go to?
Danny, which of these 4 non-exciting options are you most excited to talk about? Thank you. Well, Vaishali the Destroyer is always a fun one to check out. So let's head over to her game. Let's do it.
Okay.
She's taking on Mahel Boyer, Vaishali the Destroyer, and a teeny bit of an edge for white in that game, maybe. A little space advantage.
Better bishop on the dark squares. This one is staring down the length of the longest diagonal. The bishop on e7 merely a defensive bystander. And she wants to make use of it. This is a common idea. Queen a1, slide the rook over somewhere to c1 or d1, and maybe at some point she will strike with d4. But for now, she's biding her time, and there's no real plan for black that I can see. So what is a knight d5, bishop f6, and then the d6 square? Whoa, he pushes b5. That's not a move that you play lightly.
No, because the c5 pawn will forever be a target on the open c-file. And maybe right now that doesn't seem interesting, but exactly, as pieces get traded, the c5 pawn could become weaker. But actually, this favoring black, knight d7, are you going to play bishop f6 next and keep simplifying? I don't know. Boyer shakes his head. Maybe he's not so sure about his own plan. Going to lean in and give us a up-close look. No dandruff there.
No, it's a good idea. It's a clean idea. And he just tries to get rid of the dark square bishops. But with this rook coming to c1, this c5 pawn, it's a long-term target. You would love, the best move is to push this pawn back to b6.
Exactly.
We love ourselves a good pawn chain. Can't do it here. I like white's chances from a practical point of view. I think good winning chances for white based on the c5 pawn.
It's so funny. I felt the same way the moment black played b5. I know the engine initially said with best play, maybe black owned a small edge, but I think human positional brains, we both thought alike there, that's a move that unless you have an immediate cash in, right? Unless you're pushing in all your chips and there's some idea, you almost always regret creating a weakness like that on an open file. The rooks double themselves on c1 and c2. Then you can move the knight from f3, offer another trade, maybe from d2 to d2 to e4. And just like that, white is the only one with a target on c5.
Yeah, and black will have to go queen b6, rook c7, rook c8, but those rooks are defensive pieces while white's pieces will be active. So queen b6 played. I'm also looking at knight e5 type of ideas. If we can trade everything on e5, the queen gets active. Oh, I don't know. Rook d8? I thought for sure these rooks would come to the c-file, but I guess Boyer, he has figured this out quite nicely as the Eva bar is slightly in white's favor, but not too much.
Okay. All right. Well, once again, I think we head back to bird's eye view, and I guess the good news for all those who might have just happened to be tuning in round 3. Again, I won't ask where you've been. It is Friday, so hopefully enjoying yourself wherever you are. All 4 of these games are pretty close to even right now, which is the opposite of the match. As you can see there on the bottom bar, it's a 5.5, 2.5 score in favor of the Yogis. Robert, there's a knight on a7, and I want to talk about it.
Yeah, I think we should, because not only is there a knight on a7, black is up a piece for just one pawn. Yeah. So Grishuk has given away a piece, and a rook on d8 can be captured. That's the game in the top right. So if we dive into that one, the last few moves have been electric. We ask for excitement. The players deliver. Knight f to d4, rook b8. Knight takes a7. Excuse me, isn't your bishop hanging on b2? Couldn't you take on c6 with a fork? But too many of white's pieces are hanging down the line. So he takes, the rook takes b2. After knight c6, the point is that while this rook's under attack, this pawn and this bishop, there are forks everywhere, forks galore. And rook b7, what a calm move by Nihal, saying, you take my rook, I take your knight.
But what about a fascinating position? What about he's down a piece, but the eval bar says it's even. I can't even speak it. It's so confusing, right? Grishik is up on the clock, but down a piece, yet eval bar's even. What universe are we in, and where is Doctor Strange?
I don't know where. Maybe through one of those time loops and just heading on away.
The science doesn't really check out on that. We're not going to call Marvel out on that, but okay.
Sorry, that's the one that makes you call it the science. What about Ant-Man? That one isn't a problem.
No one questions Michael Keaton. Nobody. The Prim particle is real.
Well, first of all, Michael Keaton is.
Oh, sorry, Michael Douglas. First of all, Michael Keaton coming back, the only Batman I ever cared about. Finally. Rook c7. Rook c7 is played. What's funny is you have a passed pawn. It's an A pawn. And even though you're down a piece, if that pawn just gets going, it's a serious problem. That bishop on g2 helps it big time.
It does, but this bishop on g7 doing much of the same, staring down the a1 square, which is where you would like to keep your rook behind the passed pawn. And if this knight can jump, say, to c3, if you could eventually get your knight via d5 into c3, then that's a big problem for white as the knight just cramps white's position completely. So I feel like Nihal might have the upper hand here. I see the evaluation bar saying a level game. That's dynamic equality, but I feel like it's easier to go wrong with white.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm thinking.
If you were to assign winning chances to this game, what would you put them at?
Because I have to take into account the clocks as well, although then I think it's Nihal Sarin playing down on time. So I'm with you. That you have to like the two pieces for black. Nihal Sarin, not someone who's afraid of time pressure. The nerves that he doesn't feel, like a Hikaru Nakamura in those situations, always impresses.
It does indeed. But right now, Nihal, I think we're looking at it from his perspective. For Grishuk, you need to win. You're down 5.5, 2.5, and you start looking around. Where are the Blitz going to score points?
Yeah, the Blitz can't just take a 50-50 result, right? That puts them in, and again, 3 games behind heading into the last round. Even harder to make a comeback there. So where are they going to go? It's probably not going to be Grishuk. Maybe let's go back to the Batcave, head on over to the bird's eye view, see if there's another game that the Blitz can count on. I'm struggling to find it.
Yeah, you can count on me like 1, 2, 3. I'll be there, but I don't see where the win is for the Blitz. They need victories. They cannot afford draws at this point. And I'm looking at the bottom left, Danny. I still like Vaishali's position more than Boyer's. I'm looking at the bottom right. Pranesh in the driver's seat against Lucknow. The Blitz might actually lose this round as well.
Yeah. If they lose this one, I mean, okay. It's not over until someone reaches 8.5, but when you're down by 30 going into the second half and you haven't mounted any defense for the entire game and your coach can't figure out rotations and your big man is soft, winning Charmin Ultra Soft Player of the Game for the 6th game in a row, even when he's on the bench. I don't know what I'm talking about. Shout out to the Phoenix Suns and another disappointing season. All right.
Well, just like the Suns, I guess we're going to have to get over it and just focus on where the action lies. I mean, in the top left, Crow, his queen is active up in Black's camp.
Yep.
There's an open F file. I think it's even material despite the asymmetrical pawn structure. The bottom right, though, Pranesh, looks like he's just trying to take one home.
Yeah, let's go over there. We haven't given Pranesh Logno a look in this round. If Pranesh takes that win, that might be the nail in the coffin that the Blitz are trying to avoid. What a tough position here for Lagno.
This bishop d5 idea, if the knight moves somewhere that's not e4, looks like an issue. And if you go knight e4,
well, even rook takes f7 is a threat. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, exactly what you're saying. The rook f7, bishop d5 to follow, but knight e4, e6. I think the tactics work out. Just to show you quickly, e6. If you take, you lose on the spot because this knight is hanging. It's in check. You go king f5. That's what we call checkmate in the Blitz.
Wouldn't be the first time I've mated my own king in the middle of the board, huh? Anyway, not my game, but you get it. All right, back up. So if the knight moves to e4, e6 is a problem. You're going to go to g8, then rook takes f7, I think. I think rook take... Okay,
Wow.
this looks like... Wow, what a creative defensive move. That was maybe the only move for black there.
Yeah, and the eval still liking white because e6 is a problem. If you take and rook takes, the king can safely go up to f5, but you drop this h6 pawn. You can't afford to be down 2 pawns in this endgame. So I do think e6 is still just what the doctor ordered, and of course Pradesh plays it. Well, the eval bar not thrilled with that move for some reason.
I wonder what the idea is, because taking e6, rook takes looks good for white, as you said. You can't defend both the knight and the h6 pawn if f e6, rook e6. So is it a move like f5? Oh, wait, knight takes c5.
Oh.
Takes f7. Knight e6?
No, it's knight e6, you just take it. It doesn't work.
Yeah, and h6 falls at the end of the line.
How is this only 0.9 for white?
Interesting. One of the instructive points here is that black calculated under pressure. You know, that's not an easy thing to do. Lagnos shows that she's not going to go down without a fight. She's under 2 minutes. But okay, we got a lot of hype in chat. People still rooting for the Blitz. We know there's probably a lot of them watching the Blitz stream as Kevin Bordy covers his team's chances. But they are dwindling.
I'm just trying to figure this out. If you play rook e6, Danny, you're going to give up the f7 pawn for the h6 pawn, and black will take c5. So at some point, it's likely we'll get rook on 3 versus rook on 2. You do not, if you're white. You don't want to keep all the pawns on the king side. That's a theoretical draw. So Pradesh, he's too smart. He's too experienced, too strong at now Blitz chess. We're getting to that kind of time control. And Lucknow down to 140. I think if you get 2 extra pawns on one side of the board, it's going to be a win for white.
Well, the only exception would be because the pawn's on g5, if white slips and they somehow get split, an f and h pawn dynamic actually is a theoretical draw. So Pranesh has to be a little careful there. Rook takes c5 met by rook takes h6. I assume we'll see it here. And the white rook will then swing over to b6, or actually do you try to go to h5 and win the pawn?
You could also play h4 right now, just to...
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. It's just going up forward. The king is cut off. Everything going right for white, and the evaluation bar, Danny, it's always a bully. It just says, yeah, so what? You got nothing.
Yep. It just steals your hopes, takes your dreams. Okay, this isn't a bad move because rook b6, you can play rook c4, and the king is cut off. So holding temporarily.
It's close. So
by the way, if white makes some sort of like mental slip here, rook to b5 is kind of a threat, and then runs to b1. So white actually kind of needs to play rook to b6.
Maybe
otherwise, black
h4.
puts the rook behind the pawn. Go ahead.
I was thinking h4 as well because the rook gets behind the pawn, but your king is so close that maybe there's a timely king d3. There's rook c3 check. Super important.
Wow. What a tough rook ending. By the way, again, most of the other games are still at 50-50. Besides Vaishali, the Destroyer may be pushing against Mahel Boyer. I didn't even mean for that to rhyme so well, but I'm going to live there. I love it.
We can leave this game because I think white is in the driver's seat now. The black rook is overloaded, trying to stop the king from entering and protecting this pawn. B3, king f5 should be it. So you said Vaishali is also taking care of business?
But, well, maybe that's a little much, but she is on the prowl. White is better in that game. Again, we think Pranesh is going to get the win there, which means the Yogis are getting one game closer. Magnus Carlsen's predictions. Go ahead.
Look at Vidit's time. I see it red across the screen there.
Man.
Vidit's down to a few seconds left. That's not an easy rook endgame.
All right, let's head over there. We talked about whether Bakro, the veteran, could rise to the occasion despite starting 0-2. And if Bakro could take down Vidit, that might be what the Blitz need right there. I mean, might be is a bit of an understatement. So let's head over to Bakro, Vidit Gujarati.
Yes, let's do that because the white king is entering, and with that passed c pawn, this could be a 2-flanked problem for black to deal with. And You see the rook go up to b7 with check.
Yep.
The king is on the last rank. So just like the Pranesh game, Danny, it feels like black may be able to secure a passed pawn at some point, but white is taking all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Pranesh and that board is going to maybe win for the Yogis. Here it's Bakro who might be getting the win for the Blitz. A much, much needed one, to say the least.
So king takes e5, rook h3, rook takes g5. The pawns are split, though, which isn't the same, and that gives Vid a good drawing chances.
Yeah, and it also means black always has these ways to split the pawns, as you see with rook d3, and maybe even check the king. So this is not the easiest one to win, but the fact that Vidit is also down on time makes you like Bakro's chances.
I think Bakro's going to win the game. It just seems too tricky in time trouble.
Yeah.
This king will go forward, and at some point the black king might have to choose a side, and the king could be cut off at a critical moment. Just push the e-pawn, right?
Yeah, it's over.
Two of them.
And that rook is stuck on g3 to guard h3. This is not a split pawn draw, by the way. The only two split pawns that are a draw are the f and h pawn because of rook ending dynamics that we don't have time to get into on this show. But you can check them out in many video lessons. But yeah, these split pawns are enough for white to win. So giving up the h3 pawn is not an option for Vidit.
Vidit needs to have both his rook on the third rank and be able to check the king from behind. Like, this rook needs to be able to check this king out of there. But if it does, then the king will go up to c6. There's no way to deal with everything at once. If king d5, rook d3, the king just goes up more. So he's pushing the pawn one by one and check and push to whatever pawn is not
But
stopped.
lucky for Vidit's team, by the way, Robert, you have to look. Nihal Sarin has turned things around against Grishuk. And even with the loss for Vidit Gujrathi, because Pranesh has already won, if Sarin takes down Grishuk and Vaishali continues to prove her nickname, the Destroyer, correct? Oh, wait, nope, Boyer. Wait, someone blundered.
Oh.
Queen on e1 with check.
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
Vaishali blundered. It looks like that queen and knight are too active. So suddenly, but Grishuk lost just now?
Grishuk loses to Sarin.
Yeah.
Okay, we have one game. Let's go there. Vaishali, Boyer.
Okay, let's dive right into that. It looks like the white king is almost checkmated, and black is up 2 pawns all of a sudden.
Yeah, black is up 2 pawns, and with the attack, the white king not happy on h3. g3 is tender here. This is a win that Boyer gets to keep the Blitz's chances alive.
And this looks like it should be quite straightforward for black. Your king is very safe, and the white king out of her. Give me another pawn. Checkmate and 1 was threatened, so the queen comes to f4.
Yeah.
Queen trade, great.
Let's go, Blitz. Let's grow, Blitz. Shout out to our man, Bigfoot. Working hard, hardly working. He tends to do both at the same time. We love that guy. And here we've got a couple of pass pawns for Boyer and a very good knight. I was going to say maybe just rook b8 was better than rook a8, but okay. Knight d5.
Take all the pawns.
Okay, good enough. Now the rook rights the ship the second time around, and the b pawn joust run off the board. Brittany, baby girl on b1. Welcome her to the world.
Oh, and you can't even.
She has a future as a queen.
Couldn't even play bishop c2 because knight e3 was check, taking the bishop. So this is just resign time.
Vaishali going to play this one out for good measure. Sometimes it's good to shake off the nerves when you lose. With that, the Blitz's chances stay alive. Instead of a 3-1 match over for the Yogis, we're going to head into round 4 with a 2-2 score after that round 3, Robert.
Yeah, it was a tied match in round 3. Unfortunately, before that, it was 5.5, 2.5 in favor of the Yogis. They'll take a split. It doesn't matter who wins. It doesn't matter who loses.
Yep.
They need to make sure that the Blitz don't blitz them and win every single game. So you have to say, impressive stuff there from Bakro. He had 2 losses. He could have just sailed through and said, okay, our team's going to get eliminated. But he found the fortitude within himself to fight and take down Gujrathi.
Well, we kind of called it, right? We said that he was a veteran, right? We highlighted him in our isolated player cam right before the round started and asked the question, will he find himself? He was brought in for a reason. We know that everybody misses Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but a huge victory. He slows down Vidit Gujrathi. He keeps the Blitz's chances alive. And as we head into the last round, we want to look at the score 7.5, 4.5. For those who think that's insurmountable, we just had a 3-1 victory for the Yogis in round 2. No reason that pendulum can't swing the other way. We've seen the Blitz do it before. I was there in week 1 when they came back to tie the other team from India, MGD1, and ultimately win in overtime, Robert.
Yeah, Comebacks do happen. Sometimes you say, don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. But unfortunately for the Blitz, all their years of experience with Brashuk, with Bakro, Katarina Lucknow, and rounded out by the youngster Mahel Boyer, it just unfortunately not their day, because on the other side, the India Yogis, they look like a powerhouse. They earned the top seed in the Pro Chess League playoffs, and they do look like the strongest team at the moment.
Well, and to finish the point I was about to make earlier, but blunders cut off my words. Magnus Carlsen, when asked to predict who he thought would go all the way, he picked the Indian Yogis. He also picked Vaishali as one of the top surprises. So we'll see if Magnus's predictions stay true and the Yogis can get the job done. But we have one more round before that will be the case. Can the Blitz mount a comeback? Don't go anywhere. We are going to be right back with the final round on this Pro Chess League quarterfinal in a few. We are headed into the final round for the second quarterfinal matchup, actually the last quarterfinal matchup in this 2023 Pro Chess League playoffs. Only one spot remains in the bracket. Will it be the Yogis or will we get a comeback, Robert? We're about to find out.
I'm glad you asked that more rhetorically than to me, because I feel like we see the matchup between Vidit and Grishuk on tap. Vidit, 11 years, Grishuk Jr. Grishuk with the lead in head-to-head in rapid chess. But I was going to say, the India Yogis can afford to lose a bunch of games and still win this match. It's just that far ahead. I just don't see a comeback happening.
All right, well, I'm going to be in the comeback chair because it's more fun when I disagree with you just in general in life. No, but obviously you're right? The Yogis have not just a 3-game lead heading into this. They've also been the better team. They've played better chess, so it would truly take a comeback for the Blitz to turn this thing around. But as we look at the board-by-board pairings and we try to paint the picture, even with the fears of being accused of scripted, the overall scores show us that a 3-game comeback might start with Grishuk taking down Vidit. Really, they have some potential there. Lagno taken down by Shally, so we'll see. Robert?
Yeah, they do have a chance, right? We know that the Blitz need to score 3.5 to half, and that's possible, especially given how potent their lineup is, but they can't afford 2 draws. They can't afford a single loss, and that means as a team, you may speak to each other just like from the earliest part of the opening. You might have to go all in, and of course, as we know, that can backfire quite easily because chess is an objective game. You can't have results-oriented thinking, but now you have to just because of the match standing.
Yep. Well, let's take a look at the final round pairings. We know that it all comes down to board 1 versus board 1, board 2 versus board 2. Again, on down the line, everyone is playing the opponent closest to them in rating. Grishuk having the black pieces is one of the things that is going to make this comeback even harder for the Blitz. Etienne Bacro also has the black pieces versus Nihal Sarin. That's not a fun pairing for them. But on the bottom 2 boards, the Blitz do have White, Lagno, and Boyer, respectively, against Vaishali and Pranesh. So, Robert, at the same time, obviously you don't want to be a Yogis player who lets that comeback start. So Vidit got to be feeling a little bit of nerves as he's about to take on this guy, Alexander Grishuk.
Yeah, no, Vidit will be feeling a bit nervous, but the thing about it is he and Nihal have the white pieces. At the Super GM level, what do? You shut it down or force your opponent to play an offbeat opening. So I think that's what they have to go for. And Alexander Grishuk is going to play a modern, or if Vidit plays D4, we'll see some kind of offbeat, not a topical line, because you can't allow the forced draw no matter what the opening choice will be.
And when offbeat and topical is played against 2750 plus GMs, you often get off-beated and droptical off of the board. I just made that up, but the point is you can't play bad positions against strong players. Though, look at Vidit, man. He's sticking with this what is going on with Vidit Gujrathi? I've never seen this many E4s from him ever.
I almost feel like he deserves an exclamation point for playing E4.
Yeah, seriously.
On the first Bishop B5 check. Oh, he plays D4, so I thought he would I thought he should just go Bishop B5 check and play these lines. But instead, we're going to get a Najdorf? What is Vidit doing?
Najdorf? Look at Grishuk's face. He's a little bit like, what's going on here? Now Bishop G5. This is a main line Najdorf, which invites things like the poison pawn. And okay, we have the variation with Knight BD7. And then A3. Vidit is not only prepared to surprise Robert, he's prepared to surprise everybody, including himself with these sidelines.
Yeah, A3. I mean, he is just playing this. He goes Bishop G5. We think he's going to go full-on ambitious. We might get some kind of like Richter Rouser type of position. I guess that knight wouldn't be on D7. But he just plays A3. So he's mixing ambitious play with cautious moves. And I think it's been a recipe for success for him, like we saw in his game against Katerina Lagno. That was a really nice, instructive game. He didn't take material when it was offered. He waited for the right moment, the opportunity to pounce. And A3 is just saying, all right, do you really want to play B5 and then B4? Because you won't have B4 available to you.
It also is one of those moves that starts making you question all transpositions, right? That's why Grishuk is pausing. There's Sozin ideas back on the agenda, right? With Bishop C4, because you have this A2 square. You can even play F3 in some of these weird positions and maintain max flexibility. So it's an interesting move. We see Grishuk kind of pausing, also plays a flexible move. Queen C7 keeps things like E6 and E5 possible for black. So, heck, even G6 is still an option here, man. There's a Dragadorf agenda on the table here. So what a weird weird game here from a couple of super GMs. Everyone does love a good comeback. Shout out to Tom. No comeback more greater in our generation than Robert Downey Jr.'s comeback. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that Tom from MySpace. I thought maybe he was making a comeback. That would have been perfect here.
Tom, whatever happened to that guy? You hope Tom's okay. You hope Tom from MySpace is okay. That's all.
Yeah. You know what he does have, and he'll forever have, is many friends, because he created it so that he would be friends with everybody. That's just like, that's some five-head thinking.
There you go, right? You force your way into everyone's life. They can't delete the contact. It's like when Apple downloaded YouTube's album to everyone's phone and you said, I will never be okay with Bono ever again. Good move, you two. All right, here we go. Queen to D2. Also, another flexible move, man. You keep F4 possible, F3. We should probably highlight the different ideas, right? If you play F4 in these Sicilians, you get a more traditional kind of Scheveningen structure with F4 and E4 facing off against E6 and D6. There's the E5 and F5 kind of push dynamics that are going to be happening. But if you play F3, you get the modern kind of English attack ideas where you can play G4 and H4 and H5 because the pawn on F3 supports G4. It supports E4 as well. So both sides just like, what is going to happen here? And look, if black plays G6, Robert, you might actually see F3 and you might see a Yugoslav attack. Okay, with H6, actually, I have no idea what we're going to see here. Bishop. What would I do here if I was white? Bishop H4, just back up?
And maybe Grishuk will play G5 just because the match situation. Yeah, it's called for it. I like this for Grishuk. I think that for Bishop E3, so you can even play Knight G4 and go after the bishop pair. You have to watch out for Knight D5. So maybe it's smart to start with a move like E6.
E6.
But you know what he does have is a hook. So H6 could backfire if you castle kingside.
Yeah, I love that you said a hook to remind everybody. That means when you do the pawn storm, you always look for an open file to pry open. And when a structure is completely solid, it's harder to create that weakness. But here, the G5 square is a hook because black's H6 pawn will have to deal with that pressure no matter what. So we're yeah, we may get a queenside castle. For both players, it's actually still possible, although less likely for black. All right, Robert, a comeback is unlikely. We know that for the Blitz, but let's back this thing up. Take a look at our bird's eye view. All 4 games are officially underway. You got to get dubs on at least 3 of the 4 boards, or 2 with a couple of draws. I could go anywhere. You're in charge.
Okay, well, I'm looking at these boards here at the very early stages, and from the bottom left, I like Katerina Lucknow's position against Vaishali. We have a Moroxy bind, and I think that's the extra space. We've seen Vaishali get into time trouble. I think this is a good start for Lucknow in the bottom left. In the bottom right, for Boyer and Pranesh, too early for me to make a big judgment, but I do think that Boyer taking a flexible approach with the opening. He has an extra pawn in the center, even material overall, but in the bottom right, you see black has a B7 pawn, white has a D3 pawn. So I like that it is not a symmetrical structure. In the top right, I think that Nihal Sarin, I just don't see him losing with the white pieces against Bakro. And for Bakro, I think he's the one who should be okay with the draw. I think if I were team captain, I would say, Bakro, you can make a draw. Everybody else, you got to win.
Yep. And I would even say that Vaishali is the other one who probably wouldn't be judged for holding his black against a strong player like Katerina Logno, especially given how the opening went, right? But Boyer and Grishuk, they're the ones who have to deliver. It's hard for me to want to go anywhere else because you know how biased I am to Sicilians. I see E5 and G6 on the board by Grishuk. I'm having a panic attack over here. These are some structural things you normally don't do as black in these Sicilians. That's going to be a wild one, and you see the eval ball already favoring Vidit because of it.
Yeah, you have to take risks. So Grishuk, he'll lose the game before he makes a draw. He needs to win for his team. Katerina Lucknow in the bottom left, she's just chilling with a Moroxy bind structure. In the top right, I feel like Bakro's position is very cramped. Like his bishop on C8, rook on 8, he's putting his pieces backwards. But the good news for Bakro is he has the bishop pair, even though there's no open space to use just now. Later in the game, that could pay some dividends. So, Danny, it's hard to know where to go because all 4 games, you look at them and you're like, it's still quite early. The sides haven't quite figured out where their pieces belong.
Ooh, though, we just saw F5. Let's go to Lagno Vaishali. F5. That's a lash out move that is, a common one to a degree against the Maroxy bind at times. It's not a shot that you haven't seen before, but comes with a lot of risk on the light squares to push that f5 pawn in an attempt to undermine White's grip in the Maroxy bind. So Vaishali also feeling the pressure. No, actually she shouldn't be feeling the pressure because her team's leading. So I'm going I don't want to go full Fabi Fedoseev here and flip who's feeling the pressure. Lagno's feeling the pressure. But f5 then, why are you playing that move if you're Vaishali?
Probably because I think people are of different mindsets when it comes to trying to defend. Some people can defend passively forever. It's like they're completely unbothered by their pieces being unable to move. I don't get it, but some people
John
can
Bartholomew, for example. John Bartholomew loves a horrible position. Go ahead.
Yeah. And then other people, they're like, okay, I know I'm worse now, and maybe not that much worse, but I'm cramped. Or I can maybe risk a lot, but at least I have ideas of my own. So by playing f5...
Like Eric Rosen, basically. Yeah.
It sounds like you're getting ready for the I Am Not a GM Speeches Championship, but neither
I'm just
of those
saying, if we're talking about two personalities, hi guys, it's me, John. I'm willing to be miserable. Eric Rosen, I'm going to try to trick my way to victory and clip immortality.
Yeah, that honestly, you have a point there. But I think that for Black, as you're saying, there's some huge strategic risk. These light squares in front of the Black King are in trouble. White also is positioned well on both sides of the board, and Black has 3 pawn islands, right? 3 sets of 2, whereas White has just 2 pawn islands, the 2 sets of 3, and that means that the pawns can protect one another. It's a nicer setup.
Agreed. Yeah, and the pawn island positional lesson is one that you don't want to skip if you're reading your chess education chapters, boys and girls. The more pawn islands you have, the more weaknesses you have to watch out for. White can even play a move like rook e1 here, and it's very, very simple because there are weaknesses all over the board. Okay, rook d1 kind of threatens things like knight b5 and pawn to c5. Ooh, I like that idea. Knight b5 and pawn. Okay, Vaishali going to use the f-file.
This bishop, though, Danny, so powerful on e3. It's protecting f2, and as you're indicating with knight b5 ideas, you could drop this pawn on a7. If you move your knight carelessly to e5, down goes that pawn.
Yeah. White has moves like h3, little high class waiting move, but I want something a little more tasty while the queen's on the d file. I want to make c5 work. Maybe it's unnecessary to push just yet. And obviously, if Black can get away with d5, then I might regret it because I don't want to give a big center d5, e5, d4 kind of thing. But okay,
it's tough to evaluate stuff because Danny, there's like a g4 move for White in that position where the rook on f5 needs to stay on the 5th rank, but she goes for it. But yeah, d5 has to be the way. Ooh. G4 is not what you want, especially like rook f3 and the g4 pawn being loose.
Evalbar really hates c5. That's a move that Lagno played because she's feeling the pressure trying to do something. I wonder how you deal with d5 here, though, right? And Vaishali just plays it and says, "Yeah, I'm okay."
What do you do? Like, one idea is queen c4. It's kind of a hilarious move.
Wow. Yeah, I like that.
Black just plays e6. The point is that if you take, my rook slams in the 7th rank, and then I start feeling optimistic about my winning chances.
What's funny is I like queen c4, and if e6, I'm going to raise you one. Knight e4. Double down on that pawn being pinned and poke at d6. It's actually a fun little idea.
Yeah, it's going to backfire in the end once the queen escapes the pin because you'll walk into a fork. But I was looking at the same thing. That was my first instinct, though, was like, just let's go.
Okay,
improve my pieces.
Yep. All right, well, d5 is played. Lagno has a small edge on the clock, but it is slipping away. We'll come back to this one in just a minute. You called out a game that you just expected to go their way, and unfortunately for the Blitz, if that game does indeed go Nihal Sarin's way, then the match is over. And, well, okay, the other 3 games could go decisive, but at this point, Nihal Sarin looking great against Macro.
But Boyer in the bottom right, his position is good. So for the Blitz, you look down there, you say, okay, you have the white pieces. There is no symmetry from the start. Black going in, some kind of attack on the king side that's not going to pan out. So I do think that Boyer is in good shape. But Vida Gujrathi and Nihal Sarin with the white pieces, those super GMs, they know what needs to get done. 1 point between the two of them, and the match is over in their favor.
Yep.
And Nihal Sarin's position is amazing. You couldn't ask for better.
Yeah, no, you got to love Nihal Sarin's position. But again, Vida Gujrathi, That's a white side of a Sicilian I would be happy about. But yeah, let's head on over here. Nihal Sarin is focused. He's in it to win it. He's got a 3-on-2 majority. You highlight it before I can speak it. This relationship switch we've had, how many years did it take us to just give you control over the mouse? What was going on in this relationship for so long?
Well, I think the issue was we were often in person and there was only one mouse there, and it made sense for you to have it. Now that we're remote and we can do all this, we grow just like everybody else.
We grow. We learn a long distance relationship that's been working for this duo. A5 played, but it's a bit desperate. Can I just play B5? Nah, maybe not right away, but it's coming sooner than you think.
Yeah, B5 is something you have. That's like the first thought that comes to mind. If the black pawn takes, I get a pass pawn on my own, going to C6. That looks good, but I think your fears are well founded. The knight takes C5, and suddenly black's pieces get out. There's no threat, right? AB, AB. We have that covered. So white has a turn to do something. If it's bishop B1 and queen C2, that seems a little bit too obvious, going for checkmate. Black will stop that. But knight D4 going after C6 comes to mind.
Yep.
So many possibilities.
Bishop B1 and queen C2, man. If that's too obvious, I'm not sure I want to know what's more complicated, because that's an idea I can get behind. H7 is weak. You could also play queen B2 first if you want. Put the queen over there behind the majority. Maybe it makes the tactics with B5 a little more dangerous at some point. Okay, a lot of options here for Sarin. He's taking his time thinking about it.
You're going to like what I'm about to say. I think you could also consider, he goes knight D4, but I was going E5 and then rook D4, rook G4. Get a 4th rank rook lift. That's rare.
Yeah, doesn't happen every day. Hess is indeed the mouse master. They like it. Okay, knight E5, black defends C6 and hits the bishop on D3. But still a lot of options here. A lot of options for white. Bishop to B1, keeping the bishop paired, then F4 is an immediate threat.
Looks good. What's wrong with F4 right now? Knight takes D3, knight C6. Oh, you just move your queen away, and this rook is that would backfire.
No, you made a good point, because if knight D3, knight C6, there was no knight takes C1, because the E7 queen hangs with check. But, quickly showing it to own it. Nihal for the win. Well, if that happens, the Blitz are headed to the door, right?
Yeah, but just showing the queen moves out the way, and if the knight takes this rook, this knight takes that rook, and the knight loses at the end, black would be up a piece. So it's just important to look at the tactical sequences, see what works and what doesn't. And Bakro he's figured it out. Knight E5, good move from him. And Danny, I know I've been the one who's been praising Nihal's position. I still like it. But I actually feel like Bakro has decent chances to be combative in this position. You're just a couple moves away from swinging on over to the queen side, and if that breaks open, black has some activity of his own.
Yeah, that's fair. And if somehow the B pawn never advances, then if you take B4 and get a rook on B8, the B4 pawn's kind of a target, right? So you're trading C6 for B4 as far as weaknesses go. Okay, look at this. You take D5. What's the follow-up? Is it... No, F4, there's still knight D3. I don't want to make that trade. That's a surprising exchange for Vidit, because it opens up the bishop on C8. And now that you look at the time dwindle... Oh, sorry, not for Vidit. I'm sorry, Nihal. The time ticking for Nihal... I don't know.
Yeah, suddenly this could turn if you're not careful. Like, black has some open space for the pieces. What do you do here? Doesn't seem very easy. Maybe just rook E1, if knight D3, queen takes D3, and just play with your very excellent knight on D4.
Yeah, it's true. And it is a good kind of positional lesson to see white's 3-on-2 really grip the black 2 pawns on A5 and C6. So it's hard to imagine a world where white isn't just positionally better. But don't turn your back on the bishop pair, much like the ocean. Been hit by more waves than I'd like to admit. All right. You want to head back over to okay, we've got red here. I'm nervous all around. The Yogis only need a point, but look at Pranesh.
Yeah,
look at Pranesh's board. I think we got to go back to bird's eye. Pranesh is, well, he's been one of the guys all day getting it done, and a single win. Remember, everybody, look at that score: 7.5, 4.5. It's 8.5 points to a touchdown. The game is over. The metaphorical game. The match is over when you hit 8.5, and all the Yogis need is a single point.
And it looks like Vaishali in the bottom left. She's
Also doing good.
well. Vidit Gujarati, that eval bar is getting higher and higher. And yeah, the bottom right, Pranesh, as you said, that game is just looking over. Look at the tactic that was just played. That knight took a pawn on c4 in the bottom right, and the knight on e4 for white is unfortunately vulnerable. So it looks like Pranesh is going to get that point that the India Yogis need, and that means that they will sail through to the semifinals.
Yeah, in dominant fashion, by the way, because they might win more than one game in this last round, right? With Vidit Gujarati's position, Pranesh, just a powerful team, a powerhouse, which means if they win, if you just tuned in, everyone, earlier today, MGD won, the other team from India. I'm not sure if they like being referred to as such, but they are from India. They're also very good, led by Arjun Erigaisi, Adiban Bhaskaran. They have also already punched their ticket to the semifinals.
Yes. So the two teams from India, it seems, will be in the semifinals. So many strong players from the country. And wow, this has just really been a wonderful display of chess from them. They've dominated this match from start to finish.
Yeah. No, seriously. This has been absolutely impressive. Pranesh is winning on the board. He's winning on the clock. Takes and just going to kind of simplify this one, I guess.
Yep. Okay, that's why I took with the pawn. Is Boyer wants more pieces on, but the knight coming to d6 hits the rook, hits e4.
Yep.
Black is going to be up 2 pawns with the initiative, with these connected rooks here. It's just over.
2 pawns with the compensation, as our buddy Yaz likes to say. Exactly, Jen. Exactly.
Yeah, well, this is exactly what the Blitz could not afford. And unfortunately,
Robert, it's pronounced exactly, not exactly.
Exactly. Excuse me. I need to work on my
Fabiano Cariano. Fabiano Cariano.
And I agree.
All right, Cutie Jelly.
I agree with that completely.
Go ahead.
No, like complete team win. And they're saying that Pranesh is the MVP today. I think Pranesh, who lost the first game, if I remember correctly, then beats Bakro in the second, and then has been on a tear. Yeah, Pranesh is definitely worthy of MVP for the team.
A lot of people lose to Alexander Grishuk. It's a thing, right? Apparently, it's a thing. A lot of people lose to that guy, but Pranesh sticks with it, has been on fire ever since that first loss to Alexander Grishuk. Played pretty well in that game, too. Grishuk got the better of him. So right now, there's an awkward pin on the board. We're kind of sticking here because this could be the guy who's about to take it, the MVP for the Yogis, as Cutie Jelly in our featured chat points out. But we'll stick here in case there's a swindle, because there are some light squares. There's a little bit of weirdness going on here.
And by the way, Vaishali's about to make a draw, so that means that Pranesh won't even have to win the game. Like, just making a draw on this one will be enough, because Vaishali, she does her part very well.
Yeah, you wish you could play bishop to d5 here. Bishops do not hop over pawns. Knights are better than bishops in more than one way. There you go. You can't play that move. Boyer struggling to create problems. He's about to go under a minute, down more than 3 minutes on the clock now to Pranesh. All Yogis all day. Magnus with the predictions. I'm a little frustrated. He predicted the Nuggets, right about that. You know, predicting the Yogis, right about that. Whatever, Magnus.
I think he knows what he's talking about. And for Boyer, he wants to play e5 and get the bishop in, but the knight can just move out of the way and the queen trade will be offered. And it just feels like Boyer, he's desperately looking for something because he doesn't have much time, but he's got nothing here. And I'm looking at the other games, Danny. It looks like Grishuk somehow miraculously escaped against Vidit, and Bakro.
Yeah, for now. Yeah,
Bakro
go ahead.
Trying to get things spicy against Nihal. Oh,
Wait, a blunder by Nihal.
Yeah, time trouble.
Okay, I mean, Pranesh is still in the driver's seat, but suddenly we have chances for Grishuk and a blunder by Sarin.
Yeah, so if Boyer can somehow win this game, then maybe they're still in it. But they need wins on all 3 boards. And Danny, in the top right, isn't Bakro just going to be up in exchange?
Yeah, well, if the knight moved to any other square, Rook A3 was coming, so the knight
Rook A3.
sacrificed itself in the Rook A3 still, though, yeah, in hopes that the 2 pawns can do something, but Black's Rook is too much.
So this is a problem. Rook D3, pawn takes, and you're like, how do I stop? The issue for Nihal, the biggest problem is that Bakro has 2 minutes to calculate all this. So he's not going to make a quick decision without really calculating. But if takes,
Yeah, he can just go back to a3 with the rook, I guess. Yeah, that's what he finds. Okay.
got it.
Such a weird counterintuitive thing to do, but it works.
Yeah. This looks like it's going to be a win for Bakro. And he started 0-2. He lost to the board 3 and 4. Danny, that means he'll beat Vidit and Nihal back to back.
It may not be enough for the Blitz to come back, but it is a comeback as far as the day Etienne Bakro is having. Although, look at rook a6, knight takes d5. It's kind of funny. Sarin is making all the tricks. That's why we continue to call him Mini Hikaru. And he might not like that nickname, but it is meant as a great compliment, as one of the more resourceful. I just added an unnecessary. Resourceful. Certainly.
Well, it looks like actually it's going to be over, though. The match, I mean, this game may go their way, but if we go back to our bird's eye view, we will see that Vidit Gujrathi in the top left. Cruising.
Vidit Gujrathi cruising. Pranesh also still in the driver's seat against Boyer. Wherever we want to go to get the final take, we might want to head over to Vidit Gujrathi and see how he converts things against Grishuk.
Well, he's making some
mistakes.
mistakes.
He's making some mistakes, but he's still... Wait, he's down on time. Okay. Okay, but bishop c4 and make a trade on f1. Okay, make a trade on f1. Oh, he doesn't just take the draw. I thought he would. Just rook f1.
Oh, he wants rook f7 check if the king went up to e7. So he's playing for a win.
Okay.
He might get the win.
Rook d5, cut the king. Bishop b5 next. Rook d7. He's all over. Bishop a4 also threatened here, by the way.
Oh,
what a
bishop
move.
a4 is nasty.
Cut off the rook. Grishuk sees it.
He could maybe have taken on c3 and played pawn to b4 there, but he's going this way.
Yeah, get the king out. The black king remains cut off on the d file.
And all it's needed is a draw here, so he might win the game. But if he makes a draw, he'll be a little bit disappointed personally. But for the team, they'll be ecstatic.
Rook f7 threatens a7. Grishuk stopping it, but at this point, it's a bit of a formality because the Yogis' dominance in this match has been very real. Bishop b5 will be next. You can almost pre-move it. Nope. Okay, not anymore. That's why you don't pre-move, everybody.
Pranesh won, so the match is officially in the books. The India Yogis, they win. That was pretty much I don't want to... Ooh, he found it. Foregone conclusion. Nasty play from
Bishop
Vidit.
a4. Bishop a4 threatens a7.
Wait, but
you could also bring the king up if you're...
Don't play rook b8, because rook h2 check.
Ah, okay. Okay, but you have king d3, king c4. Oh, but rook a8 is coming, actually.
So bishop c6 he's going to play?
Oh.
What a
rook
find.
c8.
What a
He has
find.
rook c8. Oh my gosh, at the end of the moment he played it, I had the eval bar's help. The moment he played it, I'm like, what? Oh, rook c8 pins the bishop.
Wow. What a
Crazy
hold.
chess.
And look at this.
What a hold. Going to be a drawn king and pawn ending.
But look how instructive that was. They're like king b7, not king b6. And Vidit is mad.
Yep.
But his team won. It's going to be okay, Vidit. It's all right.
His team won, but he's unhappy, which is a good mindset for a super GM to have, not be thinking about anything but the X's and O's in front of them. He lets this one slip. I don't think he knows yet that it doesn't matter in regards to the overall standings. Instructive to always have opposition. King to b7. For those who don't know their king and pawn endings, back this one up. Vidit gets up. He's not happy, but he should be celebrating because the potential of the Yogis has been realized. And apparently go to blacklotus.app. There you go, Vidit. Free shout out, buddy. All right. We've got a final score. The Yogis punched their ticket to the semifinals in the Pro Chess League with a 9.5, 6.5 victory, Robert.
One of the most impressive performances from a board four that we've seen. Pranesh scores 3 out of 4. That is the highest score on the India Yogis team. They were well balanced. Vidit and Nihal, they had a plus score in the top 2 boards. Vaishali, 1.5 out of 4. And on the other side, Danny, for the Blitz, Grishuk did all that he could. Bakro, slow start. And I think that's really what killed the Blitzes. They were out of it after 2 rounds, down 3 full points. And Bakro, he did get 2 wins over Super Gems at the end, but it was too little too late.
Yeah. What's funny is it's a 9.5, 6.5 score, a victory by 3 points. And I can't believe I'm saying this. It didn't even feel that close.
No.
The Yogis were that dominant, right? Like you said, they jumped out to the lead with Bakro kind of stumbling. But Pranesh, that dude was just on another level. As you said, board 4 was the top performer. MVP doesn't even need to look any further, right? Because that guy goes 3 out of 4 to help lead them. Vaishali, the Destroyer, once again delivers with her potential. Shout out to Magnus's prediction there. And the Yogis, I mean, they're going up against the Shanghai Tigers. I know we're not supposed to predict just yet, but I'm sitting here looking at those two teams, and I don't want to face the Yogis after what I just saw, Robert.
No, nobody does, because the Yogis, they have such a strong lineup that they fielded today, and they have so many more players on their roster that they can fill in. If somebody's busy, swap the next person in. But busy, excuse me, if I looked correctly, doesn't semifinals, there's tomorrow? So, yeah, you better free up your weekend, everybody, because Pro Chess League will not stop for you.
We have a full weekend ahead. We also have an interview ahead, so don't go anywhere. That's right, the Yogis punched their ticket to the semifinals, and when we come back, we will be joined by one of their players. The Pro Chess League returns in just a few. The Pro Chess League quarterfinals are officially behind us. We're moving on to the semis after yet another epic match. Grandmaster Robert Hess alongside me, International Master Danny Wrench. The last moments here, Robert, we just have to take a quick look back, and I'm going to let you highlight what sticks out to you as the major reasons why the Yogis are still dancing.
Complete team performance. That's what it was. We saw Vaishali win her first round game. That was huge for the confidence and also the scoreboard. So I think the Indian Yogis from top to bottom, they have strong players who can get plus scores. They're going to be a really, really difficult to eliminate.
You say the Indian Yogis have strong players top to bottom. We're going to start at the top right now with an interview. The man Vidit Gujrathi helped lead his team today to a victory. Vidit, I'm going to just jump right into some chess specifics because every single round you had me and Robert surprised. What was going on with the opening repertoire you were flashing today?
Why were you surprised?
I mean, you're not normally an E4 player.
I mean, Danny, you have to update yourself, I would say. This is Vidit
Okay.
2.0.
Okay. I'm good. Glad to know. I mean, I'm frightened to know what Vidit 3.0 might be capable of because you played well today, man. Apparently, I need to update myself. You had these games, these openings working for you, and also some sideline action, right? You never really went down one of the most mainline theoretical options that was available. Was that part of the practical strategy in Rapid? Is that also just Vidit 2.0, and I need to update myself? Tell us what happened.
Well, yeah, I was trying to get like interesting positions out of the opening. I mean, if you were surprised, so I guess my opponents were too. And I was playing these rare ideas. And it worked out quite well, I must say. I did not have any problems out of the opening. And one thing which I feel I could definitely improve is the last few seconds. Like when it got to 20 seconds, my level dropped back to Vidit 1.0. So I think that's where I need to make sure that I keep, the momentum going. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, if you had fun watching, then I think it was worth playing all these ideas as well.
Well, Vidit, on that note, first of all, congratulations to you and your team. But we saw some frustration from you in that last game. Your team had already won the match. Is this goes to show how hungry you are for, taking down all these opponents in every single game?
Yeah, I mean, if you see Grishuk's position, like I think he barely has any pawns left, and I was just wiping them off like Queen A6, Queen G6, all of them, and then I thought it's kind of done and dusted. But there I made one mistake, like I exchanged queens. I let him off the hook, so I realized it a bit too late, and in the end I thought, okay, I'm almost winning with this pawn on A7. But he had this nice trick, Bishop A7, and he's just in time. Like, they say chess is a tragedy of one tempo, and that was it there.
Yeah.
But I did not know that the team won. So I'm happy for the team, for sure.
Okay, that's great because we were wondering, and we didn't know if you were just in a super GM mindset of being frustrated with your own play, or if you legit didn't know that your team had already won. So I want to double click on the comments you made though, Vidit, because obviously from your perspective, the job is not done yet. You want to win a championship, and you commented that even despite some good opening prep, you lost your way a little bit in the time pressure. What do you do, back at home to make sure you keep your nerves or continue to improve in some of those scrambling moments?
Well, I mean, I still have to figure out what I can do better, but at least I know where I need to, think a little bit, reflect on it, what's going on there. But I think, do we play tomorrow? I think we play already tomorrow, the semifinals. So there's not much time to do that, and I'll just probably get some good rest before we play tomorrow. And I think that would help, handle the nerves in the end and get used to this time scrambles.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And well, you had a teammate who handled the time scrambles quite well. So we have a question from the chat. It's a featured chat question asking, what do you think of GM Pranesh, who was super impressive with 3 points for your team?
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't seen him play much in this season. But he's, I think, coached by Ramesh, and I had heard that he's quite promising. He recently became a grandmaster. So I was I've not seen the games, but the score definitely is very impressive, like 3 out of 4 here. When there is like Grishuk, back row in the opposite team, they're really strong players. So it's very commendable. I'll have a look at his games and see. It's as Levon. I've seen him like always learn from the youngsters. So I'll emulate
Yeah.
Levon here and try to see the games and see what I can learn as well.
Yeah, we can tell you it was impressive. Not a lot of luck involved. But all right, got another question from featured chat from Christine Hammer. Wants to know whether playing at home on the computer is easier or harder than playing over the board, and maybe apply that to all the things, the nerves, the X's and O's. What is your comparison there?
Well, I feel like online 10 seconds is much more than over the board 10 seconds. Because here somehow you have a bigger overview, like on the screen, and when you're playing, you have to look on the side, and you really don't know if you have 2 seconds or 4 seconds, but you just know that you have really low time. Because we play online quite a bit, there were some games I think we all went down to 1 second. At least I did. But there is less panic, I think, online when you go down to 1 second. But over the board, you just you have. It also takes extra time to move the pieces and then press the clock. Here, as soon as you make it, the clock stops. So I think online, the time scrambles, you feel that the time is slightly more than OTV. Does it make sense?
That makes total sense.
Yeah.
I hope it does.
Great answer.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. And well, another big difference between playing someone in person via instead of via the computer screen is you can eat. So a question that we have from the chat is, what's your favorite food before a chess match? Thanks to Zreitning for that question.
Well, my mom has a great recipe of coffee. Like she makes it herself at home. And just before the
wow.
game, I had that, which helped me stay awake until midnight. So yeah, I think I would thank my mom for it. She has like some wonderful recipes. That's the secret of 2.0.
That sounds really, really tasty, and I'm more hungry than I realized after that. All right, Vidit, before we let you go, we want to let you get some rest. We know it's late there. The Yogis delivered, and now they're going to go up against the Tigers. Your thoughts on facing off against the team from Shanghai?
Can you remind me who is there in the team? Like, I'm not really. It doesn't
Well,
come to my mind right now.
You got a lot of strong players. You've got Wei Yi, been one of the players leading the way. You've got women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. So I mean,
Okay.
there's others. I don't know. I'm assuming those two will play, but I don't know of others. But yeah, they're strong.
Yeah, I think they had a good start in the tournament, and I think in like Indian Yogis, they also qualified straight away with all the wins. I don't think they have lost.
Yep.
But so definitely that shows that they're a strong team. I remember Ju Wenjun defeating some grandmasters. I recall some of that. So yeah, it's not going to be easy. But having said that, I really believe in me and my team. We have also been playing excellent. So I have more faith in us. But I will definitely not underestimate, and we'll give our best. Yeah.
Yeah, and Vidit, I just have a quick question. Speaking of your faith in yourself and your team, Magnus was on for an interview yesterday, and Danny asked him who was he most impressed by in the Pro Chess League, and his answer
poker
was
or
Vaishali.
chess?
In chess, and he said
Okay,
Vaishali.
okay.
And what can you say about her chess? She beat Buckroat today in the first game, and she keeps scoring well for you guys.
Yeah, definitely. I think all the matches she has scored some key wins. I think her rating is like 2442, but it doesn't really reflect her strength. I think she's much, much stronger, especially in these rapid events online, which I've seen. Something it should also help that Prag is her brother, and it rubs off. I think to have such a good sparring partner. And yeah, I just think that she's massively underrated. I see a huge potential for her.
Couldn't agree more, and couldn't be more impressed with how the Yogis are playing, Vidit. They have unleashed their potential. Shout out to the poster behind you. So congrats to you and the whole crew. We wish you the best of luck tomorrow, man. And thank you for being with us.
Thanks, man. Thank you so much.
Bye, Vidit.
Bye.
Oh man, great interview, Robert, and what great matchups we have here heading into the semis.
Oh, we have some excellent matches in store, and there's so many questions you can ask someone like Vidit, who's a really kind-hearted person. When he's going to play against the Shanghai Tigers tomorrow, he's Mr. Nice Guys out the window. It's Vidit 2.0, and the other semifinal seems equally exciting with the Hikaru Nakamura-led Gotham Knights taking on MGD1, the other Indian team. As you said, it's weird to say the other Indian team. There are 2 Indian teams in the semifinals. Their squads are super talented.
So much talent coming out of India right now. You need 2 teams to let them all have a chance to play, as they're continuing to prove. I love how he razzed me a little bit when I pointed out the opening repertoire, made it seem like I was out of touch, and then acknowledged that it was very much a practical plan that worked to his favor. So again, shout out to Vidit and the Yogis. Shout out to everybody who's working super hard at the Chess.com studios, as we call it, the broadcast team, support team, everyone bringing it and making sure we get it done. Let's talk about tomorrow's matchups before you go. Remind you that Saturday is yet another busy day. We've got the Yogis and the Tigers, the Knights, MGD1. Robert, I'm going to be covering the second. How excited are you?
Well, I'll be covering it with you, so I'm equally excited to get this team back together again. But I'm just looking at these matchups, and I feel like 1 seed, 4 seed, if I looked at those teams and how they played in the quarterfinals, they're kind of the top 2 seeds to me. I thought they were super impressive, the Yogis and the Tigers, and that's going to be an excellent first matchup. And then, again, Gotham Knights and MGD1, you have Hikaru Nakamura and Fedoseev and Volkidov, who was great for them. But then you also have, on the other squad, you have Arjun Erigaisi and the rest of his team. Harika played so well throughout the season. So, yeah, really great matchups tomorrow, and nobody should miss them.
So many storylines. Will we have an all-India final, right? You could have it, right? Will you get Nakamura in the final, as a lot of fans would want? So many things ahead. I can't wait for it. As you said, you and I will have the call in the later match. We hope that everybody tunes in. And now I will properly take a moment to thank everyone who's working super hard, our Fair Play crew, the Game Ops crew, bringing it to you, the broadcast team, and everybody doing it. We'll see you on Saturday. Make sure you're there. It's the Pro Chess League semifinals tomorrow, everyone.